Chapter 351, Instant Face Change. However, Marks McClown knew that these radiating light were sleeping mushrooms that were deadly at any time. Cool Tiger, Marks McClown calmly looked into the distance, wanting to see how large the range of these sleeping mushrooms is. Unfortunately, Marks McClown didn't see the boundary of the range of sleeping mushrooms. As soon as Marks McClown frowned, his spiritual exploration immediately expanded to its maximum, carefully exploring the boundary of the sleeping mushroom. The scope of Marks' Eye's spiritual exploration expanded with the improvement of Marks' Eye's spiritual power, but the scope of this kind of spiritual exploration still seemed small for this huge magical forest. Marks' Eye did not find the boundary he wanted to find. Marks McClown's face sank, and what was before him now was undoubtedly a dead state. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get out. Marks' Eye leaned on the top of the tree, looking at the sunset in the distance, lost in thought. I heard that there was indeed a potion master who successfully completed the Holy Land trial of the horse people. So how did they get through this dense forest of sleeping mushrooms? If they were prepared, Marks McClown believed it. After all, the previous potion masters would not enter the Holy Land as impulsively as he was. 11. But no matter how well the potion master is prepared, it is impossible to consider everything, especially when facing this strange magic forest. So the potion master who used to pass through this dense forest of sleeping mushrooms must have found something that can restrain the sleeping mushrooms before they can pass it smoothly. But what is the solution? Marks' Eye looked around for a while. There is nothing wrong with this forest except for the common trees around, the common grass and the sleeping mushrooms growing on the top of the trees. So what is the solution? Marks McClown's gaze suddenly turned to the trees next to him, and speaking. Why did such ordinary trees appear in this magic forest? It looks ordinary and can be placed in the environment of this magic forest, but in fact it reveals the slightest weirdness. Marks McClown took out the knife he carried and gently cut the surface of the tree. Unexpectedly, Marks McClown's knife cut into the surface of the tree very easily. Marks McClown's expression became a little weird, and the tree was actually hollow. Marks McClown picked it up gently and picked out the case of the tree, exposing the contents. Marks McClown fixed his eyes and found that it was also a kind of wood, a kind of black wood. Marks' Eye is also the first time to see this kind of wood, so the discriminatory eyes will feed back the relevant characteristics to Marks' Eye as soon as possible. Cool Tiger, this kind of wood can recognize all things Marks' Eye is undoubtedly recognized. It is a plant called living dead wood, which lives in the parasitic body of ordinary trees. The body contains many nutrients required for the growth of organisms and can be used to cultivate many plants. The main function of living dead wood is to keep the nerves excited, which can make people very energetic and improve the efficiency of people's work. It can also be used as a stimulant, but it should not be taken too much. Taking too much will cause death. Marks McClown couldn't help being overjoyed. The effect of this living dead wood is simply a special medicine for sleeping mushrooms. Maintaining the excitement of the spirit at all times just offset the effect of the sleeping mushroom paralyzing the spirit. It is no wonder that there are so many sleeping mushrooms in this forest, and the nutrition of the living dead wood is enough to allow so many sleeping mushrooms to grow healthily. Marks' Eye also responded that the growth of sleeping mushrooms requires a huge amount of nutrients. How can ordinary trees support the growth of sleeping mushrooms? These trees themselves have problems. However, it is not too late for Marks' Eye to find out. It is much easier to deal with sleeping mushrooms with living dead wood. Marks McClown immediately turned over and got down from the tree with a look of joy. Seeing Marks' Eye's smile, Hermione quickly asked, Marks' Eye, have you found the boundary? Are you far from here? Marks McClown shook his head and said, the area of this forest is too large, and we can't get out of it for a while. Hearing that Marks' Eye didn't find the boundary of the forest but still looked happy, Ron, who was already holding his breath, felt that he was about to explode. Then what are you happy about? We are all here to accompany you to death, right? You cruel dark wizard, just want to die and take us to bury us together. Hermione heard that Mark's eye didn't find the boundary, and was not in a good mood. Hearing that Ron was still angry with Mark's eye, Hermione couldn't help it. Ron, are you annoying? I'm almost tired of all the complaints along the way, and it will only show how incompetent you are. And are you qualified to say Mark's eye? If it weren't for Mark's eye, we don't know that it is dead. How many times have you been so selfish? Harry saw that Hermione and Ron were about to quarrel, so he had to say, don't quarrel, now it doesn't help. Ron, of course, would not let it go. He felt that he was dying. Offending anyone was not offending. Now who cares about this? He pointed directly at Hermione's nose and screamed. Where did Hermione have been so angry? And even more angry, Ron said 523 that he would refute it. Seeing the two men trying to fight to death, Marks McClown frowned slightly and suddenly shouted, "Be quiet, I have found a solution to the sleeping mushrooms." Ron subconsciously scolded, "Marks McClown, shut up. Do you still think we want to listen to you now? I don't want it. We will all be clean if we listen to you." Just when Ron was pointing at Hermione to scold again, he suddenly found that Hermione was looking at Mark's eye in shock, and Harry also had a similar expression. Ron looked back at Marks McClown in confusion, and then gradually recalled what Marks McClown had just said. What? Found the antidote for sleepy mushroom? Ron finally reacted. Doesn't that mean they are all saved? Ron immediately put on a pleasing expression and said, then ... what about the antidote? What about the antidote? Mark's eye did you say? P.S. Ask for rewards and automatic subscription. Chapter 352, Weasley Family Heirloom. Ron was not a fool either. Thinking of his attitude towards Marks McClown just now, for fear that Marks McClown would not tell him the antidote, he immediately explained it flatly like a dog. Marks McClown, I was too anxious just now. After all, who can face this life and death situation indifferently, right? I hope you can understand my behavior just now. Tell me where the antidote is. Huh? Hermione glanced at Ron with contempt. Who was not in a life and death situation just now? You were the only one who behaved so horribly. And now you are begging Mark's eye like a dog? Shameless. Ron couldn't take care of so much. He looked at Marks McClown longingly, as if he was the person who was most sincere to Marks McClown. Harry also felt that Ron's change was too fast, which was really embarrassing. But now is not the time to struggle with this, so he has to say, Mr. Marks, you can speak up. We are all worried. Marks McClown glanced at Ron. For someone with a dog-like character like Ron, Marks McClown would certainly not let it go. It seems that he is indeed a descendant of the Weasley family. He is extremely skilled in flattering and flattering. It's breathtaking. Ron's face flushed rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, but as long as he thought that Marks McClown was now in control of his life and death, Ron had to swallow his breath into his stomach incomparably aggrieved, and the whole person was suffocated for a while. It must explode. Plus cool, Tiger. Marks McClown was amused in her heart when she saw it. This was the real change of face, color change. Ron, your complexion doesn't seem to be right. Marks McClown smiled slightly. Could it be that I think what I said is wrong? So it seems that maybe the solution I found is also wrong. McClowns, you are right. Of course you are right. Ron's teeth almost bit out blood, but Marks McClown was forced to cater to Marks McClown so much. Ron's words made Harry and Hermione look at him even more contemptuous, and even Harry's internal evaluation of Ron had dropped a lot. And even thought Ron might be a little bit ashamed of Gryffindor College name. Marks McClown stopped playing with Ron, and said faintly, the nemesis of sleeping mushrooms is the trees around us. Harry knocked on the tree next to him suspiciously, and said, no way, isn't this the most common tree? I can see it. Hermione nodded, too. She also checked the trees around her, and she couldn't be more ordinary. Marks McClown took out a small knife and said, then you try to cut it open and see. Cool, Tiger. Hermione stepped forward and wanted to take the knife. Who knew that Ron took the lead and grabbed the knife in Mark's eye's hand. With a look of fear of being preempted by others, She ran to the side and stabbed hard, and she stabbed a hole. Upon seeing this, Ron jumped up in surprise and said, "Really? There is something in it. It's another wooden thing." Harry and Hermione hurriedly stepped forward to look at the black wood that they had never seen before. Hermione suddenly realized, "No wonder we haven't found it before. It turned out to be hidden in a tree." Marks McClown nodded and said, "I was negligent before. I have already thought that sleeping mushrooms require extremely high nutrients. How can ordinary trees be able to withstand it? It turns out that there are living and dead wood inside, so I can support sleeping mushrooms." Harry smiled and said, "It's normal to think of it for a while. Who will remember these weird things? It's not too late for Mr. Marks to find out." Hermione grabbed the knife in Ron's hand and gently cut out a small piece of dead wood from inside. This kind of wood was also very easy to cut, and it was cut off easily. Hermione held the pieces of living and dead wood and asked, "Marks McClown, shall we eat it directly?" Marks McClown said with a dumb smile, "Of course not. Just light the living dead wood. After all, it's still a piece of wood." Hermione chuckled twice, quickly drew out her wand, and casually placed a burning curse on the dead wood. The living dead wood did not burn, but the corner lit by Hermione showed a little red light, which was caused by the burning. A cloud of blue-gray smoke floated from the living deadwood and filled Mark's eyes surroundings. Marks McClown took a deep breath, and a kind of spiritual comfort instantly spread all over his body. Marks McClown only felt that the muscles of her whole body were slowly relaxing, and her spirit was unprecedentedly agile, just like the feeling of waking up after an extremely comfortable sleep. "This feeling is so comfortable and energetic," Hermione said joyfully. "If I smell this after I'm tired from studying, that would be great." Harry also nodded and said with a relaxed expression, "This feeling is really amazing. I feel like I am completely reborn." Ron had said nothing, and wanted to pick up a knife to cut a large piece of living deadwood and move it back. Marks McClown said indifferently, "It's okay to smell this kind of thing occasionally. If it smells too much, it will be fatal, so I advise you to stop thinking." Hermione said with a frustrated face, "How come such a good thing has such side effects? It's really disappointing." Ron stiffened his hand. He had already cut off a piece of deadwood in his hand. It didn't mean to put it down at this time, nor did he hold it, which was very embarrassing. Marks McClown said, "Okay. We will keep the living deadwood in Hermione's hands." Now that the sleeping mushroom problem is solved, we have to solve the poison of blackthorns. Hermione and Harry collapsed as soon as they heard the name of blackthorn. "McClowns, there is a poison of blackthorn," Marks McClown said. "The poison of the blackthorns will be poisoned in 1 day at most, and we will die if we can't find the antidote, so don't let your guard down." Harry and Hermione nodded, and Hermione put out the deadwood fire and carefully put it away. Harry asked, "Mr. Marks, what do you need to get rid of the blackthorn's poison?" Chapter 353, Try Your Luck. Marks McClown meditated slightly and said, "It's very simple. It takes 3 things to untie the poison of blackthorns. One is luo cow root, the other is ziluo hua, and the third is suvine water, plus cool tiger." Hermione hurriedly said, "I've seen all these in books. They are very common materials." Marks McClown smiled bitterly, "It's very common, but I just don't know if there will be these things in this holy place. Horse people, Fick tent." Fick looked at the Holy Land mirror with a speechless expression, and said slowly, "Now I will never think that Marks McClown can't do anything anymore, so I can discover the secret of the dead wood." Finley looked at Fick in a puzzled way and asked, "Elder, what do you mean? Isn't the living and dead wood in the ordinary trees? It's easy to find them." Fick sighed and said, "You are not the person involved." "Of course, I think it's easy to find out. But think about it, what are the consequences of entering this forest for those who really want to break into the Holy Land?" Finley shook his head. He didn't have a chance to get there at the time, of course he didn't know the consequences. Firenze opened his mouth and said, "They won't have the chance to find the dead wood, because they won't be affected by the sleeping mushrooms soon after they go in, sleeping in the land of 530. and can't wake up again! Learn. Fick nodded heavily and said, as far as I know, all those who try the Holy Land trial, in that sleepy mushroom forest, there are no more than 5 people who can find the secret of the living dead wood. Others can pass through, all because of being reminded by the horse elders at that time. The corresponding potions were prepared. Bane said, Marks McClown is really careful. Fick shook his head and said, it's not only attentiveness, but also his courage. If he didn't dare to try the poison of blackthorns, he wouldn't have the chance to find a dead tree. Everyone thought, indeed, if Markseye didn't have courage, he wouldn't risk delaying time with blackthorns. If it weren't for Markseye's carefulness, he would not discover the secret of the dead wood. If it were not for Markseye's knowledge, he would also will not recognize the dead wood. Without one of these steps, Markseye has no chance to survive. Bane said, Elder, then they have solved the problem of sleeping mushrooms. Isn't there still blackthorn's poison to be solved? Is there an antidote for blackthorns in that forest? Fick was silent for a moment and said, to detoxify the blackthorns, you need Luo cow root, Ziluo flower and dawn vine water. That forest. Everyone looked at Fick's lips, looking forward to Fick's answer. Fick sighed and confirmed, that forest has corresponding magic materials. There was joy in Fiennes's heart, so Markseye's chances of surviving would not be much greater. Bane and Fainley sighed at the same time. They didn't know what they sighed. Maybe they sighed that Markseye could survive, or sighed that they didn't have such a legendary experience. Fick said again, but these 3 things are not easy to find, maybe they can find them. Because Markseye on the periphery of the Holy Land had a living and dead wood, they could not find their way out of this sleepy mushroom forest in such a hurry. But the question before them was also cruel, how to find the antidote to the blackthorns. Hermione suggested, or we can find these 3 things separately, so the chances of success will be much higher. Harry said with a frustrated expression, but I don't recognize these 3 things. Ron also shook his head, indicating that he didn't recognize it himself, thinking of Markseye forcing himself on the poison of the blackthorns, and then ridiculed himself. Ron was angry, but considering that Markseye also found the dead wood to deal with the sleeping mushroom, he did not say anything to ridicule Markseye. Hermione continued to suggest, then we will be divided into 2 teams, and Markseye and I will each have 1 team, so we can find it easily. Hermione was about to ask Harry whether they wanted Markseye to be with herself, but when she saw Ron's angry face, Hermione didn't want Ron to follow her, but it might be more inappropriate for Ron to follow Markseye. While Hermione was struggling, Marks McClown said, no, there are too many weird places in this forest. I can't even recognize a lot of things. If another accident happens, it will be bad. When Hermione heard Markseye's objection, she could only dispel the idea. After all, she also knew that her knowledge of potions was limited, and it would be even worse in case of any accident. The most important thing was that she didn't want to be alone with Ron, so she would be annoying directly. Hermione had no choice but to say, then we can find those 3 materials purposefully. I remember that Rogangras likes to live in dark and humid places. It should be easy to find dark and humid places in this forest. Marks McClown nodded and said, it's okay. I remember I saw a small lake over there just now on the top of the tree. We can try our luck over there. Harry said, it shouldn't be too late. Let's go straight to it. Marks McClown nodded, and led Harry and the others directly towards the lake. Along the way, I still saw a lot of weird magical plants. Markseye will carefully explain what these things are for, or what harm they have. The one in front is a purple top vine. Don't look at it, it seems pretty. It is a magical plant that does not rely on toxins and fragrance to prey. It has many barbs on its body, and its twisted body can quickly rotate and directly cut prey. As long as you get close to it, you can't escape. This is mad sage grass. It can make a rat-like squeaking sound, but it is highly poisonous, so you should never touch it with your hands. And this is the root of the water mosquito. It is a magical plant that grows by the water. It is not dangerous, but remember not to try to pull it out of the water because its roots are deeply rooted in the water. Chapter 354 Absolutely Deliberate. If you try to forcibly pull out the roots of the mosquitoes, you will only cut your hands. Plus Cool Tiger. Marks I explained the magical plants on the road. Unknowingly it was already close to the lake. Hermione admired. Marks McClown, how do you know so much knowledge? How amazing. Marks McClown shrugged and said, I usually read more books I know. Harry suddenly said, Mr. Marks, isn't that the lake you are talking about? Harry pointed to a small lake not far away. Marks McClown nodded and said, McClown's, that's it. Let's go and take a look. Before Marks McClown approached, Hermione suddenly ran forward and pointed to the lake in surprise, where a large clump of light blue grass grew lush. Marks McClown, is that Trojan grass? Marks McClown stared at it and nodded quickly. They were really lucky that they could find Trojan. Ron also exclaimed in surprise. No, we are so lucky this time. Ron rushed forward again, wanting to get this thing that could save his life first. Suddenly a shadow appeared in front of Ron, and Ron fell directly to the ground in fright, crawling back in fright. Ron looked at the black shadow in front of him in fear, so scared that he couldn't even understand the words, and said, what is this? Marks McClown also saw the black shadow in front of Ron, and was so vigilant that he was about to take out his magic wand. But when Marks McClown took a look at it, he couldn't help laughing and saying, that is a phantom made by Phantom Flower. It looks like this. Plus Cool Tiger. Hermione was still a little frightened by the inexplicable black shadow, and asked, what is a phantom flower? Marks McClown pointed to a seductive flower in the Trojan grass, swaying in the wind, and said, that flower is a phantom flower. It can create some phantoms visible to the naked eye, but there is nothing else. Other functions. Hermione nodded, greeted Ron to come back and said, Ron, that's just the phantom of the phantom flower. You won't be scared just like that. Ron felt that Hermione was laughing at him, and was even more furious. He stood up angrily and said, I just fell accidentally. I'm afraid of this thing. Don't be kidding me. Ron also heard what Marks McClown said just now. Since there is no other threat to this thing, there is nothing to be afraid of. Ron stepped forward boldly, passed directly through the black shadow that frightened him to the ground, walked to the seductive flower, and stepped on it without hesitation. Puff. The phantom flower was trampled directly on the phantom flower. Ron stepped on the phantom flower and turned around and said disdainfully, what shit phantom flower, I'm not afraid. Before Ron had finished speaking, a thick tree vine suddenly broke out of the soil and directly wrapped Ron's body, and Ron had no time to resist. Harry said in surprise, Ron. Marks McClown patted Harry on the shoulder and said, don't worry, Ron will be fine. But it is inevitable to suffer a little bit. Until then, Marks McClown added in a hurry, I haven't finished talking just now. The phantom flower itself poses no threat. But as long as there is a place where the phantom flower lives, there must be giant trees exist, because the giant tree feeds on phantom flowers. Harry looked worriedly at Ron, who was swept up in the air, and said, will Ron really be fine? What is a giant tree? Marks McClown smiled and said, giant tang tree is a tree with huge vines. It is a species similar to the beating willow, but it doesn't have a territorial consciousness as powerful as the beating willow, and it is not a threat to people. Ron may have stepped on the phantom flower, so the giant tree was angry and wanted to teach Ron. There will be nothing. Probably. Harry looked at Ron like a balloon, being constantly tossed by the giant tree of the giant tree, looking very embarrassed, and there were constant screams. Hermione looked at Ron so embarrassed and couldn't help laughing. The giant tree did not mean to hurt people. He threw Ron around for a long time, feeling that Ron had already suffered, and then threw Ron aside like a bad ball. Ron suffered more and more. Ron almost vomited his bile and almost lost his breath. Harry had no choice but to run to help Ron up. Ron was embarrassed at this time, retching from time to time, as if his stomach was turned over by a giant tree. Hermione didn't have time to pay attention to the dead Ron, and directly picked a lot of Logang grass back. Marks-Eye gathered up most of the Logang grass, and divided the remaining Logang grass into 4 parts and said, "Each of you eat a little Logang grass, although it can't directly detoxify the blackthorns, but it also eases." Roll. Ron almost recovered. As soon as he heard Marks McClown's words, he picked up Rogan grass and stuffed it into his mouth without saying a word. The smell of Rogan grass was not pleasant, and Ron immediately felt an unpleasant stench from his mouth, but in order to alleviate the poison of the blackthorns, Ron still endured the unpalatable taste and swallowed the Rogan grass. Harry saw Ron's pained expression and asked, "Is this Logan grass unpalatable?" Ron was still chewing on Rogan grass. While enduring the stench, he said vaguely, "It's terrible." Marks McClown suddenly said, "Are you hungry? Why do you eat so fast?" Ron was stunned immediately. Didn't Marks-Eye let them eat Rogan grass? Who knows that Marks-Eye walked to the lake with Rogan grass to wash it carefully, and then carefully squeezed out the juice of Rogan grass and dripped it into his mouth. Hermione laughed and said, "Ron, can you ask if you can do something next time? Logang grass skin is very bitter, and you only need to use its juice for detoxification." "Why are you eating that thing? Isn't it dirty?" Chapter 355 The Vampire Arrives. Ron still had Rogan grass in his mouth, staring at Marks-Eye and Hermione with a dull look. Harry patted Ron on the shoulder sympathetically, and said with symbolic comfort, "It's okay, eating it will have the same effect." But Harry himself ran to the lake to learn Marks-Eye's way, dripping the juice into his mouth. This Marks-Eye. He definitely did it on purpose. The bitterness in Ron's heart, the smelly Rogan weed in his mouth was not vomited, and it was not that it was swallowed. It was very uncomfortable. The horse tribe. The busy horse people are busy preparing dinner in the tribe. The center of the horse tribe has already lit a bonfire. All the horse people are beaming and ready to welcome a good dinner. Suddenly, 4 figures 500 suddenly appeared in front of the entrance of the horse tribe. They have obvious sharp ears, and sharp teeth that are exposed from time to time, all of which show their identity: vampires. The horse race quickly discovered these 4 uninvited guests, and immediately clenched their weapons to surround them. These vampires had a smell they didn't like very much. Denzel also got the news, and he immediately walked out, holding a spear and pointing directly at the 4 vampires. Plus cool, tiger. This is the territory of the horse race, and those who don't care will leave immediately. All the horsemen also let out a low threatening roar, staring at the 4 vampires with enthusiasm. The horse race is a very pretentious race. They don't agree with human beings, and they disdain vampires, creatures that can only live in the dark. Upon seeing this, Abd among the vampires narrowed his eyes and walked forward coldly and said, "Do you know who we are? You, a humble horseman, dare to talk to us like this?" Ensign was taken aback, and immediately angered. "I care who you are. This is the territory of our horse race. If you dare to go wild, the anger of our horse race will burn you out." Abode is a person of lofty status in the vampire family. Whenever he has been so angry, he is ready to step forward and teach this unsure horseman a lesson. Suddenly a slender hand stopped in front of Abode. It was the female vampire Lilith. Abode originally had an angry look, but as soon as he saw Lilith stopping him, he didn't dare to mess around, so he took a step back and looked at Lilith respectfully. Denzel saw Lilith stop Abode, realized that Lilith was a higher status, and immediately turned his attention to Lilith. Cool tiger. Lilith looked at Denzel and smiled lightly, revealing the vampire-specific tines, and said, "Friends of the horse race, you don't need to look like an enemy. We are not here to fight you." Denzel sneered and said, "Our horse tribe and your vampires have never had any contact with each other. Who knows what you are making?" When Abode heard Ensley's slander of their horse tribe, he immediately stood up and glared at Ensley's dissatisfaction. "You humble horse, there is something you say again." Before Enzel could answer, Lilith glared at Abode and said, it's up to you or me. Ab glanced at Lilith in fear, and said in annoyance, of course, I listened to Lord Lilith. Denzel is not a good-tempered person either, so he directly issued an ultimatum and said, you vampires will listen to me. No matter what your purpose is here, we don't welcome you here. Go away. Lilith said without any ink, we are here to challenge your horse tribe's Holy Land trial. As soon as Lilith's voice fell, the horse race was in an uproar. Usually, not many people want to participate in the Holy Land trial in a year. Why is Mark-Sai and the others going to challenge the Holy Land trial today, and then the vampires are going to challenge the Holy Land trial? Have you been to the fair recently? Ensley's face also sank when he heard the words, Mark-Sai and the others challenged the Holy Land trial and defeated Fainley, which was already a shame for the horse race. As a result, there are now some people who don't know what cats and dogs are, and want to challenge the Holy Land trial. Do they really regard the Holy Land trial of their horse race as something that anyone wants to come? Denzel said with a sullen face, it's very simple to challenge us in the Holy Land trial, but you have to get the approval of our people. Lilith asked immediately, how can I get your approval? Denzel suddenly opened his arms and said, of course it is a warrior who challenged our race. And it was a warrior who defeated our race on his own when he could only use his body to fight against me. Only in this way can we be recognized by our race. Jones behind Lilith frowned and said, it's not a simple matter to defeat the horse warriors with physical combat. Johns was the vampire who was injured by Mark-Sai's spirit shock just now, and he was the spiritual master of the vampire family, and he really didn't have much confidence in melee combat. York also nodded and said, although the vampires of our vampires are not weak, they can still have the upper hand against humans. But the horse races are not humans. Their physical strength is among the best in the entire world. If you don't use magic, anyone can win. Abode whispered impatiently, these horsemen made it clear that they embarrassed us with 3.0. We still care what they are doing. Just kill all these lowly horsemen. York nodded in agreement and said, McClowns, we are all the best of the vampire family. It is impossible for these trash horsemen to rival us. Lilith stood in front of them, and of course he could hear the conversation between them. However, because their voices were relatively low and they were far away from the horsemen did not hear what they were saying, otherwise they would have exploded long ago. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 356. I didn't force you. Lilith was also considering Abode's proposal in her heart. With the strength of their 4 elite vampires, especially the terrifying strength of Lilith herself, he wanted to attack the horse tribe. The Bloodbath horsemen could still do it. But their main purpose now is to go to the Holy Land of the horse race. If they had consumed too much power before, it would not be good for them. Lilith shook her head and said, our goal is the Holy Land of the horse people. Killing these horse people will not do us any good. On the contrary, it will consume our physical strength and magic power. Don't think about it anymore. Abode and the others obviously respected Lilith very much, and since Lilith did not agree to this plan, they stopped thinking about it. Denzel saw them whispering, thinking that they were afraid of the horse race, so they didn't dare to agree easily, and shouted, what are you vampires daunting? If you want to agree, we will start fighting. If you don't agree, just get out of me. It's that simple. I don't think about everything. Lilith listened to Ensley's rude and direct words, and she frowned and said, I agree. 11. Ensley laughed and said, okay, then you choose. These are the warriors of our horse race. As long as you succeed in the challenge, you can participate in the Holy Land trial. Remember it for me, the duel of the human race does not matter whether it is life or death. Cool. Denzel pointed at the eager horse warriors behind him, and looked at Lilith. Lilith turned her head, looked at the 3 vampires, and said indifferently, Jones, you are the spiritual master of our clan, and your body is not as powerful as an ordinary clan. You should choose a weaker horseman to challenge. Be strong. You all remembered to me, our goal is to enter the Horse Holy Land, not to fight for power. Jones nodded and said, I understand what Master Lilith said. I will do what I can. Lilith looked at York and Abode and said, you two have the top strength in our clan. The horse people underestimate our clan's strength, so you can show them the horror of our vampire clan. York and Abbott nodded with a grin. Lilith turned her head and looked at Enzel lightly and said, we are ready. Enzel squeezed his fist fiercely and said, come on, who are you going to challenge? Jones came out first, pointing to a slightly thin horseman beside Enzel and said, just you. When Enzel saw that Jones had chosen a weaker horseman, he was even more disdainful, thinking that the vampires were nothing more than that. The face of the horseman who was selected by Jones was not good looking. Of course he knew why Jones chose him, but because he looked thinner and seemed easier to defeat. Jones slowly stretched his body, making a crisp sound of bones. The selected horseman took a big knife and walked out with a gloomy face. Jones saw the big knife in the horseman's hand, and his brows couldn't help but jump. This big knife is half a horseman's height, and it looks terrifying. In fact, the sword in this horseman's hand is less than half the weight of the one Mark-Si held just now. If John C. knew that a human being had a weapon that was thicker and longer than the sword in front of him and defeated the horseman, a warrior, I am afraid he will be even more shocked. The horseman looked at Jones coldly and said, do you want a weapon? Jones was taken aback, wondering why the horseman asked, and said, no, your weapons are not suitable for us. With that said, Jones took out a sharp dagger and held it in his hand. York and Abode also walked out, constantly scanning the horse warriors. All the horse warriors straightened their chests and looked at the two vampires with disdain. Abode took a casual look, pointed to a horseman who looked very strong and said, it's you. The pointed horseman grinned and said with a grin, you will regret your choice. Abode smiled coldly and said, I will let you know what life is better than death. Seeing that Abode had chosen a strong horseman, York also said, who is the strongest horseman warrior of your clan? I will challenge that man. All the horsemen's expressions changed. York's words were obviously despising their horseman. Enzel said coldly, it is enough to deal with your ordinary warriors. There is no need to let our strongest warriors fight with you. York laughed and said, your so-called first warrior is so timid. Someone dare not challenge it. Enzel's face sank. If it were normal, he would definitely go directly to Finley, and let Finley take the initiative to teach this vampire who knows no height. However, Enzel also knew that Finley had only lost to Marks McClown not long ago, and his body is still injured. If he forces another 500 shots, if he loses again, the horseman's face will be ashamed. Enzel said coldly, the first warrior of our clan is ill and cannot play for the time being. You have to challenge directly to the warriors present. York sneered a few times, but he did not struggle with this problem. After all, he said that challenging the strongest warrior of the horsemen is just arrogant. If he is really against him, he is not sure to win. Now first get into the Holy Land. The number of places matters. York randomly selected a strong horseman and waited aside with his hands in his arms. Enzel said to Lilith, what about you? Who do you want to challenge? Don't think that you are a woman to avoid the challenge. We still have female tribal warriors for you to choose. Lilith gently shook her head and said, I have no plans to challenge your female tribe. I want to challenge you. Enzel showed a surprised look, then immediately laughed and said, this is your choice, I didn't force you. Chapter 357 Can't believe it. Lilith nodded slightly and said, I will fight you again when they finish fighting, okay? Enzel said, of course, you can end the battle quickly, we still have food! The last sentence of Enzel was to the selected horsemen. The three horsemen selected all took out their own weapons. Of course, it was the thinner horseman who was holding a big knife to deal with Jones. Abode was fighting a strong horseman with an axe, while York was fighting a horseman with a mace. Jones took the lead in attacking. What he was good at was mental strength, and his strength was far inferior to that of other tribesmen, so he didn't dare to relax at all. The dagger in Jones's hand gave out a dazzling cold light, and it pierced the horseman's face with the big knife. Of course, the horseman didn't bother to dodge this kind of move, and directly slashed with the big knife backhand in the direction where Jones was stabbed. Jones sneered in his heart. He knew that these horsemen were people with well-developed limbs and simple minds. How could his dagger fight the horseman's broadsword? It was undoubtedly a pebble attack. Jones suddenly dodged flexibly, avoiding the horseman's broad knife, and the dagger turned in a big circle and pointed directly at the horseman's neck, at an extremely tricky angle. What Jones was hitting the horseman was caught off guard. He knew that his true strength was not as good as the warriors of the horseman race, so he could only win this way. Plus cool, Tiger. Although the horseman who fought against Jones looked thin and weak, he was also a warrior of the horseman tribe after all. He did not take it lightly. When the dagger of Jones turned, he immediately adjusted his state, and finally he was dangerous and dangerous. Dodged the attack of Jones' routine. York and Abode also shot at the same time. They are confident that they are not inferior to the horses. They don't use routines like Jones, but directly rub their bodies and fight with the horses. But their weapon is also a small dagger, far more flexible than the horse-human weapon. Denzel squinted his eyes, watching the chaos of the 6 people in front of him, and frowned deeply. The strength of these horse warriors is clear to him, and they are all outstanding among horse people. And the warriors sent by the vampire clan in front of them are equally inferior, especially the 2 vampires called York and Abode. Their physical strength is obviously stronger than the horse warriors in the battle, plus their skills. At first glance, they knew that they were also warriors who had experienced many battles, so it was only a matter of time before the 2 warriors lost. The only thing that has changed a little is Jones. Jones is relatively weak. Although the physical fitness of the horseman in the battle is considered to be relatively poor among the warriors, it is far stronger than Jones. The winning side of this battle is highest. Lilith also knew in her heart that Jones' physical strength was relatively poor, so she paid more attention to him. Jones must enter the Holy Land with them, because John's strong mental power is their barrier. Without Joe, NC and the others will always be in danger. Jones fought fiercely with the horseman. The cold light of the dagger and the sword kept flashing, and the initial routine of Jones was not successful, which caused him to be obviously at a disadvantage in the fierce battle with the horseman. But Jones knew his mission, so he still held on, seeking a chance to defeat the horseman. Suddenly a horseman was hit hard and flew. A huge and sharp axe flew high into the sky, and then reinserted in front of Enzel. The embarrassed horseman fell to the side and gasped. Abode has already defeated his opponent. Enzel looked at Abode coldly, and Abode glared back at Enzel arrogantly. It was even a gesture of contempt, as if you would come and fuck me when you see me upset. Enzel hadn't reacted yet. Another horseman fell to one side, and the huge mace flew directly into the air, hitting the tribe without knowing where it was. York also defeated his opponent in almost time. Abode laughed and said, "Yorkoff, I'll just say you can't. It took so long to solve the opponent." York disdainfully said, "HMPH, come on. It's all because your opponent is too weak. If you replace me, it would have been solved." The 2 vampires brazenly argued over whose opponents were weaker, and didn't seem to notice the gradually darkening faces of the horse people. Enzel had no choice but to turn his gaze to Jones. Since the other 2 horsemen had already been defeated, the horsemen would really lose their face if they still lose. Fortunately, the horseman holding a broadsword firmly suppressed Jones, who could only use his agility to walk around the horseman and dodge the horseman's attack. Enzel let out a sigh of relief. It seems that Jones is going to lose here, so that the face of the horse race is not so ugly. Just when Enzel was relieved, Jones suddenly jumped and stepped directly on the back of the horseman warrior. You must know that the horseman's back is not something that can be stepped on. It is a kind of for the horseman. Great insult. The people of the horse race were immediately filled with indignation. shouting and beheading the rude vampire. The horse warrior with a big knife also looked extremely angrily, and turned around with a knife. The target was Jones's waist. If the knife was really hit, Jones might be divided into two. Jones suddenly leaned over, rubbing his broad knife over his body, and almost hit him. Just when all the horsemen sighed that the vampire was so lucky, Jones slammed his hand on the horseman's head and twisted it hard. Click. With a crisp bone sound, the horseman with a broadsword stared in disbelief, staring at Jones, as if he couldn't believe this was the truth. Chapter 358, The Terrifying Lilith. All the horsemen froze in place, and they had the upper hand for a moment. Why were they suddenly killed by the Jedi? The horseman's huge body fell heavily to the ground, without any breath. Jones also fell to the ground in embarrassment, but it doesn't matter if he is not embarrassed, now he has won. Lilith smiled and nodded to Jones, expressing that she was very satisfied with the result. She slowly stepped forward and said, "The duel of the horse tribe is a matter of life or death, so I think you wouldn't mind this accident, right?" Lilith clearly knows the rules of the horse race, so she has no fear on her face. The horse race immediately blew up the pot, and wanted to rush up and strangle all these unrelenting vampires. York Fu and others also clenched their daggers, ready to counterattack. Denzel waved his hand, but stopped the horse race's irrational behavior. He did say that he was alive or dead just now, but he didn't expect that he would end up with the bitter fruit. Denzel glared at Lilith and said solemnly, "The three of them have passed the duel and are eligible to enter the Holy Land, but you haven't." Lilith smiled faintly and said, "That's easy, isn't my opponent the same as you? If you defeat 590, everything will be resolved, right?" Cool Tiger. Denzel took a deep breath. He knew that these vampires in front of him were not simple, and of course he would not underestimate the enemy, so he slowly said, "McClowns, but this sentence will wait for you to defeat me." Denzel squeezed the giant axe in his hand and walked out slowly. The horseman in his hands uttered a deafening shout, asking Denzel to avenge the people. Lilith smiled and looked at Denzel and said, "We are in a hurry, so hurry up." Denzel's expression became ferocious. He raised his axe high, and said angrily, "You are directly killed by me and everything is over." Lilith looked at the furious Denzel lightly, and gently raised her hand, as if to directly block Denzel's great axe. The huge axe smashed at Lilith with a violent wind-breaking sound. Lilith suddenly took a step forward, pressing the small palm on Denzel's chest, which seemed to have a visual impact of the coexistence of beauty and beast. Boom! Denzel's huge body was directly shocked and hit a small tent not far away. All the horsemen looked at this in shock. Their faces were infinitely incredible. Although Denzel is not among the top of the horse warriors, he is also a first-class player. Even the first warrior Fiendly dare not say that he can defeat Denzel in one move. But right now, there really was someone who killed Denzel directly in seconds, and he was still a petite-looking female vampire. This scene left a deep impression on all the people of the horse race, and may make them unforgettable for their entire lives. Fernley, Bane, and Firenze walked out of Fick's tent, and they knew immediately that the vampire came to challenge. However, they were more concerned about Mark's eye and their progress at the time, so they did not come forward until they were told that all four vampires had defeated the horse warriors, and they also killed one. Fick stood behind Firenze and the others with a gloomy face, looked at the four unkind vampires, and walked forward and slowly said, "I am the elder of the horse race. Since you have defeated the warriors of our race, I can take you to the Holy Land trial." Lilith smiled and said, "Then there will be Elder Lau." Compared with Lilith's politeness, Abd shouted impatiently, "What about the ink? Hurry up and lead the way." Fick glanced at Abode coldly and said, "But before leading the way, I want to ask you a question." BBDD. Lilith frowned slightly and said, "I don't know what the Elder has. As long as I know it, I will definitely answer it." Fick asked, "Is there any attraction in the sacred trial of my clan from the outside world?" Lilith was taken aback, but she didn't expect that Fick actually asked this question, and she said, It's not that there is a rumor from the outside world. We vampires have to challenge it, but it's because there is something in it that our clan wants to get. Fick frowned deeply. Since it is not an outside rumor, why do people come to the Holy Land to try one after another? Lilith also heard that Fick's words were not interesting, and asked, could it be possible that someone has been here before? Fick didn't have anything to hide, so he said, McClowns, there is a human child who defeated the strongest warrior of our clan, and then took his 3 companions into the Holy Land. Humanity. Lilith, who had always been calm, was also a little unstable at this moment. There were people who entered the Holy Land earlier than them, and their plans would have changed a lot because of this variable, and they must hurry up. Jones said, Master Lilith, don't worry, it's just a human child. Having said that, when Johns heard the human child Fick was talking about, he couldn't help but remember the mental power attack he had suffered in the Forbidden Forest. Abode laughed loudly and said, human children can actually defeat your first warrior. How good is your first warrior? York also laughed and said, Master Lilith, don't worry about what will go wrong. What kind of storms a few children can make? They will die with just a pinch. Lilith also nodded. Although she didn't know why that human child could defeat the horse race's first warrior, she instinctively believed that even if the human strong came, they would not necessarily be jealous, let alone a child. It was just a small one. That's it. Fick saw the disdain on their faces and wanted to remind Marks McClown how powerful he was. However, seeing the corpse of the horseman who died tragically on one side, he immediately stopped what he wanted to say and said lightly, come on, let me go to the Holy Land. Chapter 359. The world has changed. Abode arrogantly looked at the ugly-faced horseman and said, go away. We are going to participate in your Holy Land trial. The horses looked at the vampire family. They could only step aside with a calm face. Lilith returned to her smile, and said to Fick, then thank you Elder. Abode, York, and Johns passed through the horse people's area in turn, seeing the unspeakable uncomfortableness on the horse people's faces, and felt very happy. Fick said lightly, the 4 humans have been in for a while, so according to my clan's rules, you can't follow the same path as them. Abode said impatiently, how can this be done? What if they get the things we need first? We will definitely follow them. Fick shook his head firmly and said, this is the rule of my clan. It is to prevent latecomers from taking the path opened by the first. Abode wanted to continue to refute, but Lilith waved her hand and said, listen to the elders, we will leave as the elder arranges. Only then did Abode stop talking, and suddenly saw Lilith winking at Johns, and immediately knew what Lilith meant, let alone speaking. You must know that Johns is a well-known spiritual master in the vampire family, let alone finding people. Even if something is moving in any place, Johns can sense it, and there is no need to entangle with Fick. Plus cool, Tiger. Fick led Lilith and her group, which was completely different from the way they walked on Leoya and I just now. They led them to an extremely strange jungle. Lilith and her group saw the jungle full of various deadly magic plants at a glance. Fick said, this is the periphery of our Holy Land. If you want to enter the Holy Land for the Holy Land trial, you must go in by yourself. Lilith smiled and said, thanks to the elder. With that said, Lilith winked at the others and walked directly into this magical forest. Fick watched Lily walk into the enchanted forest with the vampires and sighed. For so many years, no one can enter the Holy Land to participate in the trial. What is going on today? There have been batch after batch, and they are all very powerful. What is going on in this world? Firenze, Bane and Fainley walked behind Fick with the Holy Land mirror, and Firenze whispered, Elder, let's go back. They are beyond our control when they enter the Holy Land. Fick nodded and asked, how are they doing Mark's eye? Firenze said, just starting the journey. It is estimated that they will have a headache with the blackthorn poison. Fick shook his head and said, don't worry, they will have what they need when they go further. Bane was stunned and surprised. No way, it's that simple. Fick smiled and said, this is not a simple question. Didn't I say that when everything grows, there will be mutual restraint. Since blackthorns grow in this forest, there will naturally be species that restrain the growth of blackthorns. Nearby, Firenze and the others nodded, and Finley suddenly asked, "The elders? The vampires. What do you think?" Fick frowned slightly. Although he did not see the battle between the vampire family and the horse warrior with his own eyes, from the scene, it seems that the horse warrior did not experience any fierce struggle before defeat. It can be seen that the strength of these vampires is in the end. "How strong is it?" Fick said in a deep voice. "I think, except for the physical strength of the 4 vampires called Johns, the others have physical strength that is not inferior to Finley." As soon as Fick's words came out, Firenze and the others were stunned. "You must know that Finley is the first warrior of the horse race, the strongest of all the horse race people. How could a vampire come to a few people casually, and all of them are not inferior to Finley? What's more, the vampires are not known for their physical strength. If all vampires are so powerful, then one can imagine that if those vampires really fight against the horse people, I am afraid the horse people have no chance to resist. Find flowers. Finley lowered his head in shame. The horse race was proud of nature, but now he has been surpassed by other races again and again in terms of his own strength, which is really too sorry for the ancestors of the horse race. Fick sighed and said, "Our horses have lived in seclusion for too long to keep up with the world." Firenze looked at Fick's aging appearance, and couldn't help sighing. "We should go back. Let's see what the vampires want to do at the Elder's house. Although we are not as strong as humans, we still have to take care of our holy land." Fick nodded, agreed with Firenze's opinion, and led them slowly towards the horse tribe. Marks McClown, come and see what this is." Hermione jumped up excitedly and pointed to the thing in front of her. Marks McClown stepped forward to take a look, and couldn't help but smile and said, "Our luck is really good. This is shooting water. This is exactly what we need to detoxify the blackthorns." Harry immediately leaned forward and saw that there was a small pool of water in front of him, with golden trees and vines entrenched in it. Harry asked curiously, "This is Safuji?" Marks McClown nodded and said, "McClown's shooting is a tree vine that can emit light. Because it can emit light similar to the sun's dawn and night, it is called shooting. Shooting water has many functions. Poison is one of them." Harry glanced at the sky. It was past twilight, and the sky could darken at any time, and the dense forest they were now in was too dense, and it felt a bit dark. Harry said, "Let's get some tree and vine lighting. It's getting dark." Hermione nodded in agreement and turned to look at Marks-eye. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 360. Someone is following. Marks McClown said, "McClown's time is almost up. We will also find a place to spend the night." "Cool, Tiger." Hermione immediately took out a knife and carefully cut down a few shoevine vines, and filled several small bottles with shoevine water for several people to drink. Of course, Marks-eye kept some of them, and reserved them for the antidote later. A few people in Marks-eye each had a dawn vine in their hands, which was barely able to illuminate the nearby area, and slowly fumbled for a place to spend the night. "But this forest doesn't seem to have a place where you can lie down and sleep comfortably." Marks McClown smiled and said, "It is estimated that we can only camp tonight, and we probably won't find it anymore." Ron immediately exclaimed excitedly, "Is it finally time to rest and sleep now? I'm exhausted." 550. Hermione disdainfully said, "Why are you tired? Say tired if you don't do anything along the way." Of course Ron would not give in to Hermione, and directly retorted, "You said I didn't do anything. I'm the man who killed the ghost purple poisonous plant." Ron obviously took this incident as an honor of his life. Just when Hermione wanted to refute, Marks McClown suddenly raised his hand to stop their argument, looking wary. Plus cool, Tiger. Seeing Marks-eye's mysterious appearance, Harry just wanted to ask Marks-eye, but Marks-eye closed his eyes directly, as if he had sensed something. Outside the Holy Land, outside the magic forest, Lilith led the vampires into the magic forest slowly. Lilith kept alert at all times. After she got away from the place where Fix sent them away, Lilith stopped. Jones knew what Lilith was going to do and immediately walked out and asked, "Master Lilith, are you going to start now?" Lilith nodded and said, "Be careful, you have suffered a lot before. As long as you feel that you will come back soon, you must have too much stay." Jones nodded and said, "I know this." As he said, Jones closed his eyes. Lilith and others looked at Jones silently, always paying attention to the surrounding situation to prevent something from attacking Jones. The surging mental power of Jones spread from his body and spread out around him. This is a very special way of spiritual exploration, extremely magical and subtle. With this special method of spiritual use, even if this is the holy land of the horse tribe, John's spiritual exploration can still be forcibly explored. The spiritual power of Jones continued to spread, and spread again, and unknowingly it had covered more than half of the magic forest, and Johnsy felt the spiritual breath that attacked him before. On the other hand, the reason why Marks McClown closed his eyes was because he also sensed that the extremely powerful mental power of John's was covering them, and this spiritual power made him very familiar with it. It was Marks McClown who used the mental impact just now. The spirit of the attack. Marks McClown suddenly opened his eyes. Vampire. The vampires came in too. At the moment when Marks I felt the spirit of Jones, Jones also found Marks I and the others. Marks McClown's heart moved, and the spiritual power belonging to Marks McClown rose to the sky. And he was about to give this person a mental shock again. But Jones was much smarter this time. As soon as he sensed Marks McClown, he immediately retracted his spirit. Marks McClown's mental impact only hit the air, and did not make a difference. Run faster than a Hong Kong reporter. Marks McClown frowned slightly. These vampires actually followed them into the magic forest, which is not good news for Marks McClown. Moreover, the vampires are also detecting their own position, which is undoubtedly taking care of themselves, and they will definitely become a major resistance to their own holy ground trials. Hermione looked at Marks McClown worriedly. Although she couldn't feel any mental flow or something, she had all looked at Marks McClown's expression just now, and naturally knew that they might be in danger. Hermione asked, "Marks I, what's wrong?" Marks McClown glanced at Hermione, hesitated for a moment, and said the truth. "Someone is following us." Hermione was taken aback and looked at Marks I in surprise. Harry and Ron were also shocked by Marks I and looked at Marks I in shock. Ron immediately cried out, "Ilse, don't try any shit holy places. Right now it must be Hogwarts who is going to send someone to arrest us and go back. Maybe we will face the penalty of dropping out once we go back." Ron thought the school had found out about them and sent someone to catch them back. Harry also looked regretful and said, "Do you think they will send a Dementor? That kind of horror will not come again." Harry was still looking for the psychological shadow of the Dementor. After all, he had not confronted the Dementor head like in the original history. Hermione glanced at them speechlessly and said, "How could it be that Hogwarts sent us to arrest us? I bet no one knows whether we left school or not." Marks McClown also rolled his eyes speechlessly. "Do you think anyone has enough level to send out Dementors to catch?" Harry and Ron glanced at each other and felt that what Hermione was saying was that Marks McClown decided to come right away when they came out this time. Even if they weren't mentally prepared, who else would know? Hermione looked at Marks I and said, "Who is following us?" Marks McClown looked at Hermione's big eyes, and said seriously, "I belong to the vampire family." Hermione's eyes widened, and she said in surprise, "Vampire?" Harry and Ron screamed at the same time, as if a vampire was immediately in front of them, and Hermione was also taken aback by them and gave them an angry look. Hermione turned to Marks McClown and said, "Didn't Sirius Black once said that the strength of the vampire family is so amazing? It's so strong that even the four of them can't handle it." Chapter 361, the reason for the trial. Marks McClown nodded with certainty and said, I don't know what the strength of the vampire they are facing, but I can be sure that the strength of the vampire we are facing now is only strong or not. Hermione took a deep breath. She knew how terrifying what Marks McClown said was strong. Outside the Holy Land, outside the magic forest. Jones slowly opened his eyes, and said with a lingering fear, I have detected his location. Fortunately, I escaped quickly, otherwise I will suffer another mental injury. Lilith looked at Jones and asked, how is the situation now? Where are they now? Jones said, the situation is a bit bad for us. They have now walked almost half the distance, and we have just entered the magic forest. Abode shouted in disbelief, Jones, are you wrong? How could they lead us so much? There are all kinds of deadly magic plants growing here. They can't have it so fast. Speed. 11. York also nodded and said, I've inquired. They entered only a few hours earlier than us. How could they lead us so much? Jones pondered for a moment and said, maybe this trial is not as difficult as we thought. Otherwise I can't explain why they go deep so fast. Cool Tiger, Abode and York also agreed with Jones, and there is only one reason to explain. Lilith shook her head and said, no, don't underestimate this holy place trial. Jones and others immediately turned their eyes to Lilith, wondering why Lilith said so. Lilith asked back, do you know why people who can pass the Holy Land trial of the horse race are called by them as the destiny foretold by the stars? Jones said in a puzzled way, this is just a legend of the horse people. We vampires don't need to listen to their nonsense. Lilith shook her head and said, the horse people's achievements in this area are really not comparable to our vampires. They have their own set of ideas for their prediction of fate and fortune. Although we don't understand, what cannot be denied is that their theory is indeed more effective. The three of Jones showed stunned faces and looked at Lilith. Lilith explained, the growth of plants is caused by many factors, such as how much watering and fertilizing, right? Abode didn't understand Lilith's meaning and said, these are common sense, we must know. Lilith continued, these are the dominant factors, but they are also human factors. Plant growth also requires some natural factors, similar to the duration of the sun's rays, whether it will rain or wind, the rotation of stars, the fluctuation of tidal forces, the Earth gravity and so on. Jones nodded, he seemed to understand Lilith a bit. Lilith said, but the proportion of natural factors I just mentioned is very small, and it can even be said to be too small to make people notice. Jones suddenly said, compared to ordinary plants, magic plants are more affected by natural factors, right? Lilith nodded to Jones and said, McClown's artificial plants can only transplant and expand magic plants at most. The real growth of magic plants depends on nature, so magic plants will be more affected by natural factors. After all, Abd and York are the elites of the vampire family. Lilith's words are always more abstract, but they can also understand Lilith's meaning and nodded in unison. Lilith suddenly opened her arms and pointed to the surrounding area and said, look here. There are all kinds of magic plants. Some should grow in the tropics, some should grow in the frigid zone, but they grow together. Don't you think it's strange? When Lilith said so, Jones and the others looked around. Indeed, this place is very strange. This is because the special place of the Holy Land trial has increased this impact countless times, and it also appears to be very chaotic. But this chaos did not destroy the entire forest. On the contrary, it made this magical forest full of all kinds of life. Miracle. Countless magic plants grow and restrain each other, and all plants can grow according to unnatural natural laws. Lilith took a deep breath. So the sages of the horse race believe that to understand this forest is to understand the influence of the stars and the principle of mutual growth and mutual restraint. Because this is a great forest where miracles are born. Jones looked at Lilith and added the last sentence, that's why the horse race thinks that anyone who can break through this forest and complete the trial of the Holy Land is the man of destiny heralded by the stars. Lilith nodded and said, That's right, 563. Abode understood Lilith's meaning and couldn't help saying, those sages of the horse race are really mind-blowing, they can all make sense. York also said, McClowns, this seems to have nothing to do at first, but they seem to make some sense when they say so. Lilith glared at them and said, whether there is reason or not, whether you understand it or not, I don't care. Anyway, remember that if the human child walks in front of us, our mission will fail. We must get to the Holy Land before them. The three of them stood up straight and said solemnly, I know. Lilith nodded in satisfaction, and led the three of them slowly into the magic forest. They are a family of vampires, and the darkening of the sky has no effect on them. On the contrary, it can make them more sensitive and alert to changes in the surrounding environment. Chapter 362, Love in the Forest. The vampire family has done enough information to enter the Holy Land of the Horse People over the years. All kinds of potions are stuffed into the backpacks they carry with them. Yokov himself is a famous potion master of the vampire family. For potions everywhere, he can easily break the use of materials, toxicity, collection or elimination method. Jones and the others have also received training in the knowledge of relevant potions. They don't need to remind you of common potions, and they can directly identify them by themselves. But of course, York was not able to help with discriminating eyes like Mark's eye, able to recognize all the materials. And York would also encounter magical plants that he had never heard of. At this time, they didn't plan to take risks, so they would just skip it and speed up to the center of the Holy Land. Be careful with that grimace painting. It will exude an aura of fear and confuse people's mind. Don't touch the pink gourd over there. There will be pink rose seeds hidden in it, which is highly toxic. That's Nordland vine. Once you touch it, it will directly entangle the target person. It is difficult to break free. Don't touch it if you don't want to die. From time to time, York's voice continued to be heard, reminding others of some extremely remote magic plants, so as not to accidentally poison them. On the other side, Mark's eye and the others could only light up a fire on a flat ground without any dangerous magic plants, illuminating the surroundings. They are human beings. It is a stupid act to die in such a dangerous place at night. Ron clutched his stomach and moaned constantly. Although they have found Luaging grass and Dawnvine water, which are enough to prevent them from being poisoned for the time being, there is still a lack of purple Luohua, which does not fundamentally remove the poison of blackthorns, and still makes blackthorns twist them from time to time nerves. Hermione frowned, and it was obvious that she also felt the pain in her body. Marx McClown, we need to find something to eat, otherwise we won't have the strength to go on. Marx McClown also nodded. They came out in a hurry this time and didn't prepare anything. Of course, they didn't know that they had to spend the night outside. Now all they want to eat can only do things by themselves. Mark's eye asked Ron and Harry to guard the fire, and she and Hermione alone held a Dawnvine, illuminating the surroundings looking for edible plants. Of course, they can also use the magic wand to use the fluorescent flashing spell, but that always consumes magic power. It is better to hold the shoevine directly and save the magic power. Hermione asked, Marx McClown, the vampire you mentioned, how do you know they are following us? Marx McClown was stunned. Of course he would not tell Hermione that he would explore spiritually and discover their whereabouts, so he had to say, it is a feeling. Before I went to the horse tribe, I felt the breath of a vampire. Not long ago, I felt the same breath again. Hermione nodded, not entangled in the matter. Smart girls often knew what to ask and what not to ask. Marx McClown continued, they're likely to catch up with our progress and go to the depths of the Holy Land earlier than us. Hermione was surprised and said, that's not good. We have gone through a lot of hardships. How can we be driven ahead by others? Then our previous efforts were not in vain. Marx McClown nodded helplessly, but there is no way. Our progress is already the fastest we can achieve. And no matter how fast it is, it will not be much faster. Hermione thought that Marx McClown said that she was carrying the three of them, which was why the speed was so slow, and it was true. Ron had been having accidents. If it weren't for him, their trip would have been at least doubled. However, thinking of myself didn't seem to have any effect, just following along the way, making Marks McClown more worried. Otherwise, with Marks McClown's strength, he might have already reached the depths of the Holy Land. Thinking of this, Hermione lowered her head and said with a faint apology, "I'm sorry." Marks McClown was taken aback for a moment. She didn't know why Hermione wanted to say sorry to herself, but Marks McClown quickly reacted. Combining what she had just said, Hermione definitely understood her wrong. Marks McClown smiled and patted Hermione's forehead lightly and said, "What do you think, little fool? Since I said to bring you, I decided to bring you. I will not regret the decision I made." Hermione said with a little grievance, "But, I really don't have any effect. I've been holding back." Marks McClown twisted Hermione's small chin with her fingers, looked at Hermione's watery eyes earnestly, and smiled lightly. "Your stay with me here is the best encouragement for me." Hermione looked straight at Mark's eye. Mark's eye was a little domineering and romantic at this time. With Mark's eye's attractive features, Hermione stared at it. Marks McClown patted Hermione's little head gently and said, "Don't be stunned. Look for food, or we will all be hungry tonight." Hermione was startled, mumbling what she was doing and hitting me on the head. But her heart was filled with sweetness, her head down was looking for something, but her mind was blank again, she was just looking blindly. Marks McClown suddenly shouted, "I found it! It is purple sweet potato. There are purple sweet potatoes here, so lucky." Purple sweet potato, as a common food in the Mole world, actually appeared in this place full of magical plants. Fortunately, it's not good for him. That night, Marks dug up a few purple sweet potatoes, ate roasted purple sweet potatoes, and took a rest at that simple campsite. Of course, Marks would not forget the threat of sleeping mushrooms and set the dead wood on fire. As for the past, there was nothing to say all night, but in this uncomfortable camping environment, the few little guys who were used to comfortable sleep basically had trouble sleeping. Fortunately, because they were so tired today, under exhaustion, they finally fell asleep gradually. P.S. Ask for rewards and automatic subscription. Chapter 363, Rising Up. To catch up. Before the sky was fully lit, Marks McClown woke up several people, and was about to go on his way again. Cool Tiger. Ron stretched his waist reluctantly and looked at Mark's eye uncomfortably. But he also knew that if he didn't join in some excitement to come to the holy place of the horse race to test, he is still sleeping on the warm and soft bed of Hogwarts, not on such a dirty tree, not to mention the fearful thorns of poison. Marks McClown took them to the depths of the Holy Land again. Marks McClown still reminded them as before, to pay attention to all kinds of magic plants that might threaten their lives. Suddenly a mental wave swept through again. Marks McClown did not start spiritual exploration at this time, but simply sensed this mental wave. Marks McClown's body trembled slightly, and she gathered her mental power to try it out, but the other side was very thief, and immediately took back her mental power. Marks McClown's face looked a little ugly. He knew that this was the vampire family who was detecting his location again. This shows that the people of the vampire clan are constantly paying attention to the distance between the two, and they are constantly approaching the depths of the Holy Land. Marks McClown said, "Let's go. The vampires are already approaching our 550 schedule." Hermione pulled the sleepy Harry and Ron and hurried forward desperately, hoping to buy Mark's eye sometime. On the other side, Lilith frowned. This night, they were all desperately rushing. Many magic plants without eyes on the road were directly and violently destroyed by them, but they also made them very embarrassed. Looking at the burn marks on the back of his hand, Johns said with a very ugly face, "Master Lilith, the situation is not as optimistic as we thought. Although we have been preparing for the entire 20 years, there are unexpected situations on the road. It's too much." Abode nodded. Even with his unruly character, he was attacked by various magical plants and various storms that night. He lost his temper and yelled, Are there any painkillers? The place that was whipped by that evil spirit started to hurt again. York was also groaning. As an elite of the vampire family, he felt that it was impossible for him to groan from pain. But now he was really pained by the spikes of the little ghost grass. Lilith sighed and said, Yorkoff, bear with me. You said before that there will be wind-swept leaves not far away. As long as you find it, then you can unlock the poison of the little ghost weed on you. Johns looked at their vampire elites, embarrassed by these nasty magical plants, and sighed, alas, if we hadn't lost several elites before, we wouldn't be so embarrassed now. When they heard about the elite vampires, they all showed memories. Even Lilith nodded and said, if Master Puzzler hasn't died yet, with his knowledge, he can definitely avoid many poisons. It's a pity, York said with a look of remembrance, their sacrifice is valuable. If it hadn't been for their sacrifice to block the monster, none of us would be here now. When they heard York utter the words of the big monster, these vampire elites all showed fearful expressions. It is hard to imagine that this is still the vampire elite who can crush the horse warriors. Lilith glanced at the others and said lightly, we originally had 7 people, but now there are only 4 left. Their sacrifices must be sacrificed to be worthwhile, and we must complete the Holy Land trial first. McClowns. The other 3 vampires shouted loudly, their eyes full of determination. Lilith asked, Jones, what's the situation now? Jones smiled and said, very well, those human children didn't dare to drive at night, so we caught a lot of distance last night. Now they are not too far away from them, they should be able to catch up. Lilith nodded and said, everyone bear with me a little longer. After the task is completed, you can really rest. Let's go now. The other 3 vampires immediately dragged their tired bodies to follow Lilith's pace. I knew that the vampires were quickly getting closer, so he also took Harry and the 3 people to the depths of the holy ground. But Marks McClown knew that their situation here was different from that of the vampire clan. The vampire clan sent out a number of masters in the clan, and they all had their own top domains. And here, apart from Hermione who can still help, Harry and Ron are both hindered existences, and they can't be compared at all. Marks McClown has no choice. It is impossible to leave the 3 of them behind. Without Marks McClown, Harry and the others will have no way to survive here, so Marks McClown can only complete the promise he made. Gritted his teeth. Marks McClown finally walked out of the sleepy mushroom forest with the 3 of them. The oncoming air stirred them up. You must know that what they had been breathing before was air containing sleepy mushroom powder, or if they weren't relying on the Commandivine, the sap and the living dead would insisted that they had died in that forest a long time ago. Of course, the sober air now makes them feel that their entire life is full of hope. Marks McClown also greedily absorbed the air and said, everyone, work harder, we will be able to reach the depths of the Holy Land in no time. Ron was pale and asked, how far are we, then? My body is so uncomfortable. Harry also said with an ugly expression, if the poison of the blackthorns is not solved, we will not be able to hold on. Now there is a pain in the body, which is very uncomfortable. Marks McClown looked at Harry and Ron, frowning. When they were poisoned by the blackthorns, both of them were more deeply poisoned, so the pain that is now manifesting is also more intense. Chapter 364 Hibernation. Although Marks McClown and Hermione will be fine for a while, they will probably be almost there if they don't take action. Plus cool, Tiger. Hermione worried. Marks we are still short of Zilliuoch. Where can we find this plant? Marks McClown said, purple Uo flower loves sunlight, and there must be water where it grows. We can walk up the slope to see if there is water. This kind of place is most likely to appear purple flower. Hermione nodded, and comforted, purple rose is a very common plant. Don't worry, you will be able to find it soon. When it came to this, Harry and Ron had nothing to say. They could only agree with Hermione. Harry suddenly pointed to the distance and said, look at that small hill. Will there be purple flowers? Marks McClown followed the place Harry was pointing. and saw the hillside not far away and said, "Go and try your luck." With that said, Mark's Eye led Harry and the three to rush up to the hillside. "Be careful of the purple sunflower next to it, it is poisonous." "Hermione, don't step on this iron-toothed grass. It's sharp and hard." "Harry, be careful, it's Grimace leaf, and its juice is very poisonous." Marks McClown kept reminding them to pay attention to the poisons that can be seen everywhere on the road, for fear that a few of them would accidentally be poisoned, so that things would be difficult to handle. Marks McClown is also tired. He would rather fight with the horse for 300 rounds than to be a father and a mother like this, always paying attention to the movements of Harry and the others. It seems that she is also very talented for death. Mark's Eye really wants to ask Hermione to borrow the time converter at this moment, and then go back and scold her in the past fiercely. Harry and the others also knew that Mark's Eye worked hard. They listened closely to Mark's Eye's instructions along the way, and tried not to touch things as much as possible. Who knew if they stepped on the next second would be a fatal trap. When Mark's Eye reached the hillside, Mark's Eye suddenly raised his hand and stopped their movement. Hermione asked puzzledly, "Mark's Eye, what's wrong? Is there any danger above?" Marks McClown nodded and said, "There is a snake vine on it, entrenched by a small pond." Hermione was surprised. "Small pond? There might be purple flowers on it, right?" Upon hearing the name of Zilliwhua, Harry and Ron both showed impatient expressions, and wanted to rush to find out. Marks McClown immediately stopped the two of them and said, "Did you not hear that there is a poisonous snake vine? Its poison is several times stronger than that of the blackthorn. If you are recklessly poisoned by the poisonous snake vine, here you will, it's like no help, you know." Cool exclamation mark hash. Harry and Ron stopped then, but still looked at them hopefully. After all, there might be an antidote to their poison. Hermione asked, "How can we solve it?" "If we can't solve it, we won't be able to go up." Marks McClown said, "Poisonous snake vine, as the name suggests, this vine branch can swim like a poisonous snake, and it contains a poison that is not inferior to that of a poisonous snake. It is difficult to solve it." Ron dissatisfied. "If there are difficulties, we have to solve them, or we will be poisoned by the poison of the blackthorns here." Harry nodded, too, his body pain making him speechless. Marks McClown cautiously said, "I know, but you can't be careless in the face of this weird magical plant, otherwise problems may occur at any time." Hermione searched for information about snake vine in her mind, and recalled, "I remember the snake vine seems to have its own nest." Ron asked puzzled, "Is this a plant or an animal?" "Plants also have nests." Hermione looked at Ron angrily and said, "You don't know how to talk nonsense. The reason why the viper vine is called the viper vine is because the living habits of this plant are not very different from those of the poisonous snake. The nest is normal, okay?" Ron narrowed his mouth and stopped speaking to expose his ignorance. Harry suddenly thought of something and said, "Then can we take advantage of this habit of snake vine? Find flowers Marks McClown nodded and said, "McClowns, the venomous snake vine has the same habits as snakes. We only need to make full use of this." Hermione said, "The habits of snakes? I only know that snakes have the habit of hibernating. I don't know much about others." Although Hermione is a master of learning, most of what she knows is magic, and she doesn't really understand ordinary creatures. Marks McClown said, "You don't need to know too much. Just know that snakes also hibernate." Just when Hermione and the others looked at Mark's Eye suspiciously, Mark's Eye drew out his wand and walked forward slowly. The venomous snake vine entrenched by the pond violently moved, turning its head towards Mark's Eye, like a venomous snake that found someone approaching, vividly. Marks McClown slowly pointed his magic wand far away at the poisonous snake vine, and said softly, "Freezing curse." From the top of the cloud night magic wand sprayed a cloud of cold breath, slowly permeating the vicinity of the poisonous snake vine. The poisonous snake vine froze for a moment, as if a little at a loss. Under the cold air, the poisonous snake vine instinctively retracted into its lair, moving slowly, as if sleepy. Hermione said excitedly, "Mark's eye is so good. I can come up with such a way. The snake will want to go into hibernation and sleep in cold conditions." Harry also looked excited. This method of repelling the enemy without having to force the enemy is undoubtedly what they need most. Marks McClown is worthy of his idol, and this can be imagined. Ron hurriedly shouted, "Go and see if there are any purple flowers. If there are none, we will have an accident." Ron unexpectedly didn't run up to check it out this time. After all, he didn't know if the Viper Vine was really asleep, and whether there would be other dangerous things on it. Ron has suffered too much lately, so he has become smarter. Chapter 365, Vampires Running Out of Ammunition and Food. Hermione slowly stepped forward. Mark's eye winked at Hermione and continued to maintain the spell of the freezing curse. Hermione understood Mark's eye's meaning and walked to the area of the Mark's eye freezing curse. Hermione couldn't help holding her shoulders. The freezing spell Mark's eye had cast was really cold, and Hermione felt like she had come to the South Pole. Hermione was cruel and went straight through the Viper Vine area to the other side of the pond, where purple flowers were blooming lushly. Hermione gazed at the purple flowers in front of her with surprise, and they overlapped with what she had seen in books. That's right, these are their life-saving materials, purple flowers. Although Hermione is careful, she is not reckless. She knows the weirdness of this forest. Of course, she will not rush forward to pick it stupidly. Instead, she will look around carefully to prevent any magical plants from jumping out. Attack yourself. But until Hermione walked in front of the purple flowers, nothing was abnormal. Hermione immediately picked the purple flowers happily. The purple flowers were indeed very beautiful. Hermione picked a big push of the purple flowers and hugged her chest. Before he ran back to Mark's eye and the others. Mark's eye could not help but breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Hermione coming back with a large push of purple petals. The purple flower was finally found. Harry and Ron couldn't help cheering. The poison of the blackthorns was too torturous, and the shadow of death at any time also enveloped them. Now that there is an antidote, it is a real relief. After Hermione returned to the safe area, Mark's eye lifted the freezing spell, and the snake vine would not resume action for a while. With Mark's eye's magical skills, this cold area may continue for a while. Hermione ran back panting and said, "Finally found the Zilluochwa, Mark's eye. Can you make an antidote?" Marks McClown smiled and said, "Of course you can, thanks for your hard work." Hermione looked at Mark's eye, smiled sweetly, and handed the beautiful purple flower in her hand to Mark's eye and said, "It's up to you next." On the other side, a family of vampires outside the Holy Land. Lilith's face was as cold as frost, staring at the ferocious flower in front of her eyes. The flower swayed with her ugly figure and made a squeaky, hoarse cry. A dagger flew out suddenly, and the sharp dagger cut the stems and leaves of the big flower, and sprayed green juice directly, which looked very disgusting, and the big flower fell down. Lilith breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed her tight body. Abed, who was hiding on the side, emerged from the jungle on the side. He released the dagger just now. He looked at Lilith and said, "Master Lilith, are you okay?" Lilith shook her head and said, "I didn't expect that this place even has Syndup's big mouth flowers. We almost planted here." Cool exclamation mark hash. Joans supported Lilith and said worriedly, "Master Lilith, don't force yourself too much. You were hurt before." Lilith said, "Injury is nothing. No sacrifice is already the greatest luck." Abode stepped forward to retrieve his dagger, only to find that his dagger had been eroded by the cyan juice and it had become ruined. Yorkf said, "Abode, be careful. Don't step on the juice of Sindper's big mouth, or your whole person will be corrupted." Abode said in a huff, "You thought I was a new vampire who just came out. Would I make such a low-level mistake?" Lilith said, "Anyway, you all give me more vigilance. It's too weird here. Even if we relax a little bit, it may be the cause of our death." Abode nodded immediately and said, We will be careful. Lilith turned to look at Jones and said, how far are we from those kids now? Jones said, I spied on them just now. They are not moving as fast as us, and we can overtake them in a long time. Lilith nodded. This is their best news now. Yorkf said suddenly, Master Lilith, our potion is almost spent. Lilith frowned and said, didn't you prepare a lot? How can you use it so quickly? Yorkf smiled bitterly. We have encountered too many poisons. Even if my race has prepared for so many years, it is impossible to predict all the poisons of the Horse Holy Land. There is no way to use the medicine quickly. Lilith sighed and said, if Master Puslow is not dead, we won't have to worry about the potion at all. Now it has really become a big problem. York lowered his head and said ashamed, it was all my fault. If I reacted faster then, Master Puslow might not have to die. Jones shook his head and said, this matter is mainly to blame on me. The monster's attack was too quick, because I did not react to interfere with him with mental power. Abode sighed softly and said, don't tell me, Master Puslow died for protecting me. Rather it was me who died at that time than Master Puslow. Now everyone will not have such a headache. Lilith said, well, don't talk about it anymore. Master Puslow is dead. There is no way he can do it. He will not want us to waste time to remember his death. Let's hurry as soon as possible. Horse Tribe, Fick Tent. Firenze is holding the holy 4.0 ground mirror in his hand. The mirror shows the scene of the vampire family destroying Sindper's big mouth. Bane shook his head and said, after so many years, no one can complete the Holy Land trial of my race. I didn't expect two groups of foreigners came yesterday and stayed in the magic forest for so long. What Bane said was also the voice of Fick and the others. You must know that the Holy Land trial of the horse race has always been very famous. A long time ago, all races would send people to challenge the Holy Land trial of the horse race. Chapter 366. There are successful cases of human potions masters, horse potions masters and so on. Plus cool, tiger. In the last few hundred years, no one has successfully challenged the Holy Land trial. Of course, the horse race will not think that there is a problem with the Holy Land. For the past few hundred years, no one has successfully challenged the Holy Land trial. They will only think that it is the strength of the challenger. Not enough. However, now, there are humans and vampires who have been in the magic forest for so long. In contrast, the strongest warriors of the horse race can barely escape their lives. How big is the gap? Finley lowered his head in shame. Do the elders think they have a chance to challenge and succeed? Fick looked at the scene in the mirror and fell into a strange silence. If you asked Fick one day ago, maybe Fick would deny it without hesitation, but after seeing the strength of both Marksai and Lilith, Fick was not sure. Fainley also knew what Fick was hesitating, which made him even more ashamed. Bane patted Fainley on the shoulder. Fainley was the strongest warrior of the horse race. If Fainley had lost the courage to face these 11 strong men, what pride could other horse racers have? Words. Firenze asked suddenly, Elder, who do you think Marksai and the others are stronger than vampires? Fick was taken aback, and Firenze's question once again stumped Fick. This question is so easy to answer at first glance. It can be seen at a glance that Marksai and the others are just human children, while Lilith and the others are elites sent by the vampire clan. Of course they are better than vampires. Fick wanted to answer like this at the beginning. After all, Harry and the others knew at a glance that they had no fighting power, and they couldn't be human potions masters, just a few rookies. But Marks McClown, Fick had to admit that he still didn't recognize Marks McClown's strength. Marks McClown looks like a human child, but possesses the physical strength to defeat Fainley, and his magical attainments are even more amazing. He has exploded so many giant pits in the purple poisonous grass quagmire without changing his face. What shocked Fick the most was Marksai's knowledge of magical plants. Even Fick didn't dare to say that he could recognize all the plants in the magical forest, but Marksai did it. So far, He has not seen Mark's eye. There are unrecognizable plants. Fick really didn't dare to say any affirmative words about Mark's eye. He knew that Mark's eye was a kind of person that only you could not expect, and there would be no one that he could not do. Of course, Lilith's strength is also extremely terrifying, and any one of them has the strength to challenge Fainley, including the extremely difficult task of challenging ordinary warriors, and their strength is not the advantage of their race. They must have another aspect that they are good at. Although Fick thinks that Lilith and the others are several times stronger than Mark's eye in general, Fick is still not sure because of the existence of Mark's eye. Firenze saw Fick's silence again, and realized something, and fell into deep thought. Bane suddenly pointed to the sacred mirror in Firenze's hand and said, "Look, what is that?" Those present looked into the Holy Land mirror. It was Lilith and the others. They entered a foggy forest, where the fog was so thick that they could not see their fingers. People of the vampire family could only hold each other's hands to avoid getting lost. Fick said coldly, "They walked into the foggy forest. There are so many dangerous magic plants here, and you can easily die if you are not careful." Finley was surprised. "Isn't the Misty Forest the most dangerous area outside the Holy Land?" Fick nodded and said, "This can only mean that the vampires are out of luck. As far as I know, all challengers who entered the Misty Forest will die in it. Misty Forest. Because of the thick smoke, the vampires fell into an extremely embarrassing situation. They couldn't see what was in front of them at all, which also meant that they could fall into a sneak attack by magic plants at any time. As the person who has the deepest knowledge of potions among vampires, Yorkf should have walked ahead to identify all kinds of dangerous magic plants, but now his vision is limited, and other people are worried about Yorkf's problems, so now the one who is in the forefront is Arbor, Germany. Behind Abode is Yorkf, behind Yorkf is Lilith, and the last one is Joans. Yorkf opened his mouth and said, "Abode, you must be careful. As long as there is any plant in front of you, don't try to touch it. Let me identify it." Abode said, "That's for sure. I still cherish my life." Lilith turned her head and said to Joans, "Joans, can you still explore your surroundings with spirit?" Joans smiled bitterly. "These mists have the ability to block spiritual exploration, and my spiritual power can only extend a short distance, and it is particularly troublesome." Lee 550 Lissai pondered for a moment and said, "You still retain your mental power. Your spiritual power is very important to us. It should not be wasted easily. This can be a mistake for Abd." Abode immediately shouted in front, "Don't worry about me." Lilith continued, "Yorkov, you should also be careful in the front. The magical plants will also sneak attack from behind. Don't take it lightly." Yorkov also replied, "I know, Lord Lilith." As Lilith's group went deeper, the area where the line of sight could extend became shorter and shorter, and the leader, Abbott, seemed blind. Fortunately, he had a good sense of direction, otherwise he might have lost his way. Tick, tick, tick. Suddenly a weird sound came into their ears, and Abd immediately tightened his whole body vigilantly, and asked in a low voice, "What sound?" P.S. Ask for rewards and automatic subscription. Chapter 367, An Unknown Premonition. Lilith listened carefully to the sound, frowning, carefully trying to distinguish, but what could she hear just by listening to this weird sound? Plus cool, tiger. As soon as Joans gritted his teeth, he released his mental power. If he wanted to explore the source of this weird sound, it would be better to lose a little mental power to be attacked by weird things here. Joans suddenly changed his face and said, "Master Lilith, it's not good. We are surrounded by a strange spiritual force." It turned out that while releasing his spirit, Joans felt a huge spiritual force encircling them. In normal times, this level of mental power would not be an opponent of Joans at all, but now that there is a barrier of fog, Joan's mental power can't play any role. Lilith calmly said, "This is the mental interference of the magical plant. Please be careful not to be affected." Everyone responded and continued to walk forward. This strange voice became clearer and clearer, as if waiting for them right in front of them. Abode suddenly said, "Master Lilith, I feel that the thing making this sound is not far in front of us." Lilith poked her head out instinctively, trying to see what it was, but there was still a mist in front of her, and she couldn't even see Abode's face. Lilith said in a deep voice, "Go forward slowly, and be slow." Abode responded and moved forward step by step. The feeling of blindness was really uncomfortable. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. The voice in his ears became clearer and clearer. Tick, tick, tick. The voice shocked their hearts like a spell, and they felt more and more uneasy, and the strangeness around them put great pressure on their hearts. Sweat dripped from Abode's forehead, and the voice still lingered in his ears, as if the sound was in front of them. However, Abode took a lot of steps slowly and did not see the actual object. The pressure in his heart kept putting pressure on Abode. Abode strongly wanted to find out the originator of this weird voice, but he didn't see anything. This made Abode more irritated and wanted to take something. Let things vent. Lilith listened to the sound in her ear, and her mood gradually became irritable. This is simply impossible for her, knowing that her calm mind is her most proud of. How can she become irritable when she listens to the sound? Lilith frowned deeply, and a flash of light flashed in her mind. She seemed to think of something, and suddenly said, "Stop diaresis." Abode was so frightened that he immediately stopped, thinking Lilith was aware of the danger, and looked around vigilantly, but did not see anything. Joans asked, "Master Lilith, what's the matter?" Lilith smiled and said, "I know what this is." York, who was always in front of Lilith, was also annoyed by this voice in the fog. He immediately asked, "Master Lilith, what is this? I can't even tell." Lilith said, "It's Misty Morning Glory." Everyone showed a puzzled look. How could they have never heard of this thing? Lilith said, "Misty Trumpet Flower is an extremely rare magical plant that only grows in misty forests, so the name also contains the word mist. As for why it is called trumpet flower, it is because it makes a weird sound, like a horn." Hearing Lilith recognizing this weird plant, Abode immediately asked, "What is that?" "It's so irritating to hear its voice. You can't see it no matter how you go." Lilith said, "This plant does not have any direct attack ability, but its mental interference is very powerful. We thought we were going forward, but in fact, it was just spinning around the misty trumpet flower." Abode was taken aback and said, "It's impossible. I have a good sense of direction. We are always moving forward." Lilith smiled lightly. "You think so, because you have been affected?" York asked, "Then how to deal with this thing? This voice is really annoying." Lilith also nodded and said, "Its voice can really make people feel upset, but the way to deal with this thing is also very simple." Abode immediately raised his ears, wanting to hear Lilith's way of dealing with Misty Morning Glory. What? Lilith suddenly screamed, and the sharp voice directly pierced the ears of the three of them, making the three of them startled by Lilith alive. The surrounding mist suddenly rolled and retreated, and everyone could see a trumpet-like flower trembling in Lilith's scream not far away. Lilith flew out a dagger, and cut the flower's heart directly, and the strange sound disappeared accordingly. Lilith stopped screaming and explained, "To deal with it, just interrupt its voice, so that it can't confuse us." The surrounding fog is synchronized with the audio of the foggy horn flower, so when I disrupt the horn flower when the audio is played, these fogs will roll. Abode took advantage of this opportunity to see the surrounding situation clearly, only to realize that Wang's Zhao really had been circling around the foggy morning, and couldn't help smiling wryly. Then what to do now? We have lost our way. The mist rolled and covered them again, and they were once again blinded. Lilith frowned and said, "I don't know why I always have an ominous premonition." Joans responded, "I also have a bad feeling. I always feel that something is wrong." Abode was surprised. Why both Lord Lilith and Joans feel that it is not good at the same time? Is there any great danger nearby? Chapter 368 The True Face in the Depths. York also nodded and said, "Joans, as the most spiritually accomplished master of my clan, if he really feels bad, There may be something dangerous nearby. Lilith looked around and said in a deep voice, "No matter what, we must be vigilant to prevent any unexpected situations. You know?" Everyone responded and continued to move forward step by step. Abode asked softly, "Jones, how far are we from the group of human children?" Jones replied, "Before we entered this misty forest, I used mental detection to detect the distance. They were not moving as fast as us. I guess we will be closer to the Holy Land now." Lilith asked, "You mean we have surpassed the group of human children?" Jones nodded and said, "McClowns, this misty forest is already closer to the depths of the Holy Land, and the group of human children are just wandering in the middle." Lilith said with satisfaction, "Very good. Now this situation is very beneficial to us." York smiled and said, "I think Lord Lilith, you all value those human children too much. You must know that we are the elite of the vampire clan. What qualifications do they have compared to us? We simply do not have anything to crush them." Question. Abode agreed, "McClowns, even if we enter this magical forest later, it is not that we surpass them in the end. They are not qualified to be on par with us." Lilith agreed with them in her heart, but still said, "Didn't you warn you not to look at anyone less, even if your opponent is a human child? You can't take it lightly." Abden York answered absent-mindedly, "But the kind of disdain in the human bones in their hearts cannot be removed." Jones stopped suddenly and shouted in a low voice, "Wait! Stop it!" Lilith immediately stopped, and pulled Abode, and asked, "Jones, what's wrong?" "Something's wrong," Jones said with a trace of fear in his tone. "Something's wrong around here." Lilith immediately looked around, and there was nothing wrong with the place where her gaze reached. Abd thought that Jones was just nervous, and comforted him. "Don't be afraid, Jones. Isn't there still us? With our strength, there is nothing in this world that can threaten us." Jones shook his head vigorously and said, "No, I felt a slight mental fluctuation nearby." Lilith's brows were also frowning. "Jones is a famous spiritual master. He is usually gentle and elegant, even in crisis. He is calm and unhurried. This is the first time Lilith has seen him in such a panic." York asked puzzledly, "What do you mean by mental fluctuation?" Jones' hands trembled slightly, and he was also shocked by his amazing discovery. "Spiritual fluctuations are something that can only be emitted by living bodies. Although the magic plants here also have life, they are different from humans after all. This kind of magical plants without any IQ cannot emit spiritual fluctuations. But it is true that Jones is in this place where he can't see everything, and he feels all kinds of weird mental fluctuations from all directions. This discovery makes Jones unable to calm down, and he is not in the mood to explain this situation to the people. Abd suddenly screamed, pointed in horror, and trembled. "Look what that is!" Abd screamed shocked the vampires, and everyone looked forward at the same time. A fruit tree with black fruits was not far from them. Shengxing plucked out his roots in the ground, waving the thick branches and leaves to run towards them. Abode considers himself to be a person of broad-mindedness, but it is really unheard of that plants want to pull their roots out of the soil, as before. Lilith looked closely at the tree with black fruits in front of her, and wondered, "Isn't this a chibula fruit tree? But it's a bit different from the chibula fruit tree I remember." Just when Lilith was strange, Jones suddenly rushed forward and threw Lilith down. A huge vine whip that was thick and covered with barbeds was blown across their backs, and a chilling wind could be felt on their backs. Abode yelled, "The trees in this area are all rioting, everyone, be careful." Lilith was taken aback. Through the gap between Jones' arm, she saw a scene she had never seen in her life. Countless tall trees broke free of their roots from the soil one after another, and the broken roots were stuck in the soil and struggled constantly. The trees that broke free there, waving their huge branches, ran towards them frantically. Before he could explain, he hurried Lilith on his back and ran away. Even if Abd and York think they are extraordinary, they don't think they can beat so many giant walking trees with one person, so they have to follow behind Jones and run desperately. The appearance of countless trees running is very spectacular. The entire foggy forest seems to be awakened suddenly. The trees wake up like 100 years of sleep, hunting down these four intruders. Lilith was constantly bumping on Joan's back. Her eyes were full of surprise, looking at these trees that seemed to have their own consciousness. She didn't know what to do. Magic plants are indeed different from ordinary plants, but the difference is only in the use and efficacy of magic plants. For magic, some magic plants have their own actions, but the range of this action is not particularly large. After all, they are all plants. Chapter 369, Completely Mutated Forest. But all this in front of me subverted Lilith's imagination. Looking at the group of violent trees in front of them, can anyone still think they are really plants? Lilith believes that they are the newly born tree and races in this world, and they are probably all right. On the other hand, Mark-Sai has already prepared the antidote for the black thorns. Mark-Sai does not have any equipment to adjust the potion, but the smart Mark-Sai has not been stumped by this, making full use of some nearby stones, lotus leaves and the like. The antidote was finally adjusted. After the four of them drank the antidote of the black thorns, they could finally feel that the pain from time to time in the body gradually disappeared, and gradually became no longer painful, making the four of them extremely comfortable. Ron stretched his waist greatly and shouted, "So comfortable!" Harry laughed and said, "I finally know what the world is most comfortable for, not how to enjoy it. As long as there are no physical problems and no problems, this is the most comfortable life." Hermione nodded excitedly. The poison that had tortured them for so long was finally released. Marks McClown also put down a big rock in his heart. After all, this is Marks McClown's intentional poison to all of them in order to fight the sleeping mushrooms. If they really can't find the antidote in the end, it's not only Marks McClown that harmed them, but also harmed them yourself. Fortunately, the bet was successful in the end. They not only survived the sleeping mushroom, but also survived the black thorns. Marks McClown sighed slightly. The poison on his body was resolved, but their schedule was also delayed. Mark-Sai could still sense the spirit detection of the spiritual master in the vampire from time to time, monitoring his position, but now it has not been monitoring his position for a long time. It is estimated that they have already surpassed themselves, so they will no longer care about themselves. Marks McClown shook his head. There is no way. The group of vampires are all elites in the clan, and on his side, the other three except himself are all oil bottles. It is a miracle that they can walk at this speed for so long. Ron sighed comfortably and said, "Since the poison on our bodies has been solved, let's take a rest here. The two ends are too tired to be on the road. We need to take a good rest, otherwise we won't be able to catch up." When Marks McClown heard Ron say that he still needs to rest, his face was deep. "No, we have already lost a lot of time. If this continues, we don't know when we will be able to reach the Holy Land." Ron immediately retorted, "Of course you won't be tired if you are so powerful. Have you ever considered our feelings? It's very hard work to accompany you to the Holy Land. Okay, we are fighting for our lives, and you even rest. Don't you let us rest." Ron stared at Mark-Sai. "You didn't think about us. We didn't need to listen to you. Marks McClown said coldly, "It's up to you or me to have the final say here." I said, "Now I'm on my way." Harry had no choice but to come out and round the scene. "Ron, don't be awkward. Didn't we say that Mr. Marks is nice?" Although Harry was also a little tired, he also felt that they had already dragged Mark-Sai's schedule very much, and it really made him embarrassed if it dragged on. Hermione also knew that Marks McClown was anxious, and said, "McClowns, since we are all fine, of course we will hurry as soon as possible." Ron saw that Harry and Hermione weren't on his side, and he didn't say a word anymore, and he stopped looking at Mark-Sai with his stinking face. Marks McClown nodded lightly and said, "Let's go." Speaking of Mark-Sai leading Harry and the others, they continued to walk deep into the holy ground. Along the way, Mark-Sai reminded Harry and the others to be careful of the magical plants nearby. so as not to let Harry and the others have any problems. Hermione asked suddenly, "Marks McClown, I have a question for you." Marks McClown looked at Hermione and asked, "What's the matter?" Hermione pointed to a small pink flower on the side and asked, "Is this a multiflora?" Marks McClown didn't know why Hermione suddenly asked like this. At this moment, Marks McClown wanted to hurry up, so she could only glance at it casually. Polygonum is a very common flower, usually with delicate petals and round leaves. Very easy to recognize. Find flowers middle dot. Marks McClown said, "That's right, this is Donyuochwa." "What's wrong?" Hermione shook her head and said, "But the polychrome flowers here look very weird. You see, there is a circle of obvious saw marks near their leaves. I remember that when I was reading, there was no such thing about polychrome flowers." Marks McClown originally wanted Hermione not to care about these details, and just hurry up, but he didn't want to leave Hermione in the cold, so he lowered his body and carefully examined the strange flowers in Hermione's eyes. Marks McClown's brows gradually wrinkled, and the discriminating eyes were clearly distinguished. This is a polytheca, but it is not as simple as Marks McClown thought. In the explanation of the discriminating eyes, this polysthenia was identified. It is a multi-nosed flower of variation. Marks McClown looked at this polyglossom flower carefully. Indeed, as Hermione said, the leaves should be very smooth and round, but this polyglossom flower is strangely jagged. Although it has no effect, it is indeed a bit strange. Marks McClown stood up and said, "This multiflora is a bit mutated, and there is nothing wrong with it." Hearing Marks's words, Hermione nodded and stopped asking questions. But this multi-nosed flower added a trace of doubt to Marks McClown's heart. Marks McClown continued to lead Harry and the others forward, and Marks McClown also carefully observed the appearance of the surrounding magical plants. Unsurprisingly, Marks McClown was surprised to find that the magical plants around him had various degrees of variation. Some are very slightly mutated, like multi-nosed flowers, and some are very huge, just like the plant in front of Mark's eye. P.S. Thank you very much, Steve, for the 5,000 points reward. Chapter 370 The Truth of the Trial. Harry also looked at the huge plant in the middle of the road in surprise. He asked in surprise, "Mr. Marks, isn't this the purple poison we've encountered before?" Marks McClown nodded with a calm face. The thing in front of her was indeed a purple poisonous plant, but the size of this purple poisonous plant was too big. Right? This purple poisonous plant is larger than the ghostly purple poisonous plant that they have defeated before, and the purple grass blades are floating in the wind, almost the height of one person, and it looks very strange. Cool tiger, Marks McClown said, "Everyone, be careful. We have now entered a deeper place in the Holy Land. The magical plants here are not known for what they are affected by, and they all have a certain degree of variation." Horse people, Fic Tent. 533. Firenze pointed to the Holy Land mirror in surprise, and asked, "What's going on with Elder Fic? How come the magic plants that Marksai and the vampires encounter become like this?" Fic said indifferently, "They have entered the depths of that magical forest, and their location is very close to the Holy Land, but from here is the real horrible test." Finley also looked surprised and said, "Elder, do you mean that the test here is the really difficult test?" Fic nodded and said, "As long as the magic plants at the beginning have profound knowledge of potions, they can generally be completed smoothly, but after this it is not that simple. The magic plants here have mutated and have their own spirituality. In other words, the plants here have self-awareness." Bane said in disbelief, "The magical plant has mutated, and there is self-consciousness? Isn't this terrifying?" Fic smiled bitterly, "When I first heard about this news, it was not much different from your reaction, but this is indeed a fact. Isn't it right in front of us now?" Finley sat slumped to one side. He didn't even break through the ghostly purple poisonous grass in front, and the things behind it were even more terrifying. One can imagine how powerless his strength is for this magical forest. Firenze asked, Elder, why do the magic plants behind the magic forest mutate and why? Fick shook his head and said, I don't know about this. I haven't completed the Holy Land trial. I have already told you all I know. Firenze watched as the wisest elder of the horse tribe said such weak words. He couldn't help shaking his head. The sacred place of their horse race is much more dangerous than they thought. How can they be able to complete the terrifying sacred place trial by going against the sky? The horseman present also showed a decadent expression. It is no wonder that no one has passed this difficult Holy Land trial for hundreds of years. After being silent for a long time, Firenze slowly said, Our Holy Land is the reason why no one has broken through for hundreds of years is because of the mutation of the magic forest. Firenze's words are like a stone smashing the surface of the water, which will stir up waves in the hearts of the horsemen present. Fick frowned and asked, What do you mean by this? Firenze said, Hundreds of years ago, there were powerful potions masters who were able to pass our Holy Land trial. This proves that someone could pass this magic forest hundreds of years ago. But the magic forest in front of us is not at all. People can get through. So I want to know if some kind of change has taken place in the Holy Land in the past few hundred years, or if there has been such a change. But after hundreds of years of accumulation and development, it has become more and more obvious. Bane and Fernley held their breath and looked at Fick. From Firenze's words, they seemed to hear something. Fick looked into Firenze's eyes and said, I also want to know the answer, and I also want to know if the Holy Land was like this hundreds of years ago. But I don't know. From the day I became the elder of the horse race, the magic forest has been like this ghost. How could I know if the Holy Land was like this hundreds of years ago? Fick speaks very fast and his tone is very excited. This is the first time Firenze and the others have seen Elder Fick so out of control. Fick held his head and said in pain, This is the Holy Land of my clan. I don't want to be like this, but I don't know what to do. Bane hurriedly stepped forward, holding on to the emotional Fick and said, Elder, don't get excited, the magic forest becomes like this and we can't control it. Don't push the responsibility on yourself. Fick took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and said, There is only one way to figure this out. Firenze and others looked at Fick immediately, trying to figure out how the magic forest became like this. P.S. I wanted to watch Where Are Fantastic Beasts on the day of the premiere, but found that there were too many people and no good positions, so I pushed it to the next day. Overall, it's still very good. The plot is on the level line, and the special effects are very cool. After all, the main characters in the story are some good adult wizards. But my biggest impression after watching it is ... Who chose it? Grid 4.5 Lindwall actor? Stand up. I promise not to kill him. The dignified first-generation Dark Lord looks too frustrated. I'm totally sorry for the handsome face of the young age, and it was too quick and easy to lose. Is it true that a wizard at the level of the Dark Lord is actually so good? The British Ministry of Magic, who was afraid of Voldemort's crying father and mother, cried out in the toilet. Especially dignified Grindelwald, who actually beat Scamander for so long, didn't even get a slight injury. Within a few seconds, Scamander continued to be alive and kicking. Grindelwald, you have the strength of the Dark Lord. Is it a bit watery? In the end, I'm very curious why Albus Dumbledore likes you so much. After watching the ending, I realized that it was really full of official sentiment. Chapter 371, Desperate. Fick suddenly pointed to the Holy Land mirror in Firenze's hand, and said solemnly, As long as someone completes the Holy Land trial, all of this will be solved. Plus, Firenze was taken aback and looked at the Holy Land mirror. Mark's eye in the mirror was carefully observing something. Fick is right. Only if someone completes the Holy Land trial, they can feed back the information from the depths of the Holy Land. They will also know if this mutated magical forest is really unpassable. It all depends on whether these trespassers can complete the Holy Land trial. Marks McClown calmly looked at the scene in front of her. Even if she was calm as a cloud knight, She could not contain the shock in her heart. Harry and the others behind Marks McClown were scared to death. They could only open their mouths and point straight into the distance. They are now in a relatively high valley, and they can see far away at a glance, and what they are looking at now is a forest in the distance. It was a dense forest with dense fog, but now the fog was messed up, and it was vaguely visible that there were countless trees in it with their roots constantly running. Those who didn't know might thought it was a giant carnival. 11. Harry tremblingly pointed his finger over there and asked, "I have no flowers in my eyes, are the trees moving there?" Hermione also trembled and said, "It seems to be." Plus cool, Tiger. Ron looked at the magnificent scene in front of him and said, "Are the trees in front of them already refined?" Such a terrifying riot. I feel that the entire horse race can only be destroyed in it when it comes, and it is impossible for us to break through. Harry swallowed his saliva and looked at Marks McClown, wanting to see what Marks McClown was on. But Marks McClown looked calm, looking at the forest riot in the distance, as if what he saw in his eyes was just a dense forest. Hermione also looked at Mark's eye. At this time, the riots in front of her had destroyed Hermione's motivation to move forward. Hermione firmly believed that if they encountered this situation, there would be no accidents. They would be crushed directly into flesh! Exclamation mark. From a distance, the riots here were spectacular and terrifying, but the immersive family of vampires felt even more miserable. Jones carried Lilith on his back and ran forward frantically. Abode and York were behind, constantly resisting the attack of these rioting dryads. Well, for the time being, these living and conscious trees are called dryads. The thick tree vines were raised high, and they were back towards York. York just completed an evasive action, and there was no way to fight back against the tree vine that suddenly attacked. Bang! A dull sound. York's body was knocked high and directly hit a tree monster. The tall tree monster was slammed to one side by York, hit the ground, and then tripped over a dozen following. Dryad, Yorkoff. Abode screamed hoarsely. They lost 3 important partners not long ago. He didn't want to have a companion die in front of him. Lilith saw that York had fallen into the siege, and suddenly remembered that they had lost 3 elites from the tribe in order to besiege the terrifying monster not long ago, and the guilt in her heart came to her heart. Lilith hit Joan's body hard and shouted, "Put me down." Originally, Joan's physical strength was not as strong as other vampires. He carried Lilith to protect Lilith's safety. Moreover, Lilith's physical strength was terrifying. How could Joans survive Lilith's beating and had to let go immediately? Let Lilith fall to the ground. As soon as Lilith landed on the ground, she would rush into the rioting dryad. Joans had to shout, "Protect Master Lilith." As soon as Abode gritted his teeth, he immediately followed Lilith, ready to deal with emergencies. Jones saw Abd following Lilith's pace, and his heart was a little settled. With Abd here, Lilith would never have an accident before Abd. Jones stood on the spot, staring at the surrounding dryads. A huge spiritual force surged from his body, attacking the surrounding dryads. Jones knew that these trees, which are magical plants, would become like this when they possess a certain level of consciousness. Since they are conscious, that means mental attacks can play a role. Seeing that Lilith was about to commit a risk, of course, Jones could not hide himself, but could only release his spiritual power. It has to be said that as the top spiritual master of the vampire family, John's spiritual attainments are among the top in the entire world, and the full-out spiritual power cannot be underestimated. All the tree monsters present were hit by John's mental attack at the same time, and appeared dizzy. Upon seeing this, Abode exclaimed, "Jones is great." Speaking of this, Abode leaned to the place where the dryad fell, propped up the trunks of huge dryads, and wanted to dig out York. Lee 537 Liz quickly saw York, who was dying underground, and immediately reached out and picked him up and shouted, "Run!" To release such a powerful spirit, Jones also had a very high consumption for himself. Seeing Lilith holding York and Abode out of danger, he could not help but breathe a sigh of relief, regain his spiritual power, and continue on the road to escape. The Dryad behind him quickly recovered after being dizzy and chased even more violently. This time Lilith took the lead, leading the vampire to run wildly, regardless of whether there were more terrifying magic plants in front. Get rid of the following group of dryads first. The physical quality of the vampire family is still very strong. I don't know how long they ran. They finally escaped from this ghost place, and then they sat weakly on the ground. Lilith gasped and said, "How many life potions are there? Take out all of them." York was injured too badly. Chapter 372 Retreat. As Abode panted, he took out a bottle of green medicine from his pocket and poured it directly onto York's wounds. Cool Tiger. York's appearance at this time is also quite miserable. His body is full of bloodstains wiped by the tree vine whip, and there is a deep and terrifying blood on his back, which is very terrifying. Jones opened York's eyes and looked at it carefully for a while before he said with relief, "Don't worry, you can't die. Given our vampire physique, it will probably not be long before we can live and live again." Lilith let go of her heart when she heard what Jones said, thinking of the huge number of powerful and terrifying dryads just now. Lilith was still afraid for a while. Abode helped York deal with the wound on his body, but his face was not very good and said, "Master Lilith, we have almost used the medicine." Lilith nodded. "There is no other way. The vampire family has been preparing for decades, and it is not easy to be able to prepare like this." Abode took a sip of water and a look of anger, and cursed, "What kind of ghost forest is this? How come the trees are all refined? Who can succeed in this bullshit trial?" Jones sighed and said, "The species here are obviously different from the ones we encountered before. The magic plants here have mutated, and the most important thing is that they still have their own consciousness." Lilith looked at Jones worriedly and said, "A magical plant with consciousness, then how can we deal with it?" Jones sighed and said, "But from the point of view of my mental attacks on them just now, the only good news is that their consciousness is very weak and incomplete." Cool Tiger. Lilith shook her head and said, "Even so, it is difficult for us to deal with it." Marks McClown watched the riot in the distance slowly calm down, with an extremely serious expression. From that riot, it could be seen that the danger ahead was several times more difficult than the plight they had encountered before. Harry and the others also looked at Markseye and waited for Markseye to make a decision. Marks McClown looked at Harry and the others and said, "Let's go ahead and see what is going on." Seeing Marks McClown still reluctant to give up, Ron was the first to jump out and refuse to accept. "Marks McClown, you have enough. The first look is that there is no life. You want us to accompany you to die." Harry and Hermione also hesitated. After all, the impression that the riot had left them was too terrifying. Hermione raised her head, glanced at Markseye, and asked in a low voice, "Are you really going to go forward?" Harry also raised his head, staring at Marks McClown, expecting Marks McClown to shake his head and deny it. However, Marks McClown nodded gently and said, "That's right." Hermione took a deep breath and said, "Then let's go a little further and see what is going on behind." Harry gave a frustrated expression, but nodded. Hermione continued, "The dangers we have encountered over the years are not too small. We will go forward again. If we feel that we can break through, we will continue to break through. If it is impossible, we will withdraw. After all, we are here too." It took a lot of effort, and I would not be reconciled to go straight away. Marks McClown turned her head and looked into the distance, as if she hadn't heard what Hermione was saying. Ron nodded heavily and said, "That's it. If you go forward and find it too dangerous, you will immediately withdraw." Harry nodded quickly, indicating that he agreed with Hermione. Hermione looked at Markseye, but Markseye didn't say anything, and said lightly, "Let's go." With that said, Markseye walked forward alone and stepped into that unknown area. Hermione waved her hand, motioning Harry and the others to follow, and she immediately walked behind Markseye. Marks McClown didn't listen to Hermione and their conversation carefully. He had been carefully observing the nearby magical plants. The magic plants here have undergone obvious mutations, and this mutation is not only a change in form and volume, but the bigger change is that these magic plants have become very violent and have a slight consciousness. In other words, Mark-Sai feels that the magical plants here have evolved. At this moment, a thick tree root suddenly emerged from the soil, blocking Harry's feet. Without exception, Harry fell directly to the ground with a dull noise. Marks McClown and Hermione raised their heads and saw that a big sky tree was slightly bent over, as if a person was looking down at a tiny creature. Hermione swallowed heavily and asked in a trembling voice, "Is this tree looking at us?" Marks McClown slowly said, "It seems to be." A thick tree whip flew directly at the two of them. Marks McClown's eyes were quick, and she pushed Hermione aside. The tree vine whipped heavily on the ground, splashing a cloud of dust. Hermione didn't know if her body's potential had exploded, so she immediately got up from the ground and ran to the side screaming. Marks McClown's complexion is not pretty. Why did she run into a big moving tree so soon? But Marks McClown didn't have time to think about it. This big tree raised his vine again, and flew toward Marks McClown. Marks McClown abruptly avoided the trees and vines, and quickly drew out her magic wand, Eternal Gunslinger. The powerful curse of the mighty giant Lily Howe directly hit the big tree, and the tall and sturdy tree was penetrated immediately. The big tree froze for a moment, and only half of the trunk slowly fell to the ground. Before Marks McClown breathed a sigh of relief, Marks McClown was frightened by the things in front of him. The flowers, and grasses in front of him, all kinds of heavenly trees uprooted, like a tree human race. Marks McClown's expression changed, and he immediately grabbed Harry, who fell to the side, and ran back without saying anything. How could such a large number of tree monsters be able to beat him? Ron was also frightened by the Dryad riot in front of him, screamed, and ran straight back. Chapter 373. How the seniors are defeated. The appearance of the Dryads rushing out of the nest is very spectacular, like a group of evil wolves that have not eaten for a long time, and Mark-Sai and the others are the Plum-Plams, the target of being hunted. Just now Mark-Sai saw the Dryads riot from a distance. Although it was spectacular, it didn't feel thrilling. Now that Mark-Sai is in it, he can truly feel the thousands. Dryad hunts down his oppression and panic. "Come here." Hermione's voice suddenly came from one side. Mark-Sai looked back. Hermione didn't know where she found a small cave. The height was only enough for them to bend over to enter. But for them, it was undoubtedly to avoid these trees. The best hiding place for the demon. The Dryad's offensive is very strong. If they swarm directly into the cave, they will definitely be overtaken by the Dryad. As a last resort, Marks McClown had to shout, "Harry, you go to Hermione right away, it'll be the Queen." With that said, Marks McClown raised his wand to the surging tree monster behind him. Call God to guard. Of course Marks McClown couldn't let these tree monsters get close to his body. He also thought of the way that John C. thought of, 530, that was to use mental power to stop these tree monsters from moving. Although the effect of mental shock is greater, but there are too many tree monsters, Marks McClown decided to change a deterrent method. A 5-clawed golden dragon radiating white light rose from behind Mark-Sai, and the surging spiritual power rushed to the surroundings. For a while, these tree monsters were affected by Mark-Sai's spiritual power and temporarily lost the ability to move. Marks McClown also took a gamble, betting that these tree monsters have a slight consciousness and are extremely easily affected by other spiritual forces. Seeing the tree demon standing in place, temporarily losing his power, Marks McClown knew that his call to the gods was the right bet. Although Dryads are not evil forces that will be greatly affected by the Patron Saint curse, the Patron Saint curse that Mark-Sai exerts with all his strength is a collection of huge spiritual energy, which is enough to scare Dryads on the surface. We have meager mental power. Harry and Ron were so frightened by the Dryads around them that they almost peed their pants. Ron rolled his hands and feet together on the ground, by quickly toward the cave where Hermione was. When Marks McClown saw the two escaped from the danger, she sighed with relief, retracted the Hushin guard and ran towards Hermione quickly. Those tree demons that were affected by Mark's eye just stopped for a while, immediately resumed their actions, and chased them frantically. Harry ran into the cave, and Marks McClown rushed in time. The Dryad behind him was only one person away from Marks McClown. It is undoubtedly unrealistic for the tree monster's huge body to squeeze into this small cave. The tree monsters waved their thick branches and smashed the rock walls of the cave. A lot of rubble fell from the mountain. The small cave appears precarious. Marks McClown crouched back, panting slightly, feeling the continuous tremor of the mountain. The three of Harry paled even more. Each found a corner to sit down weakly, and did not recover from the riot just now. The small cave rolled down a lot of rubble under the bombardment of the Dryads, but fortunately this mountain is relatively hard, and the bombardment of the Dryads did not cause devastating consequences. The Dryads had no choice but to make the sound of salad. Slowly return to your place. After a long while, Marks McClown slowly said, "The plants here are not something that can be solved by knowledge of potions. The plants here are too violent. The most important thing is that they have the ability to act. It's an upgraded version of Beetleu. Indeed, as a very violent magic plant, the Beating Willow is very aggressive and territorial, and these tree demons are even more terrifying and capable of walking. There is nothing wrong with the upgraded version of the Beating Willow." Marks I finally knows why he has not been able to complete the Holy Land trial in the past few hundred years. In the first half of this magical forest, the Potion Master can also use his profound knowledge to solve the magical plants along the road, even if they encounter strange plants. Uncommon magic plants will not pose much threat to the Potion Master. But here, the knowledge of potions has no effect. Facing these self-conscious magic plants, there is no better way. It may only be able to pass by breaking a blood path. Even if they failed, the Potion Masters who could return from the Holy Land trial unharmed, it is estimated that after they came here, they did not have the courage to continue the adventure, so they came out safely. In addition, the Potion Masters who did not give up to continue, I am afraid that they will continue to advance, and finally be buried in it. Hermione was silent for a while, and suddenly said, "Marks, I am a little scared." Marks McClown turned her head in surprise and looked at Hermione. For the first time, he heard Hermione say something she was afraid of. Harry glanced at Hermione and said calmly, "Mr. Marks, let's go back. We really can't pass this level." Marks I was silent at this time. He didn't expect that Harry and Hermione, who had always supported him, said this. Indeed, Marks I had been thinking about how to complete the Holy Land trial, but did not take into account Harry and Hermione's ideas. After all, their strength is far inferior to Marks McClown. Even if Marks McClown can bring them to the current progress, they are physically and mentally exhausted. At this time, seeing such a terrifying magic plant riot, it is estimated that they can no longer sustain it. Ron couldn't help being overjoyed when he saw Harry and Hermione say such words. And finally once Harry and Hermione were on his side. Harry and Hermione didn't dare to look at Marks I at this time and lowered their heads. Marks McClown knows that he is a little forced to the three of them. Marks McClown is also considering whether this Holy Land trial should be terminated, because the area in front is full of too many unknown factors, which brings the possibility of the three of them to fail. Big. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 374, Change. Marks McClown meditated, thinking about the magical plants with slight consciousness outside the cave entrance. Can they really only make a blood path? Harry raised his head slightly, saw Marks McClown not knowing what he was thinking, and said, "Mr. Marks, I have a suggestion." Marks McClown gave an unobtrusive gratitude. Harry said, "I think if Mr. Marks insists on continuing to take risks, or we will stay in this cave and wait for you to come back. Otherwise Mr. Marks will bring three of us with three to a burden. And it's safe to stay here. Mr. Marks doesn't have to think about our safety." Harry knew that their greatest credit for being here was because of Marks I. Without Marks I, it would be difficult for them to walk in this magical forest, so he also suggested that they should not move any more and wait for Mark-Sai to return. Ron also understood this truth, and did not object to it. Hermione looked a little anxious, and looked at Marks McClown and said, "No, in this case, it doesn't make any sense for us to come here with Marks McClown." Ron immediately interrupted Hermione's words and said, "What do you mean by that? Does it mean to come here to die with him?" Marks McClown was still calm and did not speak. He was still thinking about whether the back area was feasible for him. Plus cool, Tiger. Harry and the others looked at Mark-Sai, and Mark-Sai still had the power to decide everything. Marks McClown slowly raised his head. His eyes slowly became firm, and he already had an answer in his heart. "I think I can still move on." A faint word from Marks McClown reached the ears of the three of them. Ron immediately jumped up and hit the rock wall above his head. The sharp pain from his head couldn't stop Ron's anger. Ron said angrily, "Then you go and die by yourself. Don't take me. I won't take any step forward if I kill you." Harry was silent. Faced with such a big difficulty in front of him, Marks McClown actually chose to face it. Compared with the cowardly himself, Harry didn't know how to say himself. Hermione looked at Mark-Sai, unable to speak for a while. To be honest, Hermione was frightened by the situation just now, but there is no other way. Hermione is just a girl, no matter how bold she is, and who will not be frightened in this situation. But when Mark-Sai said that he could continue to move forward, Hermione suddenly felt calm in her heart. This was an inexplicable sense of security that made Hermione very comfortable. Hermione suddenly said, "I'm going with Mark-Sai." When I decided to join Mark-Sai in the Holy Land trial, I had already considered a lot. Since I agreed to participate with Mark-Sai, I would die here. I must die together. Hermione's words directly frightened Harry and Ron. Didn't Hermione just be frightened and weak? How could she be bold at once? Harry looked at Hermione with a determined expression, and could not speak for a long time. "McClowns, when I decided to participate in this holy ground trial with Mark-Sai, I should be prepared. How could I be timid and give up halfway because of difficulties?" Although many people call him the savior of the wizarding world, have he actually done anything in the real sense? Except for the heavy damage to Voldemort when he was a child, what practical behaviors have he proved himself? Not at all. Harry clenched his fists at the thought. As for Marks McClown, even though Marks McClown was born with a prominent background, Marks McClown did not rely on his own family, but on his own strength and hard work to challenge the joint hands of the prefects to win, and to crush Voldemort's plan. Be able to be an existence respected by everyone. Harry suddenly raised his head, looked at Mark-Sai, and said firmly, "If you come here, you will die. I want to go on." Marks McClown looked at Harry and nodded gently. Ron stared at Harry and Hermione blankly. How could these two people be like this? Didn't they say to stay here? How could you change your opinion with just a word from Mark-Sai? Marks McClown smiled faintly and said, "Since you all believe in me, I will do my best to complete the Holy Land trial with you. Find flowers middle. Hermione nodded and said, "I believe you." Harry also said, "Me too." Marks McClown turned his head and looked at Ron and said, "Since you are no longer willing to go down, then you can just stay here. We will come to you when we come out." After Marks McClown finished speaking, he was about to take Harry and Hermione out of the cave. Ron saw that the three of them really meant to throw himself here alone, and immediately said, Wait a minute." Marks McClown turned around and said, "Don't worry, as long as we are not dead, we will definitely come back to find you." Ron desperately shook his head and said, "No, How could Ron dare to stay here alone? This is the place where the tree monsters gather. What if they develop some neurosis and break this cave?" Ron thought of the consequences of facing these terrifying dryads alone, gritted his teeth and said, "I still decide to go with you, otherwise you will lose me. What if something goes wrong?" Hermione smiled disdainfully and said, "You are afraid of being here alone. Didn't you just say that you don't move forward after death? You changed your mind so soon, Ron said courageously. I'm not afraid of your accident. How could you go out safely without me? With that said, Ron followed Harry stubbornly, as if I wouldn't leave no matter how you chase me. Marks McClown didn't even look at him, walked slowly to the entrance of the cave, and watched the scene outside the entrance of the cave vigilantly. The tree monsters outside have returned to their original positions. If it weren't for the traces of mess on the ground, Marks McClown would have doubted whether it was her own illusion just now. Chapter 375, As long as you are sincere in your heart. Hermione leaned to Marks McClown's side, looked at Marks McClown nervously and said, "Do you have a good way? Are we going to kill it?" Marks McClown shook his head and said, "These trees are just ordinary trees with a slight awareness and some strong territorial awareness. As long as we let them know that we are not malicious to them, just ordinary passing by, it is estimated that they will not." "What's the violent reaction plus cool, Tiger?" Harry questioned. "Although they are a little conscious, it is still difficult to understand what we mean." Marks McClown said, "Then you have to try it. You hide in the entrance of the cave first. I will try if my method will work." The method, Marks McClown said, is of course the language of nature. These trees have a slight consciousness, and to put it bluntly, they are smarter trees than 523. It should be okay to let them let go with human wisdom, but let them know the consequences of not letting them go. Marks McClown slowly walked out of the entrance of the cave, and as expected, the nearest tree immediately trembled violently, as if it was about to uproot again to surround Marks McClown. Marks McClown spread his hands and looked at the trees in front of him. "We just want to pass by. There is no malice to you. Would you please let us pass?" Through the language of nature, Marks I conveyed the meaning of this sentence through sound waves that the trees can understand. But in Harry and the others, Marks I simply spread his arms without making any sound. Cool, Tiger. The surrounding trees were visibly taken aback, and they kept making the sound of salads, and the news that came back was messy. Some trees are very disgusted with Marks I and the others, and they want to wipe out the disgusting human beings like Marks I, and some trees just want to put things at ease. Anyway, just pass them quickly. Marks I looked at the surrounding trees, and once again conveyed a message in the language of nature. "If you can't let us pass here, we can only give it a go, and then everyone will not be better off." Marks McClown's words clearly carried a hint of threat, and several trees immediately made violent noises, strongly wanting to kill the human who threatened them. Suddenly a magic wand appeared in Marks McClown's hand, and the thunder was too fast to cover his ears. With a shot of Meow-Ernia, he slammed into a big tree that swayed the most severely. Boom! This big tree was blown to pieces in an instant, and this tree was the most active representative of wanting to eliminate Marks I. All the trees immediately pulled out their roots, angrily wanting to rush forward and tear Marks I to pieces. "Even if you kill me, I am sure to crush more than half of the trees present." Marks McClown looked at the surrounding trees coldly, holding a black and white wand in both hands, and coldly pointing at the surrounding tree monsters. All the trees heard the threat of Marks I without fluctuations, and stopped in unison. Marks I and the others just wanted to pass by. If the tree spirits insisted on destroying others, they would have to pay a lot of price, which seemed not a worthwhile thing for the tree spirits. Dryads are also considering this issue. Is it necessary to fight against these people and cause serious casualties to their own species? The answer is obvious. Sala Sala. The Dryads suddenly made unanimous noises, but Marks McClown showed a knowing smile. He heard the unanimous replies from the Dryads and asked them to leave this place immediately. Sure enough, these trees with slight consciousness only possess low-level wisdom. As long as they can communicate with them, they will definitely not choose such a stupid way to die. "You come out a little bit smaller." Hermione was the first to get out of the cave, looked at the Dryads around in surprise, and curiously asked, "Why don't they attack like us?" Marks McClown smiled faintly. "They are also wise plants, knowing that fighting with us will not do them any good. Of course they will not continue to attack. Harry also drilled out of the cave and saw the surrounding dryads standing in place. He admired Marks-Eye to an unparalleled level in his heart. No wonder Marks-Eye said just now that he was sure. Seeing the scene in front of him, Marks-Eye was indeed not easy. Ron was the last one to drill out of the cave, and he was stunned when he saw that the dryads had not launched an attack. Originally, he was planning to rush out and ran away directly, trying to see if he would escape because of good luck. The sight in front of him made his thoughts seem extremely ridiculous. Marks McClown still held a wand tightly in both hands, but it was already hanging on both sides, as if warning the nearby tree monsters not to act rashly. These tree monsters also seemed very reasonable, and they did not move again if they agreed not to smash with them. Hermione asked curiously, "Marks McClown, how did you communicate with them to make them understand what you mean?" Marks McClown smiled mysteriously and said, "As long as you are sincere in your heart." Hermione glared at Marks McClown lightly, knowing that Marks McClown had something to hide, but it is normal for a man as good as Marks McClown to have some little secrets of his own. This did not prevent Hermione from admiring Marks McClown more and more. Deep in the magic forest, the vampire family sat on the ground in a panic, while York sat on the side with a look of malaise and looked weakly at the other members. Abode kept cursing, as if cursing something. Lilith gasped and said, "We still underestimate the Horse Tribe's Holy Land Trial 5.0. The damage power of the magic plants here is really high, and the potions we prepared are not enough." Abode yelled, "Those bullshit tracers are so weak. How can there be such a terrifying holy place? Don't talk about them, even we are embarrassed." Jones bandaged the wound on his hand and said lightly, "The magic plants here have their own consciousness, and they have an extremely strong sense of territory." Chapter 376. Jones continued, "So even if our strength is strong, I am afraid we will be consumed here." Plus Cool Tiger. Lilith nodded and said, "It's terrifying. A tumbleweed will rush forward to wrap our feet. A multi-nosed flower will spray pollen indiscriminately. Here is the rhythm of all the people. We are true and fight in the entire forest." Lilith asked, "Do you have any good suggestions to deal with our current situation?" Abode and York shook their heads weakly, facing the entire forest that was against them. What feasible way they could do, at best, they would use their brute force to make a way for the team. However, York is now seriously injured, and it is probably too weak to make a blood. Lilith didn't expect the two of them to give any decent advice. The smartest person here was Jones. If even Jones couldn't figure out a solution, they had to bite the bullet and rush forward. Jones frowned deeply and said, "The magic plants we are facing now have their own consciousness and reason. This is the most troublesome point, but it is also the easiest point to be overcome. They have self-awareness and will enhance a lot of them. Strength will also give them IQ, so that they are not cold-blooded animals dedicated to chasing and killing people." Lilith seemed to understand what Jones meant and said, "Jones, you mean, communicate with them?" Jones smiled bitterly. "This is just one of my thoughts. After all, these magic plants have their own consciousness and also have a certain IQ. If we know that we are just passing by and don't want to be enemies, I don't think they will be like this again." Furiously rushed to us. Lilith clapped her palms and said excitedly, "As expected to be Master Jones, there is indeed the best way. This method is highly feasible." Although Abode and York didn't understand what Jones and Lilith said, they all thought they had found a way to deal with these magical plants, and they became excited when they saw Lilith's elation. Jones continued to smile bitterly. "Master Lilith, don't be so excited. This method is feasible, but we are missing one of the most important factors." Abbott said with a grin, "What factor? As long as I can deal with this group of animal plants, I will not hesitate to go up and down the fire." Jones shook his head and said, "It's not necessary. What we lack now is how to communicate with these magical plants." Plus Cool Tiger. Communication? The three vampires were immediately stunned, and they were pretty good at fighting and killing them, but letting them communicate with magic plants would really kill them. How could they communicate with magic plants? Moreover, these magical plants are both ferocious and violent. It is impossible to pay attention to their meanings. This idea of Joan's is very beautiful, but the operation is not ordinary difficult. Lilith also realized this, and could only shook her head helplessly. Abd gritted his teeth and said with hatred, "Well, just rush through. I want to see if these magical plants are really tough and fearless to die. If you come, I will kill one. If you come, I will kill the other." They look at the horror of our family of vampires. Abod's method is very straightforward and stupid, but right now they seem to have no other way to go except this method. Lilith nodded and agreed with Abd's method and said, "Jones, you are responsible for protecting Yorkf. Abd and I will open the way in front to see who has the harder fist and who kills the first." Jones helplessly helped Yorkf up, and now he can only do this, even if he knows that this will only cost them heavy losses. Next, the vampire family will continue to slaughter the magic plants along the road. Once all the magic plants encounter the vampire family, there will be no other end, and they will be killed by the vampire family in various ways. Wherever the vampires went, there was a bloody storm. However, the strength of the vampire family is there. It is always limited, but this magic forest is not so big. The vampire family can slaughter an area, but how many magic plants? Lily Ribbon led the other vampire members to flee desperately. Behind them was a large group of angry magic plants. Various poisonous thorns and whips were thrown at them desperately. Even if any of them were in the middle, it would make people particularly uncomfortable. The most traumatized before, Yorkf was even more miserable. He was uncomfortable in his body. In addition, he had been chased by crazy magical plants, causing Yorkf to be injured and wounded. He could only grit his teeth and hold on to the body. Other vampires are also uncomfortable. The character that Abode likes to be hard-handed makes him suffer all the time. His body is covered with bloodstains of all sizes. Trauma and internal injuries can hardly be counted, but the lucky 917 is all. These are relatively minor injuries and are not fatal. As the leader of the team, Lilith is also the strongest vampire among them. Of course, she also shoulders more responsibilities. However, while the other vampires are mainly Lilith, they have always protected the last woman among them, so Lilith's injury is not high. As the spiritual master of the vampire family, Jones has exerted 102% of his strength in this kind of battle. The weird mental power against the simple-minded magical plants here is simply a weapon-like existence. However, the excessive consumption of his mental power made him extremely uncomfortable. Unlike the embarrassing situation on the vampire's side, Marksai's side can be described as calm and calm. With the help of Marksai's natural language, Marksai simply did what Jones and the others could not do: communicate with various magic plants. Chapter 377 is here. Under the coordination of Marksai's friendly guidance and the powerful power of the magic wand, they simply stepped out of the forest full of tree monsters and smoothly walked deeper into the Holy Land. Cool Tiger, Harry and the others didn't know anything about Marks McClown's methods, but they also didn't ask any questions. After all, Marks McClown's ability to take them out would not do them any harm. However, the journey of Marks McClown and the others has not always been so smooth. If they encounter some magical plants that have a very low IQ and are really not afraid of death, Marks McClown and the others can only choose to fight hard. For example, the big-mouthed willow in front of Marksai. This big-mouthed willow is much taller than ordinary trees, and the most terrifying thing is that it has a mouthful of all over its body, and its branches are densely packed with small pores, used to spray corrosive liquid and suck food. Marks McClown had just used natural language to try to communicate with this big-mouthed willow, but the IQ of this big-mouthed willow was really terribly low. It completely regarded Marksai's meaning as a provocation against it. Immediately lift the branches of his body high. This is a way to treat the enemy. But does it really think that Marks McClown can't help it? Any creature that blocks Marksai from going to the Holy Land, kill it. The magic wand in Marks McClown's hand was pointed directly at their rotating Big Mouth Willow, and a huge power spell was cast instantly, hitting the Big Mouth Willow directly. Plus cool, Tiger, Malnia. It is Mark's Eye's mastery curse, Malnia. The powerful curse was mixed with huge magic power, directly destroying all the tree roots and branches encountered along the road, and hit the center of the Big Mouth Willow. Time seemed to stagnate for a moment, and the Big Mouth Willow suddenly burst, because of the rapid rotation. The huge centrifugal force flung out countless pieces of wood. Marks McClown looked at the scene where the sawdust was flying around, letting the sawdust hit him, thinking that the IQ of the beating willow has not evolved much, but the strength has evolved a lot. If it is really an ordinary Big Mouth Willow, where can there be such terrifying strength? Suddenly, Marks McClown saw a huge wooden core in Daculius' body, which exploded suddenly, and a black mist spread. Poisonous. These two words emerged in Marks McClown's heart, and immediately grabbed Hermione's hand and shouted, "Get out of here!" Harry had been behind Marks McClown all the time. The moment Marks McClown turned around and shouted, Harry was frightened. He immediately followed what Marks McClown said and turned around and fled. Ron hadn't reacted yet. When Ron remembered that he was going to run with Harry and the others, the black mist had covered Ron, and a large amount of black mist was absorbed by Ron into his body. Plus cool, Tiger. Ron. Harry, who ran away not far away, watched Ron being covered by the black mist and wailed, but he was helpless. Who knew what the black mist was? He might even catch him if he ran back rashly. Blame me. I didn't hold Ron in time to escape. Harry clenched his fists in pain. His eyes flushed. Hermione had to pat Harry on the back and comforted, "How can you blame you? It's hard for anyone to react to the situation just now." The black mist in the distance gradually dissipated, and Ron lay there alone, as if he had died. Harry immediately screamed and rushed to Ron's direction to check Ron's situation. Mark's Eye and Hermione also followed Harry. Ron's face was black at this time, as if he was extremely poisoned and he couldn't save himself. Hermione sighed softly, patted Harry on the shoulder, and comforted, "Don't be too sad." Harry wiped the tears from his eyes and kept whimpering there. Hermione quickly grabbed Marks McClown and said, "Marks McClown, you help Ron to see if he has been poisoned by the black mist." Harry also reacted and gave Marks McClown a position so that Marks McClown could squat down and inspect Ron. Marks McClown smiled bitterly, "I just know some common sense of potions, not a doctor." But despite saying that, Marks McClown still squatted down and carefully observed Ron's appearance. Ron's face was covered with a layer of black visible to the naked eye. It was the black that radiated from the flesh and blood. In this case, Ron was very likely to be poisoned, but Ron did not wake up, and Marks McClown did not infer what kind of poison Ron had been poisoned. Aside from its corrosive liquid, the magic plant of Big Mouth Willow itself has nothing toxins that can be poisoned. However, the Big Mouth Willow they encountered this time has been mutated more severely, so Mark's Eye could not infer the body of the Big Mouth Willow. What kind of toxin does it contain? Puff. Ron suddenly turned over and vomited a lot of foul-smelling yellow liquid from his mouth, making Hermione screaming and jumping away near Ron. The foul-smelling liquid continued to pour from Ron's mouth to the ground. Even Harry, who was holding Ron, frowned deeply. Hermione asked worriedly, "Mark's Eye, what's wrong with Ron?" Marks McClown frowned and approached Ron, enduring the stench in Ron's mouth, and asked, "Ron, are you feeling fatigued, twitching constantly, nausea and nausea?" Ron nodded immediately, but he couldn't answer Mark's Eye's question, and vomited yellow foul-smelling liquid on the side. Harry started his head, trying to stay away from Liuli Zhao's mouth, and asked, "Mr. Marks, do you know what happened to Ron?" Marks McClown said, looking at Ron's situation, "I guess Ron was poisoned by the vomit flower." Harry asked, "What is that?" "We didn't see the vomit flower." Marks McClown nodded and said, "McClowns, so I'm not sure that this is the poison of vomiting flowers, because it exploded from the mutated Big Mouth Willow. It may be a brand new toxin in this world." Harry asked Mark's Eye anxiously, "Mr. Marks, What should Ron do now? You see how hard he looks. Chapter 378. Marks McClown shook his head gently, and said, I can't help it. If it is the toxin of the vomit flower, I still know how to deal with it, but this toxin is mutated in the big mouth willow, and there is no equipment here. Let me test this toxin. I dare not try to treat it casually. In fact, relying on the discriminating eyes and the profound knowledge of potions passed down by Snape, Marks I could still try to fight. But why does Marks McClown bother so hard? Anyway, he can't die, so let him continue to vomit. Harry said anxiously, then Ron is too painful now, I can't let him keep doing this. Marks McClown shrugged and said, as long as Ron vomits everything out of his stomach, he probably won't vomit anymore. After all, this toxin is not fatal, it just makes people uncomfortable for a while. Ron paled and leaned on the ground, as if he wanted to say something, but immediately started vomiting again. Even Hermione couldn't bear to look at it, turning her face away. Harry had to pat Ron's back lightly, trying to make Ron less uncomfortable. Hermione said, Marks the magic plants here have mutated so much, I'm afraid we won't be able to go on. Hermione couldn't help worrying again when she saw Ron being tortured like this by this unknown toxin. Marks McClown shook his head and said, no, I feel that we are almost at our destination. Upon hearing Marks I's words, Harry and Hermione looked at Marks I in surprise at the same time. Even Ron barely stopped vomiting, turned his head and looked at Marks I hopefully. You know, in order to enter this holy land of horse people, they can be said to have gone through countless ordeals. What horse people warriors, and various strange magic plants, and then these mutant magic plants that have produced their own consciousness in front of them. They have gone through so many hardships that they have an unreal illusion when they hear Marks I say that the destination is approaching. Marks McClown nodded and said, McClowns, I feel that the degree of variation of the magic plants here should be affected by something in the center of the Holy Land, so the closer the distance, the deeper the influence. And the mutant magic plants we see, the degree of mutation is already very strong. I guess the center of the Holy Land should not be far from us. Harry finally smiled and said, that's great, we can finally leave this forest. You know, Harry has been frowning ever since he entered this holy land of horse tribes, and now he can finally laugh out, even if he knows this is just Marks I's conjecture. Cool Tiger, Hermione's mood also improved a lot, and she immediately said, it shouldn't be too late. Let's set off quickly and arrive at the destination earlier, so as not to have long nights and dreams. Ron, who was pale from vomiting, also raised his hand and signaled that he could continue walking. He was fed up here. How could he not be more active when he finally got the chance to leave here? Marks McClown nodded, and stepped towards the center of the Holy Land, stepping on the sawdust of the willows all over the floor. With the advantage of the language of nature, Marks I led Harry and the others to the core of the Holy Land without experiencing too much battle. But compared to Marks I and the others, the vampires on the other side were not so lucky. Yorkoff, be careful. A loud scream sounded in this weird magical forest. A giant flower monster with a huge body madly waved a thick flower vine, turning the surrounding soil upside down. Yorkoff was evasive in the sky full of flower vines, but how easy is it to dodge the sky full of flower vines? A huge flower vine slapped at Yorkoff's face. Lilith was also blocked by BBFG, a giant tree covered with iron thorns, and couldn't get out to save Yorkoff. And John's mental power was open to the maximum, affecting the crazy trees nearby that wanted to rush over. Seeing that Yorkoff was about to be strangled in midair by this sky full of flower vines, suddenly a dark figure rushed forward desperately, rushing to Yorkoff, and heavily pushed Yorkoff out of the range of flower vines. The eyes of Lilith and the others suddenly widened, looking at the man who was desperate to rescue Abode. Abode. Jones shouted Abode's name loudly, and Abode rushed forward to push Yorkoff out at the most critical moment, but he fell into the strangulation of this giant flower monster. Abode stared at Yorkoff. He had no strength to say a word, but Yorkoff, who was rescued by him, looked at Abold's eyes and instantly understood what Abold wanted to express. Continue to fight with his share? York was seriously injured in the previous battle, so he almost died. But York is the only remaining academic master potion master, and the knowledge in his brain is countless times more important to help this line. In the next second, Abbott turned into flying flesh and blood in the strangulation of flower vines. Another member died in front of them, and Lilith felt extremely painful. Unexpectedly, their vampire family sent the most elite 7 people. The mission had not been completed but 4 had already been sacrificed. This time the vampire family had suffered heavy casualties. Johannes glared at Abode, who was turned into countless flesh and blood, with his bright red eyes, shouting, "You run out, I will cover you." Lilith and York looked at Johannes, and ran directly into the depths of the holy ground without hesitation. Full of energy, Johannes' red eyes seemed to drip out blood donation, staring at the countless magical plants with teeth and claws in front of him, exploding his potential, and the surging mental power like sea water exploded violently with his body as the core. The surging mental power exploded, and even Lilith had to feel a little palpitating from the surging mental power behind her. Chapter 379, Holy Land Center. Johannes exploded his potential, without hesitation, ran directly in Lilith's direction. Cool Tiger, he knows that his mental attacks are enough to kill most magic plants in seconds, but facing the giant flower monster can only affect its behavior at most. When it reacts, he does not escape, and he will not end up better than Abode. Where to go? York also knew that Johannes put himself in danger, deliberately slowed down a little bit, and accepted Johannes. Sure enough, Johannes, who had burst into his own potential, became soft all over, only to run far. His eyes turned black, and he almost fell directly to the ground. Of course, York wouldn't let Johannes behind the palace be strangled into bloody mud by the giant flower monsters. His eyesight quickly carried Johannes on his shoulders, and he was mad as if he ran away. Horse tribe, Fick tent. Fick looked at the Holy Land mirror in silence. After these passers-by had been running for so long, some people finally encountered an accident. I don't know why, Fick sighed in his heart when he saw those who wanted to pass the trial of the Holy Land die in the past, but now he felt a sense of relief in his heart. But also, the abilities of the passer this time are too powerful. Even Fick felt that the Holy Land trial had become so simple that they passed it so easily. Now that the Holy Land trial has finally become powerful, Fick have to breathe a sigh of relief. Cool Tiger, the Holy Land is still their Holy Land, and even their perverted people are planted in it. Bane regretfully said, "This vampire is called Abode. I didn't expect him to be the first among them to die in it." Finley said, "It was also their bad luck that they encountered the King of Dilliman Flower. It is very good that only one person was killed or injured." Firenze said, "I don't think they are unlucky. On the contrary, I think Marksai and the others are too lucky. Why do most of the mutant magic plants do not attack them wherever they pass?" Fick said, "They already have a special way to prevent most mutant plants from attacking them." Maybe Fick could see it. Although most of the mutant plants did not attack Marksai's group, they still encountered several encounters, and they were extremely reluctant to pass. However, Marksai and the others' encounters were compared to vampires. It was simply a sky and an underground, incomparable. Bane admired. "In the beginning, I thought Marksai and the others would enter the Holy Land of my clan without any preparation. I thought they were dead. Who knows that their preparations are all to deal with the most difficult mutant plants in the end. Really, it's foresight plus cool Tiger." Firenze also nodded and said, "McClowns, compared to the vampires, it seems that the vampires have prepared a lot of potions, but they don't care much. In this regard, the vampires are not as good as Marksai." Firenze pressed the Holy Land mirror lightly, trying to observe Marksai and the others, but the screen showing Marksai and the others became extremely blurred, and he couldn't see anything. Firenze clicked the Holy Land mirror again, and the Holy Land mirror showed the situation of the vampire family. They were sitting on a piece of grass panting in embarrassment, but the picture was extremely clear. Firenze said in a puzzled way, "Elder, do you see if there is something wrong with the Holy Land mirror?" The Holy Land mirror cannot show Mark's eye and their current situation. Bane dissatisfied. "Firenze, did you break it with rough hands? This is a treasure from our ancestors." Just when Firenze wanted to argue with Bane, Fick violently snatched the Holy Land mirror in Firenze's hand and wanted to switch to the scene of Mark's eye and the others. As Firenze said, it was vague, unclear, almost can't see anything clearly. Everyone looked at Fick in a puzzled way. The Fick in their impression was always gentle and gentle, even if they encountered Mark's eye and other perverts doing things against the sky. It was just a shock. This was the first time they saw such a rude image. 2. Fick suddenly burst into tears and laughed. This crying and laughing expression stunned the other horsemen. Why did their always gentle elder suddenly seem to be crazy? Find flowers Firenze hesitated for a while, still asked, "Elder, what's wrong with you? Are you uncomfortable?" Bane immediately snatched up, "You must have broken the Holy Land mirror and got angry." Fick cried and laughed and knelt directly on the ground. His tears and laughter mixed together, looking very strange. Firenze, Bane, and Fainley knelt suddenly when Fick was seen, and they knelt to the ground together in fright. They dared not stand in front of the elders when they were kneeling. Fick suddenly shouted, "The sky has eyes. The ancestors of the horse tribe, the Holy Land trial of our tribe has finally gone to the center of the Holy Land." Fick's words hit the horseman's heart like a bolt of lightning. What? Has anyone reached the center of the Holy Land? Is it possible that the sacred ground mirror cannot show the situation in the center of the sacred ground, because someone reaches the center of the sacred ground so that the sacred ground mirror becomes blurred? Based on the performance of the Holy Land mirror, they probably also know who has reached the center of the Holy Land. It's Mark's eye. It is the group of human children. They actually arrived at the center of the Holy Land. Firenze looked at Fick's crying and laughing expression. He thought he might understand the feelings of the elders. The Holy Land trial of the horse tribe has been completed for hundreds of years, and now someone can finally reaching the center of the Holy Land means that the record of hundreds of years has finally been broken. Marks McClown is indeed the human being who creates miracles. Firenze sighed inwardly. Elder Fick, look at the Holy Land mirror, Fainley suddenly shouted. Everyone immediately turned their eyes to the Holy Land mirror, and saw that the Holy Land mirror showed a vampire scene, which was slowly becoming blurred. Harry Potter, the Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 380, The Core Secret. Although they can still see their movements clearly, judging from the scene that the Holy Land mirror is slowly blurring, the vampires and the group will soon be at the center of the Holy Land. Fick fell on his 6 limbs and muttered piously to himself, as if he wanted to talk to the ancestors of the horse race. Cool Tiger, Firenze and the others looked at each other. At this time, they didn't know what to do. They actually became a group of horse people to witness history. After hundreds of years, the horse people's Holy Land trial was finally completed. That's right. With the advantage of the language of nature, Mark's eye and the others are much faster than the vampires, and they quickly surpassed the distance, and Mark's eye and the others came to the center of the Holy Land first. Harry pointed forward excitedly and yelled, 550 inches, Mr. Marks, look, what is that? Marks McClown stared at it, and not far away was an ancient hall. The area of the hall was very wide. The tall stone pillars were carved with various pictures. There were various sculptures on the top of the huge hall, mostly in the image of horsemen. The weapons seemed to be on the battlefield. Hermione was overjoyed. It must be there. Let's go over and take a look. Marks McClown nodded, and immediately approached this mysterious hall. The closer he walked, the more he found that this hall had a long history, full of the taste of history. Those tall stone pillars were arbitrarily covered with moss and cracks, as if they would turn into countless stones at the touch of a touch. The sculptures on the top are even more eroded by wind and rain, leaving only a rough appearance. Even the appearance is not clear. Marks McClown looked at this large hall in surprise and said, "This is probably the Holy Land of Horse People." Harry and Hermione nodded quickly and looked around with excitement. They worked hard and finally arrived at their destination, and all the suffering was finally over. Even Ron, who made his body weak due to vomiting on the side, looked at this large hall with great effort. The torture he suffered along the way was really countless. Looking at this large hall, Ron unexpectedly there is an urge to cry. Finally reached, Marks McClown said with a sigh of relief, let's go in and take a look." Harry and Hermione nodded immediately. They wanted to see what magical place was in this place. They had to go through such a terrifying magical forest to get here. Marks McClown reminded everyone, "Be careful. It doesn't mean that there is no danger here." Marks McClown did not relax his vigilance because he came to the Holy Land of the horse race, but always paid attention to the surrounding situation. The more at this time, the more unable to relax. Cool Tiger, Harry and Hermione had also suffered from experience before, and they even crept on their feet without daring to care. Suddenly, Hermione patted Marks' shoulder lightly. Marks' turned her head and looked at Hermione a little dissatisfied. At this time, she should always be vigilant. Why is Hermione bothering herself at this time? Hermione covered her mouth, pointed to the other side, very excited, motioned Marks' to look over. Marks McClown looked suspiciously in the direction Hermione pointed, and a huge black stone stuck straight into the ground. And the location of this stone happened to be the center of the hall. Is this stone the biggest secret? Marks McClown suddenly thought of the story that Sirius Black told them. A mysterious man gave them a small stone, and they used that small stone to make a map of survival points. Is that little rock from the one in front of you? At this moment, even Marks McClown was in a surging mood, but Marks McClown did not give her emotions to her head, and immediately signaled Hermione to calm down and slowly approached the mysterious stone step by step. But it was quiet nearby, and nothing wrong happened. Marks McClown approached this huge boulder and looked at it slowly. This stone is very huge, perhaps as high as 2 adults, and its surface is very smooth, with only a deep black, but it does not reflect any scenes, as if even light is absorbed inside. This is different from any matter on the earth. Marks even made a guess that this stone is probably not a matter of the earth at all. Hermione stretched out her hand in surprise to touch this mysterious stone, but Marks grabbed Hermione's hand. This stone was not superficially simple, and she didn't know what would happen if she touched it easily. Marks McClown opened his discriminating eyes, wanting to see what the structure of this stone was. But in the next second, the information returned by the discriminating eyes made Marks McClown frown deeply. Outer meteorite. There are only 4 simple words, and the discriminating eye that has always identified anything without any error, actually returned such 4 dry words. Even the discriminating eye couldn't discern what it was, which made Marks McClown very distressed. So she reluctantly closed the discriminating eye and carefully observed the meteorite with her own eyes. As Marks guessed, the name given by the discriminating eye also shows that this meteorite is a product of the universe and has nothing to do with the Earth. This kind of cosmic meteorite usually has a very strong radiation ability. Marks guessed that the magical plants outside would have such a large variation, most likely because of the influence of this outer meteorite. The closer you get to this stone, the stronger the radiation, the more serious the mutation. It was also for this reason that Marks stopped Hermione from touching this outer meteorite. Since this outer meteorite has such a powerful radiation ability, who knows how humans will feel the changes. Marks McClown tried to isolate some mental powers to detect this meteorite outside the sky. But Marks McClown's mental power could not touch the meteorite outside the sky at all, and was isolated by an inexplicable force. This has nothing to do with the strength of Marks McClown's spiritual power. The reason why Marks McClown feels that his spiritual power cannot break through is because of the spiritual isolation ability radiated by the meteorite from outside the sky. Chapter 381 Why it is impossible to detect the inside by mental power outside the outer periphery of the radiation. The huge area formed by the radiation related to the mental power makes Marks McClown feel this is like a spiritual exploration with a different diffusion medium. Marks McClown couldn't help thinking of the live spot map made by this stone. No wonder the live spot map made with it can have the effect of large-scale exploration. Harry looked at Mark's eyes, constantly changing expressions of doubts and sudden realizations, couldn't help but curiosity, and asked, "Mr. Marks, do you see what this thing is?" Hermione and Ron cast their gazes on Marks McClown, and they were also very curious about what this stone was, and it could be placed in the center of the Horse Holy Land. For hundreds of years, so many people wanted this thing, but no one succeeded. Marks McClown said directly, "I don't know either." Harry and the others were immediately stunned, looking at Marks a little bewildered. In their impression, Marks McClown was an omniscient existence. In the strange magic forest before, Marks McClown was able to recognize all the magic plants and take them through the difficulties. Marks McClown actually said that he didn't know these 11 words. Marks McClown smiled bitterly. "What kind of expression do you have? Don't I know what is abnormal about this thing?" Harry and the others were also a little embarrassed. They always thought that Marks McClown was so omnipotent, so that Marks McClown said that they didn't know it made them a little unacceptable. Plus cool, Tiger. But think about it, no one has known the situation here for hundreds of years. Even Fick, the elder of the horse race, doesn't necessarily know what this is, let alone Mark's eye. Harry and the others also found that they were too dependent on Mark's eye to make such an embarrassing scene. Da. Marks McClown heard a sound of footsteps and immediately made a vigilant gesture. Harry and Hermione also heard the sound of footsteps, and immediately pulled out their wands and looked at the direction of the footsteps vigilantly. Even Ron, who was too weak, stopped stretching and drew out his wand with difficulty. He had already vomited everything in his stomach, even the bile was vomiting out. There was really nothing to vomit, so he barely recovered a little combat power. 3 tall figures appeared in front of Mark's eye and his group, exactly the embarrassed family of vampires. Lilith and the others had tattered clothes. Their expressions changed when they saw Mark's eye and his group. Marks McClown frowned immediately. Along the way they and the vampires were constantly engaged in invisible battles, and finally they met together, still in this most critical place. Harry looked at the 3 Liliths, not knowing who they were, and was about to ask questions. "Who knows?" Lilith directly shouted coldly, "Go, don't keep one." Marks McClown immediately grabbed Harry and shouted, "Protect yourself." The 3 of Harry didn't know what was going on. They saw York pounce directly on them. Hermione was the first to react and immediately chanted, "Armor for body protection." York rushed to them and was blocked by an invisible barrier, but the next second York stretched out his hand to grab it, and the invisible barrier made a crackling sound, and was directly shattered by the grasp. Lilith and Johns rushed directly to Mark's eye very purposefully. They could feel that Mark's eye was the person who attacked Johns mentally before, and was also the most dangerous existence in their group. Mark's eye felt a little relieved when he saw Lilith and Johns pounce on him at the same time. But he had confidence in his own strength, but not in Harry and the others. If the opponent separates one person to entangle him, and the 2 attack Harry and the others, then Marks McClown estimates that it won't take long for the 3 of Harry to become 3 corpses. This is not what Marks McClown wants to see. If a vampire attacked Harry and the others, Harry and the others would still have the power to fight. After all, they were also the original trio of saviors in history. However, the current situation is very unfavorable to Marks McClown. These vampires are no cats or dogs. They are the elite of the vampire race. When Marks McClown fought against Lilith and Johns, Marks McClown immediately threw away the little comfort in his heart. The pressure on Marks McClown by these two people was unprecedentedly great. Lilith and Jones also had wands in their hands. This thing that was supposed to be used only by human wizards had exploded powerful spells in the hands of two vampires. Marks McClown's motor nerves are already very developed, and it is also a first-class existence among human beings. However, in the face of the cooperation of these two top vampires, Marks McClown is very reluctant to avoid their attacks. Several times, it is dangerous and dangerous. Dodge. Of course, Marks McClown wouldn't just let others hit herself like this, constantly sending out curses every second to counterattack, but Marks McClown's curse failed again and again, bombarding the floor and walls without even touching their sleeves! Marks McClown stared at Lilith and Johns closely, always preparing 783 to avoid the curse attack of the two. But some thoughts flashed in her heart. The vampires came to challenge the Horse Tribe's Holy Ground trial just for this mysterious alien meteorite, so what they want this alien meteorite to do, logically speaking, it is just to adjust the magic potion. But adjusting the magic potion doesn't need such a big meteorite, right? Since it is equipped with a potion that humans can drink. Considering this dosage, the magic potion should only require a small amount of meteorites. If they just want a small piece, they don't have to fight with themselves at all, and they don't need such a large alien meteorite. Isn't it impossible for them to discuss if they want a small piece? However, as soon as they saw themselves, they just started to do nothing. It can be seen that the ambition of a vampire is basically a meteorite from the sky, and it will not be left to themselves. What do they want to do with the entire meteorite? Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage, Chapter 382, Extreme War. This question has been lingering in Marks McClown's heart. The vampires must have their conspiracy to do this, a big conspiracy. A curse suddenly hit Marks McClown's face from an extremely tricky angle, and Marks McClown's extreme reaction caused the curse to rub his face and hit the stone pillar behind him. Boom! The entire stone pillar exploded immediately, and numerous stone fragments flew out and hit Marks McClown. Marks McClown broke out in a cold sweat. Now is not the time for him to think about it. There are two elite vampires in front of him. Even the slightest negligence is enough to make Marks McClown defeated. Marks McClown immediately sent a shot of Mjolnir to hit it, but Marks McClown's curse still failed to hit the two of them, hitting the floor and blasting a big hole. Hateful. Marks McClown gritted his teeth, and the difficulty of these two vampires has exceeded Marks McClown's expectations. Joan's magic cultivation base is only inferior to Marks McClown, the difference is not big, and Lilith is the really difficult guy. The magic cultivation base is actually comparable to Marks McClown. The most perverted thing is that Lilith has a speed that Mark's eye can't keep up with the naked eye, and Mark's eye's curse can only be hit against Johnsy. It is difficult to even aim at Lilith to hit Lilith, but even if it was John's, Mark's eye still didn't have a spell to hit, not only because of the speed of John's, but also because of the huge pressure of Mark's eye being besieged. Defense and anti-curse alone had already cost a lot of money. Energy. Jones suddenly rubbed his body, and the wand in his hand pointed directly at Mark's eye's face. Cool tiger. Marks McClown was good at using the curse. The old force did not get rid of the embarrassing situation of the new force, so she had to reluctantly escape. What Johns saw was Marks McClown's embarrassing moment. How could he easily let go of Marks McClown's loophole? His wand closely followed Marks McClown, ready to cast a powerful spell at any time. Of course, Lilith would not let this opportunity pass. The child was able to hurt Jones in terms of mental strength, which also proved the child's strength. Lilith would not have any strength for this kind of enemy. Be sure to kill directly. Lilith used her ghostly speed to move quickly behind Marks McClown. Even if John's attack failed, she could give Marks McClown a fatal blow. Marks McClown's current situation can be described as a critical matter. Both front and rear are mortal attacks, and they cannot be avoided at all. Marks McClown gritted his teeth, and the two powerful vampires attacked back and forth at the same time. If they were replaced by ordinary wizards, they would have died too long. But how could Marks McClown give up easily? Marks McClown squeezed two magic wands in both hands, pointed at a vampire with one hand very quickly, and cast a spell at the same time. Milner. Double excitation. Two Myrnias shot at the top of the wand at the same time, pointing directly at Lilith and Joan's. Joan's fatal curse attack was also shot at the same time, and Lilith's rock-solid palm almost touched Marks's curse. Boom, boom. Joan's and Marks's spells collided heavily, but compared to Joan's full grasp of the power of the spell, Marks's Myrnia was too hasty, and the power of the spell was directly crushed, causing a huge impact. The force hit Marks's. However, Lilith behind Marks McClown saw that Marks McClown actually broke out the curse at the last moment, and was frightened into a cold sweat, so she had to give up the opportunity to attack. You must know that Lilith just chose to attack, toughened Marks's curse recklessly. Lilith will never get any benefits. Lilith is also not to be underestimated. Such a close distance is still the limit of reaction. Avoiding Marks's curse that should have been counter-killing, just hit the open space on one side. Marks McClown was slammed to one side by the impact of the explosion of the spell, and she reluctantly stood firm. Fortunately, Marks McClown's body has been strengthened, so it did not cause injury. If you change to the previous Marks McClown, you may also have to write this spell. He suffered a lot of injuries from the explosion. Lilith and John's attack did not play an important role this time, and their faces sank at the same time. The attack just now was originally seamless, so why was Marks McClown escaped and born? John C. looked at Marks and understood in his heart that the timing of his attack just now was very delicate, and it was impossible for an ordinary wizard to escape. With Marks's ability to escape to the limit, John's has already seen that Marks has quite a lot of actual combat experience, even extremely rich. Lilith can see more things than John's. Marks McClown escaped not only because of his rich experience, but also because of his superb strength. Originally in the embarrassment of the new power, Marks McClown was abrupt. Use an avoidance action to get rid of this embarrassment. Moreover, he coordinated his body, and took out the limit speed of two magic wands at the same time. The ultimate speed of spelling, and the simultaneous firing of a double spell can help Marks McClown escape. It seems very simple, but even if there is a problem in any one of them, Marks McClown can't get back under such a blow. Lilith was secretly shocked. The strength shown by this human child was already one of the strongest human wizards she had ever seen. Regardless of the speed of chanting, the technique of silent chanting, and even the limit of physical response, Lilith has seen the most harmful level of Zeus, and even the strength of magic power is close to her infinitely. Definitely an opponent not to be underestimated. Marks McClown stood still, and a chill spread from his back. It was really careless just now, because he was flanked by two powerful vampires. He was unconsciously irritated for a while, causing a spell to reveal a loophole. And this loophole was immediately caught by the vampires and they almost fell their hands. Marks McClown took a deep breath, staring at Lilith and John's, not daring to have the slightest carelessness in his heart. Chapter 383. Marks McClown felt that the two enemies in front of him were the most powerful enemies he had ever encountered, and any small flaws could lead to his own failure. On the other side, Harry's three-person battle against York was even more dangerous. Even if the three of Harry and the others were the savior trio in the original history, they are only Hogwarts third-grade students. How could they be comparable to the elite of the vampire family? Ron was weakened by the toxin of the vomit flower before. In this battle of disparity in strength, Ron could only drag his weak body and hide behind Harry and Hermione, occasionally sending out a power that could be ignored. Cursed to prove his existence. And Harry and Hermione, who were mainly responsible for the main battle, wielded their wands quickly, and one by one the spells kept smashing at York. But the power of the spells was really limited, and the speed of casting the spells was relatively slow. No harm. But Harry and Hermione had a tacit understanding, and was small and flexible, so Yorkf couldn't catch these three people for a while. Yorkf couldn't catch Harry and Hermione for a while, and he also saw that Ron was the weakest of the three, and strode directly towards Ron 590, trying to solve the easiest one first. Cool Tiger. Harry saw Yorkf's intentions and immediately shouted, "Hermione, he is going to catch Ron, you cover me." Hermione gritted her teeth and rushed directly in front of Yorkf, hitting Yorkf in the face with a raging fire. With a slight sway of his head, Yorkf avoided Hermione's curse attack, grinning grinningly and reaching out his big hand to grab Hermione. Of course Hermione couldn't let Yorkf catch herself. She was not Mark-Sai, a pervert. Her physical strength was no different from that of a normal girl. Once caught, she would have no ability to resist. Hermione turned around and wanted to run away, but who was Yorkf? He was an elite of the vampire family, and a child who wanted to run away in front of him would not have any chance. Yorkf took a leap and grabbed Hermione by the collar. Harry supported Ron at the back. As soon as he saw Hermione being arrested, he immediately realized that it was Yorkf's conspiracy. He pretended to catch Ron, but actually lured them to contain himself and easily back-kill someone! Hermione! Harry shouted hoarsely, immediately put Ron down, and rushed forward desperately. Hermione was restrained by Cough just now because he obeyed her own words, and was caught by Yorkf. All the responsibility lies with Harry. Harry would not allow Hermione to do anything because of his wrong words. Cool Tiger. Hermione was held high by the collar by Yorkf, and Hermione was directly lifted into the air by Yorkf, fluttering around indiscriminately. But it didn't work. Harry went crazy and rushed directly. The anger had disturbed Harry's thoughts. At this time, Harry would not think of any way to prevent Yorkf from harming Hermione. Instead, he rushed forward, trying to use the most rescue Hermione in a brutal way. Hermione watched Harry rush forward brainlessly, and couldn't help screaming, "Don't come here!" Harry didn't seem to hear, waving his arms wildly, rushing forward, and then being kicked to the ground with a heavy kick by Yorkf, and being stepped on his chest by Yorkf's big foot. He couldn't get up no matter how hard he struggled. With tears in her eyes, Hermione could only watch Harry's desperate struggle under Yorkf's feet, but it didn't help. On Mark-Sai's side, Mark-Sai kept chanting curses super fast, using his magical powers to confront Lilith Jones. But Mark-Sai was obviously at an absolute disadvantage, being attacked by Jones' curse and Lilith from time to time. The close sneak attack was annoying. The light in Marks McClown's eyes saw that Yorkf had restrained Harry and Hermione, and was shocked. The remaining Ron would certainly not be Yorkf's Netoon enemy. When Harry and the three of them will suffer unexpectedly, they will also become extremely troubled. You know, it's already so hard for two vampires to attack him at the same time. If you join another vampire force, you don't have any chance to stand up. Harry and Hermione must be saved, for them and for themselves. Marks McClown's mind quickly turned a few thoughts about how to save Harry and Hermione, appearing calmly, constantly dealing with Lilith Jones. Seeing Ron had been frightened to the ground, Yorkf had raised his wand at Ron, and in the next second, Ron might be killed in place. Marks McClown suddenly firmed his eyes, and already had a thought in his heart. If he wanted to fight against these three powerful vampires, he had to lose one in a second. It was not unacceptable to pay a little price for this. Spiritual shock. All Marks McClown's spiritual power was dispatched, and directly pounced on the three elites of the vampire family. Lilith immediately realized that Marks McClown would use a mental attack, and immediately shouted, "That human child is going to use a mental attack. Be careful not to get caught." Johnsy had a cold face. He was already embarrassed after suffering such a big loss from Mark-Sai in front of his clansmen. How could he allow the same thing to happen a second time? When Marks McClown's spiritual power struck Lilith and Jones, She was cut off by their spiritual power. Marks McClown was shocked. As the spiritual master of the vampire family, John C. could construct a spiritual barrier to block his own mental attacks under defensiveness. It would not be surprising at all, but Marks McClown was surprised by Lilith. The spiritual power of this female vampire is not inferior to her. No should be said to be stronger than herself. So even if Lilith has no mental defense skills, her mental power can't cause any harm to Lilith at all. Lilith sneered and looked at Marks McClown. She thought that Marks McClown was only attacking herself and Johns with mental power, and wanted to seek a chance to defeat them both. Chapter 384 Instant Kill Vampires. And now that both of them have successfully prevented Marks McClown's mental attack, Marks McClown will definitely be more panicked. But Marks' eye didn't show the flustered expression as Lilith thought, but a smile. Lilith's heart tightened, and she shouted, "No, his target is Yorkf." What? Jones was also taken aback. Being besieged by their two super elite vampires, Marks McClown still had the intention to attack others. Lilith and Johns turned their heads at the same time and looked at Yorkf. Sure enough, Yorkf was stunned. His wand was still pointed at Ron on the ground, but the wave of magical power had disappeared, and Yorkf stood in the same place blankly, as if the Buddha was dull. Yorkf's mental power was not as good as that of Jones and Lilith, and Marks' eye was caught off guard, and Yorkf was immediately caught. Marks McClown smiled lightly. His strategy was successful. Indeed, he had been suppressed by Lilith and Johns just now. Who would have thought that Marks McClown could still be distracted to deal with Yorkf in this situation? But in fact, Marks McClown just did it. Marks McClown's left hand gripped the white magic wand and pointed straight at Yorkf's position. The strength of these vampires is so amazing that they can't be hit by a spell in a normal battle. Cool Tiger, but what if it is affected by my spirit? Yorkf is like a living target, standing up right there. Now I am afraid that an unblind wizard can hit with a spell, let alone Marks' eye. Yorkf's mental strength is not weak. This kind of sluggishness is only a moment. Marks' eye must seize this opportunity. Eternal Gunslinger. Without any hesitation, Marks McClown directly used one of her most powerful spells, Mjolnir's variant version Eternal Gunslinger. Sharp, like a sharp spear, pierced countless air, and came to Yorkf's chest, and then pierced past like a thin piece of paper, without any retention. A cluster of blood blossoms skyrocketed. Marks' eye's eternal sharp spear directly pierced Yorkf's heart, and Yorkf's tall body flew into the air, and then hit the ground heavily. This reversal made Harry and Hermione no reaction, and they could only watch the vampire, who was still fierce just now, being knocked out like a broken skin. Hermione had been grabbed by Yorkf's collar before, so she was thrown away at the same time. But Hermione didn't feel anything. She was still immersed in the shock of Yorkf being killed by Marks' eye. The elite of the vampire, Yorkf, was killed by Marks' eye in this way. Even if it is a vampire with a strong physique, it will not have any fighting power at all under the heavy damage of the heart being penetrated. Yorkf didn't realize anything at all. He felt a sharp pain in his mind, lost the sense of the outside world, and was directly pierced in his chest. The huge pain caused Yorkf to faint. The corner of Marks McClown's mouth rose up. Everything was exactly the same as Marks McClown expected, but Marks McClown didn't have time to be happy for long. He knew that he would have to pay a price to kill Yorkf in a second. Marks McClown turned her head and saw Lilith and Joan's angry demonic expressions. Two curses with terrifying power blasted directly in front of her. Marks McClown could only wave the black magic wand in his right hand, and used an armor protection in front of him. An invisible barrier stood in front of Marks McClown. This seemingly sturdy barrier could not give Marks McClown any peace of mind. Marks McClown knew that this barrier could only serve as a symbolic defense and could not play a major role at all. Boom! With a violent explosion, the two curses slammed into Marks McClown's body, and the armor protection didn't have any effect. It was blasted to shreds. Then the power of the remaining curse exploded directly on Marks McClown's body. With perfect control of his body, Marks McClown flew backwards along the power of the explosion to minimize the damage of the spell to him. But how could the power of the spell cast by the two vampires be small? Marks McClown was in midair. I knew that I was seriously injured. Find flowers. Marks McClown felt the sharp pain in his chest, and finally couldn't help it. A mouthful of bright red blood spurted out in the air. Marks McClown gritted his teeth, forcibly controlled his body to turn over in the air, and removed most of the impact from his body before falling firmly on the ground. Lilith looked at Marks McClown. Her eyes were full of jealousy. She knew what York's strength was, and she was killed in a second by Marks McClown's sneak attack. All this indicates Marks McClown's extremely powerful strength. And what is more terrifying than Marks McClown's strength is Marks McClown's character being suppressed into such a mind that can explode such a terrifying strength. Lilith really feels a trace of fear. As an enemy, this kind of person cannot have any chance to turn him over, and must be killed. With a kick, Lilith turned into a phantom, approaching Marks-I like a ghost. Since you desperately tried our best to kill York, how could I make you feel better? Before Marks McClown stood firm, a wry smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He knew that if he desperately lost York in seconds, he would definitely be caught by Lilith. But Marks McClown didn't expect that Lilith would not give herself a chance before landing, and the storm-like attack came. Lilith's stern face flashed in front of Marks McClown's eyes, and Lilith's hand hit Marks McClown's chest straight. Lilith's eyes seemed to say, "Since you penetrated York's heart, then I will give you the same pain." Marks McClown has no time to make any effective defensive actions, so she can only put her hands in front of her heart and use her hands as the last shield. Crack! With the sound of a crisp fracture, Marks McClown's body flew up again, and a large piece was sunken between his hands, which was strangely bent into an angle that violated physiological common sense. Chapter 385, All in Control. Marks McClown forcibly endured the severe pain from his hand, clenching his teeth. Even the blood was bitten between the teeth, which shows how great the pain Marks McClown suffered. Mr. Marks. Harry supported Hermione at this moment, looked at Marks' that was knocked into the air again, and let out a hoarse cry. Hermione watched Marks' clenching her teeth in midair. This was the first time Hermione saw Marks' so uncomfortable. Thinking back to the scene where Marks' killed Yokov in seconds, Marks' was injured because of saving them. Hermione's eyes flushed again. She bit her lip and clenched her fists. Marks McClown fell to the ground again, but this time Marks McClown staggered a bit, and did not stand still. The huge pain made Marks McClown's mind tense. Marks McClown stiffly removed the two Fornina's arrow hands from her chest. Both hands had been broken by Lilith's heavy blow, and they were distorted. Marks McClown stared at Lilith in front of him. Although there was pain in his eyes, he did not panic, nor did he show timidity because of such a serious injury. Instead, there was a kind of indifferent aura in it. Marks McClown's twisted arm suddenly shifted slowly and returned to his original position at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blue veins that Marks McClown had burst out from the pain also slowly disappeared in his forehead, leaving only a little bit of crystal clear sweat. Level 2 Self-Healing. Marks McClown used his self-healing ability to heal the internal injuries caused by the impact and the broken arms. Lilith looked at all this in shock, and said in disbelief, "How is this possible?" Lilith was unbelievably watching Marks' arm automatically shifting, but it would heal automatically? Is Marks McClown still human? Who has such a terrifying healing power? Marks McClown breathed a sigh of relief because of self-healing, but the situation did not change much. He tried to be beaten by Lilith to kill York and rescued Harry and the others, but they couldn't help him at all. He still had to face Lilith and Johns alone. Judging from the attack that Lilith shot off her arm just now, Lilith's physical strength is more than one level stronger than herself. Facing such a terrifying opponent, what else can she do to deal with them? Want to transform the dragon? Marks' animagus turned into a 5-clawed golden dragon. It should be possible to barely fight the two. but Harry and the others are also there. Mark's eye won't turn out this whole card until the end. So what is the alternative? Marks McClown tried hard to think about the power she could use, but found that she now had no way to defeat Lilith and Jones except that the dragon could barely fight. Either you can only transform the dragon directly, or you can only improve yourself. Marks McClown opened the Secret Service system, and wanted to see if she could improve some skills and get help against Lilith and Jones. The division system shows that Marks McClown possesses a total of 4,000 potential points, of which 2,000 points were awarded by Marks McClown defeating Fainley, the first warrior of the horse race. The potential points are not as sufficient as Marks McClown imagined. After all, Marks McClown's current sacred trial against vampires and participating in the horse tribe has not ended. The division system determined that this is a series of events, and there will be no rewards if it is not completed. Mark's eye looked at 4,000 potential points. 4,000 potential points is not a small amount, but it is very embarrassing for Mark's eye. After all, if the three most basic abilities want to be improved, the least must have 5,000 potential points, and Mark's eye's difference is 1,000. The point cannot meet the condition. Mark's eye must use this limited potential point to improve a key skill to deal with Lilith and Jones, but how should it improve? Marks McClown thought of the powerful magic spell she had created before, but this time she had little effect on Lilith and Jones. It's not because of the lack of power of your own spell. This can be seen from the eternal sharp spear directly piercing York's body. The most important thing is that your own spell cannot hit the opponent, because Mjolnir and Eternal Gunslinger are strictly like bullets fired, but the bullets can be dodged, so they can't hit each other at all. Lilith is too fast and flexible, and Jones's flexibility is not bad. If they want the spell to hit them, they need a large atmosphere attack that can last for a long time like a laser. And the difficulty of making magic power to do this is simply a geometric increase. Mark's eye must have the ultimate magic control ability and skills. Speaking of the control and skills of magic power, Marks McClown immediately aimed at a small skill, perfect control. Without saying anything, Marks McClown directly spent 500 potential points to upgrade his perfect control to level 2 perfect control. The previous perfect control allowed Mark's eye to perfectly control his body movements, allowing Mark's eye to make many movements to the limit, and to react to emergencies with the limit. After upgrading to level 2 perfect control, Marks McClown suddenly felt that his control over his body had increased by more than one level. Marks McClown even feels that he can control the changes in heartbeat, blood pressure, etc. All these things that normal humans cannot do are all in Marks McClown's grasp. What surprises Marks McClown the most is that even if it is the operation of the magic power in the body and the magic power itself, Marks McClown can control it freely. Marks McClown feels the magical power of her body like the ocean, flowing continuously along her own will. As long as Marks McClown wants to cast a spell, all the magic power before the spell is 0.5% ready. Let Marks McClown's spellcasting speed again improve. Boy, you won't be so lucky this time. Lilith's voice suddenly appeared in Marks McClown's ears. But at the moment the voice sounded, Marks McClown had turned his head and looked at Lilith, who was about to punch herself behind him. The extreme reaction is exactly the advantage that level 2 perfect control brings to Mark's eye. This time, Lilith's terrible boxing hit Mark's eye's hair directly and hit the air. Chapter 386, The World's Fastest. Marks McClown was looking at her own military division system just now, in a daze, and how terrifying Lilith's speed was. Marks McClown had also learned plus cool, tiger. This time Mark's eye avoided Lilith's attack in an understatement, which shocked both Lilith and Mark's eye, but Lilith was shocked by Mark's eye's reaction, and Mark's eye was surprised that her reaction power had reached this point. Marks McClown leapt and left his area. The magic wand swept across, and several spells blasted towards Lilith's position. How is this possible? Lilith's eyes were filled with disbelief, Mark's Eye's spellcasting speed was more than twice as fast as before. At this time, John's also caught up to support Lilith. The wand had just cast a spell on Mark's Eye, but immediately there were 3 or 4 spells smashed in the direction of John's, scaring him to evade in a hurry. You must know that even if Mark's Eye has 2 magic wands, the speed of casting the spell is only slightly faster than that of Johan's before. Johan's casts 1 spell, and Mark's Eye can probably cast 2 more spells. But now Mark's Eye is actually sending out 3 or 4 spells casually. How can this make John's adapt to it? Immediately there were a few curses, thrilling, wiping his clothes and hitting him near him. Lilith didn't know what happened to Marks McClown. Suddenly, her spellcasting speed increased several times, and she did not dare to despise Marks McClown, shouting, "Let's go together." Johan's responded, using his fastest speed to cast the spell to hit Mark's Eye. Lilith didn't dare to approach Mark's Eye casually at this time. Mark's Eye's spellcasting speed skyrocketed so much. The dense magic spells guarded Mark's Eye like a violent storm beside Mark's Eye, and she was really not sure that she could get close to Mark's Eye casually. McClown's body. Marks McClown held 2 magic wands alone, and Lilith Jones had 2 magic wands, and they actually matched each other at a time. Jones exclaimed angrily, "What's the matter with this person? How can the speed of casting spells become so terrifying?" John's was originally the proudest group of people in the vampire family, but since coming here, his self-confidence has repeatedly suffered heavy losses. Even this human child has become so difficult. Jones knew that if Lilith hadn't been fighting with him on the side, he might have been defeated in the face of Mark's Eye. All this made it very difficult for Jones to accept, and thinking of the sacrifices made by the vampires to get here, all of Jones' grievances vented on Marks McClown. Cool Tiger. Lilith was already extremely afraid of this human child who kept refreshing her level of surprise. If it wasn't for the vampire family to get that mysterious alien meteorite, she really didn't want to be an enemy of such a powerful person. On the contrary, she would do her best to make friends with Mark's Eye as a vampire family. However, that is always her own imagination. Lilith still has to have an antagonism with Mark's Eye, and she must kill this person in the bud. The magic wands of Marks McClown's 2 hands continuously shot out spells, blasting towards Lilith and Jones like a storm. Lilith and Johnsy also used the spell to fight Mark's Eye, and the situation that originally crushed Mark's Eye became stalemate. Hermione said in surprise, "Look, Mark's Eye is not at all disadvantaged." Harry said with a look of admiration, "Mr. Marks is too powerful. If he hadn't rescued us just now, we wouldn't be able to fight that vampire." Hermione glanced at York, who was lying on the ground, and said thoughtfully, "The strength of that vampire is not as strong as the 2 Marks I was fighting against." Harry turned his head and said in surprise, "How do you tell?" Hermione said, "Look, Mark's Eye killed the vampire in seconds as soon as he made a move, but faced these 2 vampires at first. They were suppressed." Harry thought for a while, as if that was indeed the case. But the vampire they had just dealt with was already very powerful in Harry's eyes. The 2 vampires Mark's Eye dealt with were actually even more terrifying. You can imagine how terrifying Marks McClown's strength is. Harry looked at Mark's Eye's eyes suddenly full of admiration. Ron on the side was pale, and said a little gloomy, "But if it weren't for Mark's Eye, we wouldn't have to deal with such a terrifying enemy at all." Furthermore, Marks McClown is not relying on her own strength to be more powerful. What would he be without this strength? Listening to Ron's unsatisfactory words, Hermione was a little dissatisfied. Marks McClown's strength is strong. He has worked hard by himself. What qualifications do you have to say Marks McClown? Ron just wanted to refute. A feeling of nausea spread from deep in his body, and Ron had to help Harry to retches constantly, only to vomit a little green liquid. Harry worried, "Ron, can you still hold on? Don't hold on to it." Ron retched 593 for a long time before he said, "What are you going to do? I can't make it anymore and I have to stay here." Harry thought it too. Even if Ron couldn't support it, he still had to keep going. They wouldn't leave this holy place so quickly. Hermione stopped paying attention to this annoying Ron. Ron had been dragging his feet since following them into the holy land of the horse people. If it weren't for Ron, they might have avoided the fight with the vampire. Harry stopped speaking, watching Marks-Eye's battle carefully. After Marks McClown upgraded to level 2 perfect control, his control of magic power rose by more than one level, and Marks McClown felt the magic power used on his wand very smoothly and very comfortably. Marks McClown even felt that she could control the power of the spell very finely, so that the power of the spell could fully explode, without wasting her magic power. Marks McClown's casting speed at this time was also several times faster than before, and Marks McClown felt that the spell had become like his most basic quill. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 387, Big Moves Need Accumulation. As long as Marks McClown's thoughts move, he can directly cast a spell, and he can use more than 10 spells to cover Lilith and Jones at will. Lilith and Johnsy became more and more frightened as they fought. The Marks McClown just now was clearly suppressed by them. Why Marks McClown did nothing, so his strength jumped several levels, making the two of them unable to cause any harm to Marks McClown. What? Lilith furrowed her brows and looked at the calm Marks-Eye. Marks-Eye's impression on her was so amazing that Lilith was mentally eager to kill Marks-Eye. Cool Tiger, but under this strong desire, Lilith also had a little thought, and wanted to fight Marks-Eye into a jade silk, not to become each other's enemies. Jones became more impetuous in the Vietnam War. This human child was able to fight against himself and Lilith. It was quite amazing. When he was suppressed, he could free himself to kill York in seconds. This is undoubtedly the greatest dignity to their vampire family. Challenge. But this is not an important issue. The most important thing is that someone who should have been slashed by them, who is beaten by them, is no longer suppressed by them, and is beaten vigorously. This made Johnsy feel particularly uncomfortable, and his killing intent on Marks-Eye reached the extreme. Although Marks McClown is no longer at a disadvantage because of the improved level 2 perfect control, Marks McClown also knows that this is far from enough. Now that his hatred with the vampire family has ended, this battle must be a winner. It's okay to say if you win, but what if you lose? These bloodthirsty vampires will not let him go, nor will they let the three of Harry go. But the problem now is that Marks McClown has not been confident enough to defeat these two vampires. The most reliable teacher system in normal times has done everything it can to help Marks McClown gain an advantage. To defeat these two vampires, he can only rely on Marks McClown's own performance. How can I defeat these two vampires? Marks McClown thought of Malna. This self-created spell had once given him a great help, as well as the Eternal Gun, the extremely compressed Malna, as long as it hits. The penetrating power is terrifying. At the moment, neither of these two self-created spells can cause harm to Lilith and Johns, and Mjolnir's lethality does not threaten them, and the Eternal Gun is extremely difficult to hit. A thought suddenly flashed in Marks McClown's mind. If the compression of the Eternal Gunslinger was relaxed, the destructive magic power would remain at the level between Mana and the Eternal Gunslinger. Then, with the perfect control of the extreme control of the magic, the spell spreads out of the body to a certain extent, and maintains the continuous release. This is a new powerful magic. This not only can maintain the power of the spell that hurts the vampire, but also greatly increases the chance of hitting. Marks McClown showed a firm expression. This was Marks McClown's thoughts after all. If Marks McClown didn't cast this curse as she wanted, it would most likely be defeated by Lilith and Jones. Cool Tiger. But if Marks McClown continues to consume like this with the two vampires, it must be Marks McClown that exhausts his magic power first, and this is just a chronic suicide. Therefore, Marks-Eye strengthened his belief and became benevolent if he did not succeed. Marks-Eye smashed a series of magic spells casually, allowing Lilith and Jones to temporarily avoid the spell, while she held up two magic wands with both hands, pointing to the high sky and chanting the spell. The two magic wands of Marks-Eye, one black and one white, were pointed directly at the sky, and the turbulent magic power appeared from the top of the magic wand, exuding golden light. It looked like Mark's eye was calling a miracle. "What is that?" ? Hermione was covering her mouth. She had never seen Marks McClown cast such a spell. Could it be Marks McClunson's own spell again? Harry said loudly, "What is Mr. Marks doing? Is this a curse? Why have I never seen it before?" Hermione murmured, "This may be Marks McClunson's own magic spell." Harry said in shock, "No, Mr. Marks has created a new spell, but now he is fighting a vampire. Will it be dangerous if he does this? Let's go up and cover Mr. Marks." When Hermione heard it, it seemed to be the same. Who knows if Mark's eye's curse should be charged? What if these vampires attack Mark's eye? Just when Hermione almost agreed to Harry's plan, Ron quickly said, "Do you want to go up and die? Those two vampires are more powerful than we have dealt with before. Going up is a death-hunting behavior." Hermione stopped her pace, and a deep sense of powerlessness spread from her heart. "McClowns, what can they do with their strength? It can't help Mark's eye at all." Harry was also silent, staring at Mark's eye tightly, for fear of the vampire coming forward to attack Mark's eye. Lilith and Jones easily avoided the curse that Marks McClown had smashed over. Seeing Marks McClown making weird moves, without even thinking about it, Marks McClown must be brewing a big move. Lilith yelled decisively: "Jones, let's go together. Don't let him burst out." As experienced combatants, Lilith and Jones certainly wouldn't make such small mistakes, allowing the enemy to explode big moves without hindrance, and they still don't understand the enemy's big moves at all. Lilith quickly approached Mark's eye with a ghostly speed, sharp claws aimed at Mark's eye's heart. If Mark's eye still persistently wanted to make a big move, it would definitely be affected by Lilith's claws' heart-piercing attack. Not good. Hermione screamed and watched Lilith approach Marks McClown's body like a phantom. At this moment, even if they had the heart to rush to rescue Marks McClown, it was too late. Harry shouted in shock, "Mr. Marks!" Ron watched all this, wondering whether it was joy or sorrow. He was a little bit happy that Marks McClown was about to be killed, and was afraid that without Marks McClown, how would they fight these two vampires with great strength? Chapter 388 Eat My Curry Stick. Marks McClown's mood at this time is also very complicated, seeing Lilith's claws touch her, but the curse on the wand is about to take shape. Should she avoid or continue to maintain the curse? Marks McClown gritted his teeth. At this time, he couldn't allow him to hesitate. Marks McClown exhausted all the magic power in his body, poured all the spells on the wand, and turned a blind eye to Lilith's claw attacks. Cool Tiger, Holy Sword revealed. Marks McClown finally uttered the spell of this mantra, and under the precise control of the magic power perfectly controlled by level 2, his new magic was successfully cast at one time. Boom! With a loud bang, two giant swords of light emitting golden light were condensed on the magic wand of Mark's eye, each of which was at least 10 meters high. The moment the sword of golden light took shape, it exploded with an astonishing impact. Lilith of Mark's eye, who was approaching, rushed out. Lilith rolled several somersaults in the air before she barely stood still, looking at the golden sword of light on the wand of Mark's eye in shock. Jones was also about to attack Mark's eye just now, but his speed was far lower than Lilith, so he was at a relatively long distance, and the impact was relatively small. He could only look at the two 527 golden golds with an incredible expression on his face. The Sword of Light. Cool Tiger, Hermione originally saw Lilith's claws touched Mark's eye's clothes and closed her eyes in fright, but the next second, the dazzling golden light illuminated this area, and Hermione, who closed her eyes, saw it. With this dazzling scene, after opening his eyes, looking at Marks McClown, he was surprised and speechless. Harry also looked at Mark's eye and muttered to himself, "What kind of curse is this? It looks so powerful." Ron stared at the two golden swords of light blankly, his mouth opened wide, and he couldn't speak for a while. Marks McClown's face turned pale. He did not expect that this continuous manifestation of the curse would almost immediately evacuate his vast magic power. After all, Mjolnir and Eternal Guns are equivalent to high-consumption magic, and Mark's Eye is equivalent to using these two magics infinitely at this time. The most terrifying thing is that the two swords of light are still continuously extracting Mark's Eye's own magic power. As long as he does not continue to provide the terrifying magic output, the two swords of light will immediately disappear without a trace. Marks McClown gritted her teeth and must take an offensive immediately, otherwise her own magic power would not be able to sustain this terrifying curse. Marks McClown raised the white magic wand high and slashed hard. The sword of light radiating golden light broke through the air and slashed directly in the direction of Johannes and Lilith. A light black trace appeared in the place where the light sword went. That was the result of the extreme power affecting the space. Just like this, Johannes looked straight at the sword of light sweeping in his direction. The trajectory of the sword of light seemed very slow, but it was extremely swift, and it instantly appeared on Johannes' chest. Without any sound, the sword of light slid across Johannes' body like this, like slashing through the air. Johannes froze in place, as if shocked by something. Lilith stared wide, staring at Johannes. The sword of light exuded extremely terrifying magical fluctuations, and it was impossible for nothing to pass through Johannes' body like this. But Lilith had no time to think so much, because the terrifying sword of light had already been drawn in front of her. Lilith's ghostly speed was immediately manifested. Lilith's body turned into a phantom and disappeared in place. The sword of light had only time to cut through Lilith's afterimage, and then flew directly to slash several large stone pillars hugged by several people behind him. Break. Marks McClown narrowed his eyes and stared at the air in front of him tightly. He felt that Lilith had already used his speed to the extreme, and even Marks McClown almost couldn't find Lilith's position. But almost doesn't mean Mark's Eye can't find it. The sword of light on Mark's Eye's black wand has been in force for a long time, and the field of spiritual exploration has enveloped the entire temple. Mark's Eye directly swept towards a certain corner of the air, and another black track appeared in the air. That position is exactly where Lilith is, Lilith exclaimed, and the hand holding the wand wanted to use some spell to block the sword of light. But before Lilith chanted the spell, the sword of light had already appeared in front of Lilith. It was inevitable. Lilith was cruel, and suddenly twisted her body. The sword of light swept across Lilith's side, and Lilith was directly chopped off by the sword of light holding the wand in her hand. Lilith fell to the ground, looking at her hand in disbelief. Mark's Eye's last sword of light crossed the other side of the temple again, and several large stone pillars were crossed again, and the entire temple made an overwhelming sound. Marks McClown put down her two arms feebly. The magic power in her body had been consumed too severely. But Marks McClown's face was filled with joy. He knew that these two swords of light had played a great role. John C. looked at Mark's Eye in front of him, and his body felt violent pain. He wanted to make an unwilling voice and roar to vent the sharp pain. But John's couldn't make any sound at all. He could only turn black in front of him, and then fell to the ground. The last sight was his lower body still erect, still gushing blood. Lilith looked miserably at the position of Johannes. The most powerful spiritual master of the vampire family was cut in half by the waist, and the image was too tragic. But Lilith didn't have time to pity Johannes at all, because her arm wasn't much better either. Puff! A stream of blood rose into the sky, and Lilith's hand holding the magic wand splashed into the air with blood from the sky. Marks McClown showed a tired smile. The power of this self-created spell has exceeded Marks McClown's thoughts. Johannes was immediately hit, and Lilith was also hit hard. This was already many times better than Marks McClown expected. Up. Chapter 389. The Final Duel. Rumbling. Suddenly the whole ground trembled. Countless stone chips fell from the sky. Marks McClown raised his head in surprise, and found that there were almost 10 stone pillars densely covered with cracks in the temple, which might collapse at any time. Hermione exclaimed, "Mark's Eye, It's not good. Your attack made the whole temple about to collapse. Marks McClown remembered the aftermath of the attack from his holy sword, and directly cut off the stone pillars on the side. And these stone pillars were the foundation of the temple. If they were destroyed by him, the temple would naturally collapse. Boom, boom, boom. The roof of the temple made an overwhelming noise, and there were already broken stones falling continuously. And there were also some huge stone bricks. Mark's eye knew that the scope of the temple was relatively wide, and they were in the center of the temple. It was impossible to escape from the temple at his speed, let alone Hermione, Harry and the others. Seeing that the roof of the temple was crumbling, Mark's eye dashed to Hermione's side and shouted, "Stay by my side. Don't move." Hermione nodded in horror, and immediately fell down at Mark's eye's feet, shivering at the falling rocks. Harry hurriedly took Ron and ran to Mark's eye's side, and pressed Ron directly to Mark's eye's feet. At this time, the situation was critical, and he could not care about anything. Marks McClown took a deep breath, raised his wand and said, "Armor for body protection." An invisible barrier appeared beside Marks McClown. Marks McClown didn't have much magic power in his body, so he could only urge the magic power to construct a defensive spell as much as possible. Lilith on one side saw that the temple was collapsing. She actually raised her thigh and kicked the upper body of Jones, who had been divided in two on the ground. There was a clear breath of Jones, who was kicked to the holy by Lilith. Outside the temple, Lilith has a good grasp of her strength. She can kick Jones into the air without causing any harm to the seriously injured Jones. After Lilith kicked Jones into the air, the speed of the ghost again played a role. Lilith appeared beside Yorkf. The vampire whose heart was smashed by Mark's eye's eternal sharp spear was breathing slowly. One can imagine the powerful physique of vampires. Lilith lifted Yorkf's arm and walked vigorously. This inhuman speed actually allowed Lilith to lift Yorkf out of the temple before the temple collapsed. Through the falling gravel, Marks McClown has a deeper understanding of the vampire family in his heart. Lilith's physical fitness is really too strong. Yorkf's heart was crushed and didn't die. Jones was split in two and didn't die, and Lilith clearly had one hand abolished, but she was able to explode at a speed that humans would not have, rescued two of them and made her whole body and retreat. What a terrifying power. Can this be done? However, Marks McClown can only think about it in his heart, because he is now facing a bombardment with a boulder weighing hundreds of tons. A large part of the huge temple shattered and collapsed. The huge stones were laid on top of each other, squeezing each other, and smashed into the ground with huge force. The whole earth was constantly trembling, and was shocked by this huge force. Although because of the small target, the gravel that hit Mark's eye's side actually didn't have such an exaggerated weight, but Mark's eye's armored body almost failed to block the massive boulder. Fortunately, there were not many stones above Mark's eye and the others, and it was the other side of the collapse, forming a small triangular space that allowed Mark's eye and the others to escape. Marks McClown slowly shook his head, shaking off the dust on his body, and quickly glanced at Harry and Hermione beside him. They were both shocked by the falling of the boulder, but they were not actually hurt. At the moment Ron fell from the boulder, he fainted with fright and was not injured, so he can ignore it. Marks McClown asked, "Are you all right?" Harry shook his head quickly, and said gratefully, "It's okay, it's you, Mr. Marks, who saved us again." Hermione patted her chest, with a lingering heart, and said, "Scare me to death. Find flowers. Middle dot. Marks McClown lightly patted the dust off Hermione's body and said, "It's okay." Hermione glanced at Mark's eye and nodded gently. Marks McClown pointed to the other side and said, "The gap there should be able to go out. Everyone, be careful." "Harry, you are optimistic about Ron." Harry responded quickly and helped Ron, who had fainted, who might not be able to wake up for a while. Marks McClown took Hermione's hand, regardless of Hermione's flushing face, and slowly walked towards the crevice on one side of the stone. Although a large part of the temple collapsed, there was still a part that only became more tragically broken. Mark's eye walked along the cracks in the stone, and should have walked to the other part, and he was buried behind by countless rubble. Marks McClown walked slowly. The light revealed by the stone cracks in front of her eyes has become more and more obvious, but Marks McClown frowned, not knowing why. There is always an ominous omen. Suddenly, all the boulders in front of Mark's eye exploded in one burst, and Lilith's stern face appeared in front of Mark's eye. Marks McClown's eyes were swift, and the two wands in her hand did not leave her hand. One wand pointed directly at Lilith's face, and the other wand violently waved, and a gust of wind blew the three of Hermione to one side. Marks McClown knew that Lilith was fighting with herself, and the aftermath was enough to smash the three of Harry into pieces, so Marks McClown immediately opened the three of Harry. Lilith stared at Marks McClown stubbornly, and did not pay attention to the three people who were blown away. Marks McClown was their strongest person. As long as Marks McClown was solved, the three people would do what they wanted. Marks McClown stared at Lilith closely. He knew that there was not much magic in his body, and the result of this confrontation could directly determine the death of the two. Chapter 390, The Abnormal Change of the Meteorite. Suddenly, both of them moved at the same time. Mark's eyes wand pointed straight at Lilith, and once again used the holy sword to reveal its sight. This time, due to the lack of magic power in Mark's eye's body, he could only use the less powerful holy sword to reveal his presence. But because he didn't need to charge his energy, the speed of casting spells was much faster than before. Plus cool, tiger. Lilith had already dashed to Marks McClown in an instant. Her sharp claws turned into a fist and hit Marks McClown's chest heavily. The huge impact instantly hit Marks McClown's internal organs, and Marks McClown could feel the pain of all cells in his body. However, the refined version of Mark's eye's holy sword appears so close and casts spells so quickly, and the target is Lilith's heart. Even if Lilith's speed is high, such a small space will not hide from May 20th. Can hide. She could only twist her body sharply before being hit, letting the holy sword slash through her calf. Lilith lost another leg. The knocked Marks McClown flew high into the air, and blood unconsciously overflowed from Marks McClown's eyes, ears, nose, and nose. This was caused by serious internal injuries. The severe pain affected Marks McClown's nerves all the time. Marks McClown gritted his teeth and endured the severe pain in his body, but Marks McClown didn't worry about herself. Her self-healing ability was too bad, and this kind of injury could soon be healed. All she had to do was to endure it. It's just pain. Marks McClown's unhealed state is indeed very poor. The magic power in his body is almost zero, and the cells all over his body seem to have been crushed by Lilith's huge blow, which is extremely painful. Marks McClown temporarily lost his combat effectiveness, flew feebly in the air, and slammed heavily on a giant rock. Boom! With a dull sound, Mark's eye slammed on a stone, making the sound of flesh and blood hitting the stone vigorously. If you find special items, you can choose to absorb them with the system, and the system can use directional extraction. The division system suddenly sent a message to Marks McClown. Special props. Marks McClown struggled to look under her body, and what was under her body was the big black meteorite. Marks McClown didn't figure out the situation at all, but he didn't have time to study it carefully. Marks McClown directly chose to agree in the division system. Marks McClown felt empty, and then slammed again on the rubble, and the meteorite from the sky that was still under Marks McClown just now disappeared like a miraculous. Marks McClown was also taken aback, recalling the words of the division system, and also understood that this mysterious alien meteorite was actually collected by the division system, and was relieved. Lilith originally watched Marks McClown's serious injury and was knocked into the air, but her foot was replaced by Marks McClown's injury, her expression gloomy. Lilith thought that she still barely defeated Marks McClown. Marks McClown would not threaten her at last, and she was faintly pleased that she finally completed the task at such a high price. But when Lilith saw the meteorite outside the sky under Mark's eye, She instantly disappeared when she touched Mark's eye. Her face changed immediately and she looked at Mark's eye in shock. These expressions were switched in a short period of time. Lily didn't know it, and her mood experienced various ups and downs. That piece of meteorite outside the sky is so huge. How could it suddenly disappear? This is impossible. Lilith glared at Marks McClown. The meteorite outside the sky will magically disappear, and Marks McClown must be inseparable. Marks McClown must know what's going on. If it were for someone else, he might have already gone violently. After all, after experiencing such a big price, and finally having such a weird situation fell short, who can accept this tragic ending? However, Lilith took a deep breath, and did not get angry because of it. She knew that the disappearance of the outer meteorite had something to do with Marks McClown. If she wanted to get the outer meteorite, she could not fall out with Marks McClown. Lilith looked at Mark's eye deeply and said, "You made the meteorite disappeared by you?" Marks McClown's Hong leaned on the gravel, looking at Lilith weakly. Although Marks McClown's self-healing ability continued to heal herself, it is an indisputable fact that Marks McClown's magic power has been exhausted. Marks McClown will not be confident that her own sex can just overtake Lilith. In other words, Marks McClown now has no ability to fight back in front of Lilith, and of course he cannot cause any harm to Lilith. Seeing Marks McClown's silence, Lilith was even more affirmed of her thoughts, and slowly said, "Let's stop the war for now, okay?" Marks McClown looked at Lilith in silence without speaking. Lilith said, "You don't have the slightest magic power right now, so you can't hurt me at all. On the contrary, believe it or not, even if I only have one hand and one leg, I can easily kill your three little friends." Lilith had long seen that Mark's eye maintained Harry and the others, and knew that these three people were very important to Mark's eye. Marks McClown glanced at the Harry trio not far away and smiled bitterly. Of course he didn't doubt that Lilith had such an ability, so he looked at Lilith with a bitter smile and nodded. Marks McClown supported the weakness of his body and slowly climbed up, motioning Harry and the others to come to him. Harry was shocked by the scene just now. He was a little bit disbelieved when he saw Lilith suddenly wanting to negotiate a settlement. After all, Marks McClown severely injured York and Johnson. They were obvious to all. Who would pass such a deep hatred so easily? Hermione also looked at Lilith with a vigilant look. Even if she knew she was nothing in front of others, she was still extremely cautious about 1.0. Marks McClown said, "It's okay, come here." I'm still there. Marks McClown's body is recovering quickly. As long as he delays a little time, Marks McClown will be able to recover a little bit of combat power, and the negotiation with Lilith will be more powerful. Harry nodded and helped Ron, who had fainted, slowly approached Mark's eye, but his eyes kept watching Lilith. The magic wand in Hermione's hand was also held tightly, and she did not relax her vigilance at all times. Lilith's strength was so horrifying that they didn't dare to take it lightly. Chapter 391. Have you heard of Merlin? Marks McClown slowly got up, and Hermione immediately supported Marks McClown's body and let Marks McClown sit on a big rock. Marks McClown looked at Lilith indifferently and said, "After playing for so long, I still don't know what your name is." Lilith also found a big rock and leaned on it slightly. Now she lacks a leg and it is not convenient to stand. Lilith said, "My name is Lilith and I come from a family of vampires." Marks McClown smiled and said, "My name is Marks McClown, I am a third-grade student at Hogwarts. They are our good friends. That is Hermione Granger, and," Lilith said coldly, "needless to say, I have no interest in them at all." If it weren't for the huge change of Mark's eye, Harry and the others would be nothing at all. They were like ants in Lilith's eyes, so Lilith wouldn't care about them. Harry and Hermione's faces were flushed. This was the first time someone was in front of them, showing their disdain nakedly. But this kind of naked disdain, they can't say anything. After all, where is Lilith's strength? Marks McClown glanced at Harry and Hermione. Both of them bowed their heads a little bit ashamed. Marks McClown knew that they felt uncomfortable, so she stopped the topic to them, and said, The vampire family, as far as I know, should be very fear of the sun. Why don't you seem to care at all? Lilith was taken aback, and smiled bitterly. In fact, even myself, I am not sure whether I am a vampire. Cool Tiger. Marks McClown showed a surprised expression and asked, "What do you mean by this?" Lilith said with a reminiscent expression, "Actually, my identity in the vampire family is very noble, so to speak. I am one of the 3 ancestors of vampires." One of the 3 ancestors? Marks McClown took a deep breath. It turned out that Lilith's identity was so terrifying. She was actually the identity of an old monster. No wonder her strength was so terrifying. Marks McClown felt relieved when she thought of this. Lilith nodded and said, "Do you know how we vampires develop new people?" Marks McClown pondered slightly and said, "Bite." McClowns. Lilith said with an affirmative answer, "We, like the werewolf clan, relied on bites for transformation. As long as ordinary people are bitten by us, they will become our fellow clan. Of course, this transformation is not infinite. At this point, the spread of the werewolf group of beasts is much stronger than ours!" Marks McClown nodded. Although Lilith didn't say it clearly, Marks McClown can be connected with things like the first embrace that she has seen before. Hermione showed a horrified expression. Of course, she had read relevant knowledge in the book, but reading it was reading, and hearing the vampire confess this in person would still feel a little unacceptable. After all, thinking of the sharp teeth of the vampire biting on his neck, everyone would get up in a cold sweat. Lilith continued, "This transformation should be regarded as an infectious disease in mole medicine, but it is not that simple. The werewolves will get sick at the full moon, no matter how kind or how weak the human body is, will become extremely ferocious, combative and irrational werewolves." Harry immediately thought of Lupin. Lupin's transformation that night really shocked him. He didn't expect that once the usually gentle Lupin turned into a werewolf, he would immediately become denigrated and extremely bloodthirsty, as Lilith said, are exactly the same. Hermione also recalled the night Lupin became a werewolf. If it weren't for Mark's eye, all of them would have been spared that night. Thinking of this, Hermione couldn't help but glance at Mark's eye. Lilith said, "However, werewolves are no different from humans in normal times. They are essentially a kind of human, but we." Marks McClown looked at Lilith, and suddenly felt that Lilith's conversation this time was not simple. Lilith did not make terms with Marks McClown, but kept telling the history of the vampire family. Lilith must have other reasons. Lilith was silent for a while and said, "Compared to the werewolf's situation where the disease occurs only at a specific moment, our vampires are equivalent to being in a state of disease all the time. Therefore, we are no longer a human being, new race. But we are all proud of it. It's just that the Ministry of Magic has become extremely unwelcome to us. They issued a new policy stating that non-human races cannot have magic wands, which caused many people to shout and kill us, wishing to wipe out our race." "That's great." Marks McClown nodded lightly. He still knew something about this situation. In many newspapers such as the Daily Prophet, many people have published articles describing how horrible a vampire is and what harm it causes to humans, so that many people hate vampires very much. It's just that Marks McClown felt that this matter had no direct connection with him, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Lilith continued, "Our family of vampires can only shrink our sphere of influence and shrink in our own territory. But this still can't eliminate the hostility of those people to us. Our family is very arrogant and naturally disdains it, the hostility of outsiders, but not reconciled to it forever." Marks McClown's eyes narrowed slightly. He realized that what Lily said next was very important, and listened to Lilith's words attentively. "Who knew?" Lilith suddenly asked. "Do you know who Merlin is?" Marks McClown was stunned for a while, without answering. Hermione said, "Merlin is one of the greatest wizards in our wizarding world. He is very much admired." Lilith said indifferently, "You know only one side of him. You certainly wouldn't know that he is still a half-devil." Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 392 Heavy news one after another. Half-devil. This shocking news smashed into Harry and Hermione's hearts, and Merlin, who had always been respected by them, was not a simple human. Marks McClown was quite calm. He had come into contact with the legend of the Merlin half-devil in his previous life, but he didn't expect that the same was true for Merlin in this world. Cool Tiger, in the legend of Marks's previous life, Merlin had a pair of outstanding parents. It is said that his mother was the daughter of a king and knew magic. His father was either a devil or some kind of evil ghost, named Nightmare. Merlin inherited the kindness of his mother and the supernatural power of his father. When he was a child, he showed his unique talent and saved his life in doing so. Despite such outstanding abilities, this great wizard made a stupid mistake. He became obsessed with a wizard named Vivian and told Vivian the secret of his magical skills. But Vivian always resisted Merlin's pursuit. To a large extent, it was because Merlin was a half-devil. She was afraid that the child she had with Merlin would have the blood of the devil. Vivian, who understood Merlin's weakness, acted upon him. Magic imprisoned him forever in an oak tree. It's just that after coming to this world, Merlin suddenly became many years ago. Marks McClown's Slytherin Senior at Hogwarts felt that the legend was pulled to his side, making Marks McClown not know that Merlin here how much is consistent with the legend of the previous life. Lilith said, I can't confirm whether this is true or not, but you believe me, the probability of this matter is more than 80%. Marks McClown frowned and asked, why did you suddenly speak of Merlin? Lilith said, because my clan was unwilling to be suppressed by humans. I remembered Merlin with the devil bloodline. After spending a great price, I finally found Merlin's sealed oak tree. Diaresis. What did you say? This time I was even shocked, but Lilith continued to say, and after a lot of research, we contacted Merlin inside through mental communication. The three of Marks McClown took a deep breath. The heavy news is really one after another. How shocking is that Merlin, a wizard who lived hundreds of years ago, can still be connected to his soul. Marks McClown asked quickly, are you sure that the oak tree is the real Merlin? Lilith stagnated, as if she was stumped by Marks's problem. Indeed, Merlin should have died logically, and he didn't have a magic stone in his hand. Cool Tiger, and so many years have passed, even if there is a soul left, it stands to reason that no matter how strong they are, they can't stand the passage of time. It is too doubtful that they can contact Merlin. Lilith paused, ignoring Marks's question, and continued, after negotiation, Master Merlin in the oak tree promised us that we can give us powerful power, powerful magic, and powerful mental power use methods. Marks McClown was stunned. No wonder the strength of the vampire clan has become so powerful that even the horse race can easily be crushed. Even himself, with the help of the Heavenfying teacher system, is still slightly inferior to Lilith. Lilith said, powerful magic is second. The key is that Merlin has given us a rare way to use spiritual power. Therefore, Johns will become a spiritual power master of my race through this method. My spiritual power can be exercised. Being so powerful also depends on this method. Marks McClown recalled the weird use of Joanne's spiritual power, and even her own spiritual exploration could discover it. You know, Marks's spiritual exploration has not failed in front of John's. Even in front of Dumbledore and Voldemort. In addition to the mental barrier opened by Jones during the previous fierce battle, Lilith's powerful mental power can't even break through the terrifying mental power of Marks's. It can be seen how the use of this mental power has improved the vampire family. Huge. Lilith said with a sad expression, but gradually, I found something wrong with it. Marks McClown saw that Lilith was showing a sad expression, and realized that it was wrong. With Lilith's ability to reach the sky, there should be no more problems that could stump her. What is it that makes Lilith helpless? Marks McClown pondered for a moment and asked, Is something wrong with the vampire? Lilith nodded and said, after we accepted Merlin's powerful strength, the strength of the entire group increased dramatically, and we also got rid of the weakness of fear of the sun. However, we found that the long life of our race became extremely short. In just a few decades, Vampires quickly died naturally. Marks McClown took a breath. He knew the lifespan of vampires was extremely long, so he was not too surprised when he knew that Lilith was one of the 3 ancestors of vampires. This old vampire monster could live to this day. Not surprising at all. It is normal for an ordinary vampire to have a lifespan of several hundred years, but an old monster like Lilith may have been 1,000 years ago. This kind of long-lived race suddenly lost several times its life expectancy, and died naturally in just a few decades. It is indeed worthy of doubt. Lee Hozau. Lilith continued, "It's not only that our lifespan has shortened a lot, but I also found that most of our people have become muddy, like puppets. And it is extremely difficult for us to leave our territory. As long as someone leaves, they will be uncontrollably urged to return to their territory. This feeling is like being controlled by Merlin." Hermione squeezed her fist. From Lilith's description, she could already feel the fear in the vampire's heart. P.S. Ask for rewards and automatic subscription. Chapter 393, Merlin's Secret Treasure. It was a fear of Merlin, a fear of being unable to control oneself. Harry hurriedly said, "What can we do? Your family is not controlled by Merlin. How did you escape? Are you not afraid of Merlin?" Harry asked 3 questions in one breath at 100,000 why, and looked at Lilith with concern. Although Lilith dismissed Harry and their abilities, she said with a slight expression on her face when she heard Harry's concerned words, "After careful research, I think they have mutated and become no longer a vampire family, so it will lead to early death." This is what I said at the beginning. Even I am not sure that I am not a vampire. Is this gene affected by what causes the mutation? Marks McClown thoughtfully said, "Since you are one of the 3 ancestors of vampires, you should not have little power in words. Don't you take action?" Lilith smiled bitterly. "Of course I took action. I proposed to destroy Merlin's sealed oak tree at my clan council, but was denied by the other 2 ancestors. They were too obsessed with Merlin's power in 540. They have not been able to detect everything so weird." Marks McClown suddenly remembered the scene he had seen during the trial. The terrifying spiritual power that even his spell can forcibly deviate is undoubtedly developed to the extent that it can affect the material world. Then Marks McClown felt that perhaps it was precisely because Merlin's spirit was so strong that his mental power would radiate like poison, affecting others, and even changing their genes. Lilith sighed and said, "That's why I organized the elite of the vampire clan to come here, hoping to pass the Holy Land trial and obtain this heavenly meteorite that can suppress mental power, and go back to suppress Merlin." Marks McClown wondered, "With your current strength, there shouldn't be any problem with destroying the oak tree that seals Merlin. As long as you destroy it, the vampires can also relieve Merlin's influence, right?" Harry and Hermione nodded at the same time. Lilith was so powerful BBBD, it was not a problem to destroy an ordinary oak tree. Lilith smiled bitterly. "This question is not as simple as you think. Even if it was me, the oak tree that sealed Merlin could not cause any harm. The oak tree is simply not invaded by water and fire, let alone damage, even caused. I can't do any harm." "Cool Tiger." Marks McClown showed a surprised expression. "You must know that Lilith belongs to the world's first-class existence, whether it is magical power or physical strength. But how powerful this oak tree is for Lilith to say such weak words!" The horror. At this moment, Marks McClown couldn't help but think of a word: Horcrux. Voldemort's Horcruxes are also indestructible, and only special items can cause damage to them. Is this the same for this oak tree? Marks McClown had a question in her heart, but she didn't raise it. Marks McClown asked again, "Then why don't you come to our Hogwarts and ask Professor Dumbledore for help? After all, Merlin also came from Hogwarts. You will surely find clues that will help you at Hogwarts." Lilith shook her head and said, "This is no good. We have left our vampire territory. We often hear Merlin whispering to us in our dreams. Let us go to Hogwarts to retrieve something, and the closer we get to Hogwarts." Now, this situation will become more and more obvious. Hearing Lilith's words, Marks McClown immediately reacted and said, "You mean you are a family of vampires? Maybe you have been mentally affected by Merlin's branding?" Lilith said, "I think it's more than that. Merlin may have left something in our spirit. As long as we get closer to Hogwarts, it will continue to influence us, and the closer we get to Hogwarts, the greater the influence. So I guess if we really enter Hogwarts, then our body and spirit will be controlled by Merlin immediately, and we will be controlled by Merlin." Marks McClown took a deep breath. Lilith's statement was too terrifying. She was actually left behind by others mentally, and she was always affected by others, and she also worried about the fear of being dominated by others. Harry and Hermione looked at Lilith with a little bit of pity and sympathy in addition to fear. The experience of the vampires was a bit miserable. Marks McClown suddenly thought of a question. What is Merlin going back to Hogwarts? If you think about it carefully, many of the legends about Merlin in my previous life are unexpectedly consistent with the Merlin in this world. So there is also a legend about Merlin in the previous life of Marks-Eye, the treasure of Merlin. In this world, it is said that the 4 founding giants of Hogwarts also left mysterious treasures at Hogwarts, just as the founder of Slytherin left a mysterious secret room. Then Merlin, as almost the only wizard who is greater and more outstanding than the Big Four, might leave some rich treasure in Hogwarts. Otherwise, how to explain Merlin has been urging the vampires to Hogwarts? Marks McClown was very interested in this. However, Marks McClown felt a little weird again. Why did Sirius meet the vampire family when he was in school? And Marks-Eye and the others can also meet them now. Can't the vampire family easily leave their own territory? Marks McClown looked at Lilith and said, "As far as I know, you have been here 20 years ago. Why are we only now encountering you trying to start the Holy Land trial? Can't you just go in and out of your territory?" Lilith knew that Marks-Eye was suspicious, and said, "You are right, but do you know the 3 numbers 20, 7 and 13? Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 394, There Must Be a Dirty Deal Behind. Marks McClown showed a puzzled look, and didn't know what was particularly serious with these 3 numbers. Cool Tiger, even the knowledgeable Hermione frowned incomprehensibly. Of course Harry looked dumbfounded. Lilith explained, "These 3 numbers are magical numbers, which means that in the wizarding world, these 3 numbers have special meanings." Marks McClown immediately realized that these numbers are indeed a bit different. Many major events or predictions can be related to these numbers, but Marks McClown didn't think about it because he wasn't too keen on this aspect. Hermione also suddenly realized that this knowledge should be taught in the arithmetic and divination class. Hermione has always liked this subject, but she probably hasn't learned it in the 3rd grade, so she doesn't know it. Lilith continued, "Merlin will lose strength every 20 years, and at this time, I will send a small number of elites to escape from the territory, so what you said, we had us 20 years ago people have been here." Marks McClown counted the time. Sirius was in the 4th grade at that time, not much or less, just 20 years away, which was consistent with Lilith's statement. Marks McClown nodded, looked at Lilith and said, "These are the secrets of your vampire family. You tell me so easily. I don't think you will let me listen to the story for free!" Lilith nodded and said, "McClowns, of course I will not talk to others casually about these things, but now I want you, so I can only explain it frankly to you." Marks McClown raised her brows and said thoughtfully, "A meteorite outside the sky?" Lilith looked at Marks-Eye and nodded without hesitation. "McClowns, I hope to cooperate with you. The meteorite is in your hands. I don't know how you hide it, and with my strength and state, it is impossible to force you to hand it over, only to cooperate with you." Marks McClown smiled and said, "Why should I cooperate with you? If it is not good for me, just want me to give up the meteorite for no reason. I don't think we need to talk deeply." After listening to Lilith for so long, Marks McClown's body has recovered, and even her magic power has recovered a lot. Marks McClown doesn't have to worry about fighting Lilith again. He naturally has confidence in speaking. Lilith said, Of course I would not stupidly think that you are a bad guy, and I would be willing to give up the meteorite with just a few words. Marks McClown smiled without saying a word, looking at Lilith. Lilith saw that Marks McClown did not answer. Knowing that Marks McClown was waiting for the conditions she gave, she thought a little and said, I believe you should be able to perceive the strength of my sex. Plus cool, tiger. Marks McClown nodded lightly. Indeed, Marks McClown found that he was currently in pure hand-to-hand combat in front of Lilith, and he had no ability to fight back. Lilith's strength was more than one level stronger than Marks McClown. Marks McClown had to admit this. Lilith said, my strength is the strongest even compared to the other two ancestors of vampires, so my resistance is also the strongest among them. This has made me much less affected and transformed by Merlin. That's why I was the only one of the three ancestors of my clan to discover something was wrong. Lilith talked about a big call, nothing more than to show that her physical strength was strong. Marks McClown nodded her head inconspicuously, and still did not speak. Lilith took a breath and said, I can teach you this method of physical strengthening. As long as you learn it, let alone humans and horses. There are no more than 10 fingers in the world today whose strength is comparable to yours! Lilith said this sincerely. Although Marks McClown's is not as good as her own, it is definitely a first-class excellence among humans. As long as Marks McClown masters her own method of refining her body, reaching her own level is really a very simple thing. Marks McClown smiled indifferently, changed a comfortable sitting position, and continued to look at Lilith. The strengthening method was indeed very exciting, but Marks McClown knew that this was far from enough. What is being exchanged is a meteorite that can affect the entire magic forest of the Horse Sacred Land. Just cut off a small piece of precious stone that can create a magical artifact like a live map. The enhancement is not a big deal in front of this. Find flowers. Lilith knew that Marks McClown was not satisfied, and said quickly, if you help us, you can still get the friendship of our entire vampire clan. After our vampire clan is strengthened, even humans will not be afraid. This is for you. It is a strong backing. Hearing this, Marks McClown was already a little bit heartbroken. Since Marks I upgraded his basic attributes to level 4 and level 5 respectively, each level of improvement requires massive potential points. Therefore, it is very rare to have a ready-made opportunity to increase the strength of the body. Otherwise Marks I would not have a system, but still wants to increase the magic potion to improve his strength. There is also the vampire family that Lilith said to become her own backing. This also makes Marks McClown very excited. After all, there is a strong race that has always supported her, and it is extremely attractive both in fact and in terms of pulling the wind. Marks McClown said, I'm very satisfied with the conditions you opened, but these are not enough. After all, I still understand the value of the outer meteorite. Lilith saw that Marks McClown did not agree, and she couldn't help biting her lip. This meteorite from outside the sky was really necessary for their vampire family. Lilith struggled with her brain thinking about what else she could use to move Marks McClown. I can give you the complete formula of the magic potion. A weak voice came from Yorkf, who was lying beside Lilith. Yorkf didn't know when he had woke up. He heard Marks I and Lilith's conversation and immediately made a sound. Lilith looked at Yorkf in surprise, and Yorkf shook his head weakly at Lilith, indicating that there was no problem. P.S. Ask for rewards and automatic subscription. Chapter 395, Strength Cells. Ron. Marks McClown recalled that when he first heard about the magic potion, he had heard from Firenze. Firenze said at the time that only the real long-lived races can understand the true face of the magic potion, and vampires, as a long-lived race, may actually have the formula of the potion. Seeing Marks I showing a pensive expression, Lilith quickly said, Yorkf is a famous potionist in my clan. He will definitely not lie to you. Yorkf nodded quickly and said, I use my personality and life as a guarantee. I definitely know the formula of the magic potion. Marks McClown thought about it for a moment and then said, okay, then I will consider cooperating with you, but you need to give a small deposit first. Lilith quickly asked 60, what deposit do you want? Marks McClown grinned and said, I want you to advance the formula of the magic potion for me in advance. Lilith smiled bitterly, only Yorkfu knows the formula of the magic enhancement potion. Look at Yorkfu being injured like this by you. How can you have the mental strength to tell you the formula of the magic enhancement potion in detail? Marks McClown frowned slightly. Indeed, Yorkfu's heart had been penetrated, and he would have died a long time ago as an ordinary person. It was not easy for Yorkfu to keep alive. Unless, Lilith said with a strange expression, unless you save Yorkfu's life first. Marks McClown frowned and said, I won't save people, and he has already crushed his heart by me. What can I do? Lilith said, as long as we vampires can suck blood, we can continue our lives. As long as we have the blood of your humans, we can save Yorkfu. Marks McClown was taken aback, and instinctively looked at Ron, who had fainted beside Harry. Harry and Hermione also had weird faces. The two of them didn't want to bite the vampire inexplicably, and Ron, who had fainted before him, seemed to be the best way. Harry hesitated. This is not so good. Hermione immediately said, I don't want to be sucked by a vampire anyway. Harry felt cold and looked at Lilith's two conspicuous teeth unconsciously. When he thought of being bitten on his neck by these teeth, Harry shook his head quickly and said, I don't want to either. But Harry still looked worried and said, if you suck Ron's blood, you won't suck him to death. Harry had subconsciously wanted to sell Ron. Lilith immediately said, of course, Yorkfu only needs human blood to maintain life. And he will definitely not kill. Marks McClown said with a generous look, then Ron. Harry still hesitated and said, would you like to wait for Ron to wake up and ask him for his opinion? It doesn't seem to be good for us. Hermione shrugged and said, surely Ron won't agree, or else you will go. Harry shook his head and shook his hands quickly, indicating that he would definitely not go. Hermione helped Harry support Ron and said, hurry up if you want blood, or it won't be easy for Ron to wake up. The ghost knows what Hermione has learned during the past 3 years with Mark's eye. Hermione, who was originally a kind and good child, has become so dark under the impetus of the secretly hating Ron. Hermione slowly moved Ron to Lilith and the others. Although Hermione still had an inexplicable fear of vampires, she didn't have enough ethics to leave Ron in front of the vampires and immediately ran back behind Mark's eye. Lilith said gratefully, thank you. Marks McClown turned her back and said, thank you Ron. Harry and Hermione also reacted to the terrifying picture of a vampire sucking human blood, and they turned their backs and dared not look at it. Hearing the greedy sucking sound from behind, even Mark's eye got goosebumps, let alone Harry and Hermione. Hermione secretly thought that he really made the best decision, otherwise it would be terrifying to be sucked by a vampire. Okay, thank you. Lilith's voice came from behind. Marks McClown and the three of them turned around and unanimously turned their eyes on Ron. Ron's face was pale, and he sat softly on the ground. There were obviously 4 bloodstains on the white and tender neck. With a touch of blood on his mouth, Yorkfu also said, thank you. Harry quickly dragged the limp Ron back, his eyes full of fear when he looked at the vampire. Hermione suddenly thought of a question and asked Mark's eye worriedly, will Ron be bitten by a vampire? Will he become a vampire? Marks McClown was stunned, thinking that it was quite possible, and said, do not rule out this possibility. You will be a little careful Ron in the future, you may become a vampire and suck you at any time. Hermione had a horrified expression, covering her mouth and glaring at Ron with a wary look on her face. Harry dragged Ron's body back, and heard Mark's eye's words, looked at Ron in disbelief, almost slipping his hands in fright. Marks McClown looked at Yorkfu. This vampire whose heart had been destroyed by him had already covered up the position of his heart, but the ruddy face proved that he had no problem. Marks McClown said, it's all right so soon, you deserve to be a family of vampires. Lilith smiled lightly and said, we can't compare to you, Your healing speed is terrifying. A trace of jealousy flashed in Lilith's eyes. Mark's 1.5 McClown's self-healing speed impressed them very deeply. The key is that Mark's McClown can recover without any supplements, which is obviously much better than the vampire clan sucking human blood. Mark's McClown smiled softly, without speaking. Lilith said, "It's almost time for us to leave this magical forest. How about you?" The corner of Mark's McClown's mouth raised slightly and said, "Miss Lilith, you won't forget our agreement." Lilith glanced at Mark's eye and looked at York helplessly. Harry Potter, The Most Powerful Mage Chapter 396. The Broken Ron. York nodded and took out a roll of sheepskin rolls from his body and said, "This is the formula for the magic potion. Take it back and study it slowly." With that said, York gently threw the sheepskin roll at Mark's eye, and Mark's eye easily caught the sheepskin roll, spread it out slowly, and took a casual look. After all, Mark's McClown hadn't seen the formula of the magic potion before, so she didn't know if it was true or false, but now the vampire clan wanted to ask for themselves, and believed that they would not break their promise, so she put the sheepskin roll away. As for whether Mark's McClown would turn his head and sell the vampire, Mark's McClown said that this is really under consideration. Lilith stared into Mark's McClown's eyes and said, "I hope you don't forget our agreement." Mark's McClown smiled and said with a smile, "Everyone is good for this. Why do I violate the agreement?" "You say so." Lilith smiled and said, "Working with smart people is easy." Mark's McClown also said, "I think so too." York motioned to 11 Lilith about Jones next to him, and whispered, "Master Lilith, Jones is going to be unable to support it. Let's go out and treat him." Lilith glanced at the situation of Jones. Jones was cut off by Mark's eye. The situation is not optimistic. Even with the strong physique of a vampire, it may not be able to support it for long, so she can only go out for treatment quickly. Lilith hurriedly said, "Mark's McClown, we are really leaving this time." Mark's McClown also knew that Johnsy was in critical condition and said, "You go first, we will stay here for a while." Lilith nodded and told York to take Jones and walk towards the outside of the temple without looking back. "There will be a period of time, Mark's eye, we will meet soon." Mark's McClown looked at the back of Lilith and her group, and said faintly, "Goodbye." "Goodbye." Harry looked at the leaving Lilith and her party, still a little unbelievable. He was obviously enemies who hated each other just now. They suddenly became allies. Of course, the most important thing is Mark's eye. If it is not Mark's eye's strength, the three of them had already turned into three mummies. Hermione asked, "Mark's eye, what shall we do now?" Mark's McClown lazily found a big rock, lay down comfortably and said, "Take a rest. I'm a little tired after so many experiences." Hermione was taken aback and understood what Mark's McClown meant. With Mark's McClown's cautious character, of course she would not allow herself to go back to the magic forest in such a weak state, even if it was the way they had walked before, but who can guarantee there are other dangers? Harry put down Ron in his hand and sat down directly on the side. Although Harry did not contribute much on the way, Harry felt very tired. It was mental fatigue. He was constantly worried about fear and being saved. Mark's eye, can Harry not be tired? Hermione saw Mark's eye and Harry sitting down, so she sat beside Mark's eye, not knowing what she was thinking. Ron on one side only woke up leisurely at this time, and when he came together, he kept moaning, "Why is my neck so painful? Why is my whole body weak and tired?" Harry and Hermione glanced at each other, closing their mouths wisely, pretending to close their eyes to rest, and Mark's McClown wouldn't even care about Ron. Ron clutched his neck, howling ghostly, yelling, "What's the matter? I feel like my body is hollowed out. My neck hurts so much. Why does it seem to have been bitten?" Harry couldn't bear to give Ron a look, but he still didn't dare to talk too much. Who knew what would happen to Ron knowing that he was bitten by a vampire? Ron certainly wouldn't ignore this serious problem, and immediately asked, "Harry, what's the matter with me? What happened when I fainted just now? Why did the vampires disappear?" Ron was asked by name directly, and of course Harry couldn't pretend. so he had to say, "You just got a bite by a vampire. It was just an accident." Ron's expression froze, staring at Harry, and fell into a brief silence on the spot. Then Ron broke out directly, "Why? Why did I get bitten by a vampire? Why? I don't believe it. You lied to me. Tell me you lied to me." Ron kept roaring, his heart broken. However, no matter who replaced it, he fainted and woke up and found that he was bitten by a vampire, and the reaction was probably the same. Ron roared for a long time, until his weak body could no longer support him before he fell to the ground. Harry quickly explained to Ron, but he did not dare to say that Ron was sold by Mark-Sai. "I am considered an accomplice, and I can't escape it anyway." Harry said, "Don't be afraid, Ron. It's just a bit of blood sucked by a vampire. It's nothing serious. Try to be bitten by a vampire, it doesn't matter if you see it." 560 Ron sprayed all his grievances on Harry. Hermione couldn't help but said, "It's already a fact that the vampire bit you. What's the use of your madness now? It's useless." Ron wanted to go crazy, but couldn't think of a reason to refute Hermione, so he had to vent and bark like a gorilla in spring. Hermione and Harry took a tacit look, and invariably ignored Ron, letting Ron vent by himself, and let him vent for a while. Of course, Marks McClown wouldn't explain anything to Ron. From Marks McClown's point of view, he was just a vampire sucking some of his blood. It was just the interest collected from the Horse Tribe's Holy Land trial. Anyway, it's not his own blood, nothing explainable. What Marks McClown cares more about at this time is how many rewards she has received after completing her mission. Marks McClown quickly opened the teacher system, and sure enough there were 2 messages waiting for Marks McClown to read. Chapter 397, Beyond Humans. Congratulations to the host for completing the trial of the Horse Tribe and rewarding 7,000 potential points. Congratulations to the host for defeating the Spirit Master of the Vampire Clan Johns, the Academic Master York, and the draw against Lilith, the ancestor of the vampire, rewarding a lottery and rewarding the upgrade of level 2 self-healing to level 3 self-healing. Seeing this, even Marks McClown couldn't help but grin. Although this adventure was hard, Marks McClown was very satisfied with the harvest. First, I got the formula of the magic enhancement potion. You must know that this formula is very precious, and it is a rare and valuable thing. Although Marks McClown is still not sure whether it is true or not, but the vampire family dare not turn a face with himself at this time. The probability that this formula is true is not low. The upgrade of the system rewards makes Marks McClown happy. Level 3 self-healing can heal fatal wounds slowly on the basis of fast healing of non-fatal injuries. We must know that the most important thing to be able to draw against Lilith this time is her horrible self-healing ability, so Lilith dare not despise herself, showing the importance of self-healing ability. And this time the self-healing ability was upgraded again. Not only greatly enhanced Mark-Sai's combat effectiveness, but also greatly improved Mark-Sai's life-saving ability to some extent. Being able to slowly heal fatal wounds also means that even if Marks McClown receives a fatal injury, as long as he does not die, Marks McClown will not worry about his life. With Marks McClown's current strength, the world can kill Marks McClown with one move. There are so few people. Not to mention the chance to draw a lottery. The teacher system has never disappointed Marks McClown, and the lottery can be very powerful. Of course, Marks McClown is very looking forward to this lottery. But what makes Mark-Sai most happy is undoubtedly the 11,000 potential points he has now. The 7,000 bonus points plus the original 4,000 points. Mark-Sai already has enough potential points to upgrade his most basic abilities. After all, the potential points are used to upgrade skills, just like money is used to buy things. After all, the potential points that are not used are useless at all. So the question is, which skill should I upgrade? Marks McClown did not hesitate to cast his gaze on her body. Marks McClown thought of Lilith's terrifying physical strength. Facing such a strong body, Marks McClown really felt that she was too powerless. both speed and strength. People crushed. The crushing of physical strength is not the same as magic and spirit. No matter how strong the enemy's magic and spirit are, you can find its weaknesses. After all, both magic and spirit require skill control. As long as your skill is in place, the opponent is stronger than you. It is not impossible to deal with, but the strength of the body is truly irresistible. It can only be crushed and beaten all the time. Although Lilith agreed to exchange her physical strength as part of the agreement with Mark Sai has not decided whether to touch this kind of troublesome thing, so when this agreement will be honored is still uncertain. Finally, Mark Sai chose to upgrade his body strength. Host, are you sure to spend 10,000 potential points to upgrade your body to level 5? As soon as Marks McClown gritted his teeth, 10,000 potential points would be 10,000 potential points, and he would surely earn it back later. Marks McClown chose to confirm. Level 5 body. Update successed. Marks McClown suddenly opened his eyes. At the moment when the upgrade was successful, Marks McClown suddenly felt that his entire body had undergone tremendous changes, becoming extremely light, extremely flexible, and his sense of sight, hearing and smell became extremely sensitive. Mark Sai can even see the beige bug on the bright petal in the distance, and can hear the caracola sound. And the whole world seems to be completely new. Marks McClown got up and looked at her hand in surprise. It was full of explosive power. Marks McClown even felt that she could bend a steel plate with just one twist. Seeing Mark Sai's movements, Hermione asked incomprehensibly, "What's wrong with you, Mark Sai?" Marks McClown stood up, leapt slightly, and actually passed a mutilated stone pillar beside him. You must know that even if the mutilated stone pillar is broken, it would be almost 2 meters high. Marks McClown jumped over at random. Hermione looked at Mark Sai in shock and said, "Mark Sai, how did you how did you do it? You can jump over so easily?" Harry also saw this scene and said in surprise, "Mr. Marks, you are so amazing." Marks McClown smiled lightly and wrote lightly: "It's nothing, just exercise more." Speaking of Marks McClown, she lay back to her position again, although her voice was indifferent. Her heart was incredibly happy. There is no doubt that Marks McClown's current body strength is a qualitative leap compared to before. Marks McClown's body had already approached the peak of mankind infinitely, and his current physical fitness had officially exceeded the strength that human creatures could reach. With a strong jump, Mark Sai can jump up to the second floor of an ordinary building. With full grip, he can even crush a stone. This is something that is difficult for humans to do, but Mark Sai can lightly and easy to complete. Marks McClown suppressed the joy in his heart and turned to look at his final reward. The lottery. The system defines the prize draw for Mark Sai this time as a directional draw. Of the king. Directional lottery is a lottery in a specific direction that can be matched with special items. Marks McClown didn't hesitate to directly define the meteorite outside the sky as a special item. After all, this meteorite outside the sky was the most mysterious thing he got, and the chances of using it in the lottery to explode good things were very high. After clicking to start the draw, Marks McClown looked at the teacher system closely, and a new word popped up: take a small world. The 5 characters appeared in front of Marks McClown, and Marks McClown looked at them. The meaning of these 5 characters was very obvious, which was a small world that he could carry with him. The most powerful mage of Harry Potter Chapter 398, The Holy Land, is gone. The small world that you carry with you, isn't this the standard for a certain point of farming? Marks McClown looked at the explanation behind this skill, but there was no explanation behind it, just like when he drank Animagus when he drank the lucky potion for the lottery before. Plus cool, tiger, Animagus, an unexplained skill, gave Marks McClown a considerable surprise, and now it has become one of Marks McClown's most important cards. Then, the small world in front of you will give yourself a considerable surprise. Will there really be a small world for yourself to carry? Marks McClown found that she was looking forward to this skill, and couldn't help but want to try this skill. Marks McClown looked around for a while. Harry and Hermione closed their eyes and rested on the stone pillars. Ron was even weaker and fell asleep on the side. Marks McClown looked at the system for a while, and they couldn't resist it. Tired and resting, Marks McClown took a deep breath, thinking that they happened to be asleep, and there shouldn't be any problems in trying new skills for themselves. Take a small world. Marks McClown instilled magic power into this skill, thinking about what would happen. Suddenly, this skill violently absorbed Marks McClown's magic power 680. Before Marks McClown had come to react, his own level 5 Deep Seer-like magic power accumulation was immediately consumed and hit the bottom. Marks McClown's consciousness was stunned by the magical power immediately, although he immediately regained consciousness. When Marks McClown saw the scene in front of him, Marks McClown still opened his mouth and couldn't say anything. Cool Tiger, the holy land of the entire horse race. The entire enchanted forest directly turned into a huge sinkhole. Harry was lazily falling asleep relying on a stone, but now his body slammed down, the stone underneath disappeared, and his head kissed the ground intimately. Hermione was okay, sleeping on a stone pillar. The pillar disappeared, and Hermione only fell to the ground slightly. Ron was the worst. He was already very weak by the blood-sucking. He moved to a tree and fell asleep. The tree was nowhere to be seen in an instant. Ron slammed his head on the ground with a dull crash. The three opened their eyes, saw everything in front of them, and screamed in unison. Harry pointed around, shaking so much that he couldn't speak. His fingers kept shaking, but he couldn't describe his feelings now. Cool Tiger, Hermione covered her mouth and screamed, "What's going on? How can everything disappear in the surroundings?" Ron was even more frustrated. His body was already weak, and now he hit his head heavily. Seeing that everything had disappeared before him, he thought it was another trap in the Holy Land and cursed, "I'm going to your mother's horse race." You guys, there is still more to come. If you want to kill Lao Tzu, hurry up. What the hell? While Marks McClown felt the weakness of the magic in her body, she had nothing to say about all of this in front of her. The entire magic forest and the Holy Land disappeared because she had activated a skill. At the same time, outside of the Holy Land, Lilith, York, and Jones came to the edge in embarrassment. You must know that this is a terrible trial place where no one has succeeded for hundreds of years. Even if they returned the same way, they were tossed with the wounded. Moreover, the deaths and injuries they suffered during their trial at the Holy Land of the Malays were too severe, and even the powerful vampires would suffer severely. Lilith said with a sad face, "The loss this time is too heavy. I don't know if Marks McClown will come to our clan to help solve our problems." York smiled bitterly, "It's pretty good that we can recover a life. Poor Obode." Talking about York turned his head. He looked back at the place where Obode was buried. But behind them, empty. No one. Things. How is this going? York shouted in shock, pointing to the magical forest that should have existed behind him, but now it was a huge pit. Lilith turned her head. Her eyes were almost staring out, and the situation in front of her could not even be accepted by the ancestor of the vampire. Why suddenly a large area of forest was gone? Horse tribe, Fick tent. The four of Fick were looking at Lilith and the others in the Holy Land mirror walking out embarrassedly. Bane smiled and said, "Ha ha ha, it's our Holy Land. Marksai and the others are probably dead in it, even the vampires are in embarrassment." Firenze showed a sad expression, was about to speak, but suddenly widened his eyes, pointed at the Holy Land mirror. His fingers kept trembling and said, "The Holy Land. The Holy Land has disappeared." Fick pushed everyone away and looked anxiously at the Holy Land mirror, where the lush magical forest was replaced by a huge pit in grass. "What's going on?" Fick, the wise elder of the horse tribe, went wild. In the center of the giant pit, Marksai and his group fell into silence. "When you stare at me and I stare at you." At this time, Marks McClown was watching her nose, her mouth, her heart, and her innocent look that had nothing to do with me, but Marks McClown could clearly feel that the magic forest existed in her body, and she felt like she contained a big world. Wonderful. But of course Marks McClown would not show it. After all, it was too shocking to say it. After a while, Hermione said, "Did we encounter something that has been changed position, like a flunette, a door key, or apparition?" Marks McClown heard that this excuse seemed good, and was trying to echo Hermione's statement. Hermione shook her head and said, "No, it's impossible. This place should be forbidden by some power like Hogwarts. Otherwise, if you can use the apparition, then the vampires will go through some trials and directly apparat. The center of the Holy Land is not good enough." Chapter 399. She looked around again, and I don't feel like being teleported at all. I recognize that there is the residence of the horse race. Our position has not changed at all, and there is no record of this way of changing positions in the book. Cool Tiger. Marks McClown twitched the corners of his mouth. It was really not easy to fool with the schoolmaster following. Originally, only the outer meteorites related to magic and spiritual power were shown. This time, he could extract space skills in a targeted manner. Marks McClown also realized that it is very likely that the outer meteorites are also related to the power of space, so that outsiders cannot break through by means of space. Walk the trial obediently. Harry stuttered. That is to say, we are still where we are. But everything here has disappeared. Hermione said with a bloody expression. It seems to be May 20th. Ron still cursed. Go to his shit shrine. Go to all his mother's shit horsemen, trash vampires. Hermione turned to Marks-Eye and asked, Marks-Eye, do you know what's going on? Marks McClown looked at Hermione's big eyes and said firmly, I don't know. I don't know anything. Hermione looked at everything that suddenly disappeared, and she felt cold and said, Marks-Eye, let's go back quickly. I think the longer we stay here, the more uncomfortable it will be! ! Harry nodded quickly and said, McClowns, this place is too evil. We'd better go back soon. Marks McClown was a little guilty at this time, and said, okay, anyway. The Holy Land trial has been completed. Ron seemed particularly eager to go back, and immediately said, hurry up. Then, who knows what horrible things will happen here anymore. Ron's entry into the Holy Land of the horse race was a miserable experience. Not only did he suffer a lot of pain, but the inexplicable vomiting and poisonousness on his body has never been eliminated. It made Ron very uncomfortable. He had long wanted to be happy about this place. Point escaped. Marks McClown nodded and said, although I don't know what's going on here, everyone must stay vigilant. There may be danger at any time. Harry and Hermione nodded quickly in agreement. This place gave them too many unexpected things. Of course they would not relax their vigilance easily. Ron paled, resisting the nausea of rolling his stomach, and wanted to get out of here quickly. Marks McClown led the three of Harry towards the direction of the horse tribe, but this place was no longer full of unknown dangers as Marks McClown said. Cool Tiger, on the contrary, the feeling that this place gives them now is just walking on a barren land, without any vitality, and without any danger. It is very ordinary. Harry asked puzzledly, could it be possible that we had another hallucination? How come we haven't noticed any danger? Hermione also said, McClown, we are almost out. There is nothing but dirt along the way. What is going on here? Ron dissatisfied. Is there no danger? You just like the danger ahead to challenge you. After experiencing this experience, Ron always had an anger he wanted to vent. Of course Hermione ignored Ron and asked Marks-Eye, do you think Marks-Eye is normal here? We haven't encountered any danger before. Marks McClown raised his brows. It was normal for him that there was no danger here. After all, the entire magic forest was received by Marks McClown in his body, so how could there be any danger here? But Marks McClown couldn't say that, so she had to say, I don't know. Anyway, everyone should be more vigilant. Who knows if something ghost will come out of this weird place? Hermione nodded in agreement, and suddenly shouted in surprise as if she had discovered something, look at Marks-Eye. Is it a horse tribe? We seem to have come out. Marks McClown followed the direction Hermione was pointing, and as expected was the small village of the horse tribe. Harry was surprised. That's right, we have come out. Could this forest really disappear for no reason? Marks McClown nodded and said innocently, it looks like this. Before the horse tribe, Fick stood in the forefront with a gloomy face, looking at Markseye and his group. Behind them were Firenze, Bane, Finley and other horses. Hermione exclaimed happily, hey, we have successfully passed the Holy Land trial. Marks McClown also speeded up and walked to the horse tribe. Fick's face was sullen and silent, staring at Markseye steadily. Marks McClown's heart is a little guilty, looking around as if she doesn't know anything. Bane stepped forward and said coldly, humans, tell us honestly, what have you done in the Holy Land? Harry and Hermione glanced at each other with indescribable surprise on their faces. Harry said in a puzzled way, we passed your holy ground trial. We fought against the vampires in the end, but Markseye still beat them defeated. Fick's eyes revealed surprise. He had seen how powerful Lilith was. Among Markseye's group, to put it bluntly, it was only Markseye who was capable of fighting. Markseye really relied on himself. Defeated Lilith's trio. Fick shook his head abruptly. Now he is not considering this issue. What he wants to pursue is the Holy Land of their horse tribe. How can they disappear at once? Fick stared closely at Marks McClown 1.9's eyes, and slowly stepped forward, looking down at Marks McClown with a tall horseman. Fick said indifferently, Marks McClown, tell me what happened to the Holy Land of our horse race and why it disappeared all at once. Marks McClown said with a stunned expression, we really don't know this. Can we grow old and think that with just a few of us human children, we can still make your such a huge Holy Land disappear? Chapter 400 Markseye's Deterrent. Fick was stunned. It was indeed the case. The area of the Holy Land was so huge. Not to mention these children. Even the most powerful wizards in the world could not have such a powerful magic. It would suddenly create a huge forest. Go away. Fick pondered for a while, and his tone eased slightly. Tell me about your experience in the deepest part of the Holy Land. This matter is related to the survival of my clan's Holy Land. We must investigate it clearly. Marks McClown wanted to refuse. It was too wasteful of her time, but after another thought, she had packed away the entire holy place of others, and it would not be too much to explain a few words. Marks McClown had to talk about what happened after he entered the temple. Of course, Marks McClown only briefly talked about the battle with the vampire family, and would not go into it in depth. The horse people would not care about this little detail. They care. It's still their holy land. When Markseye said that when they were resting, the Holy Land suddenly disappeared, Fick and the others showed incredible expressions. The good-looking horse Holy Land, how can you say it is gone if it is gone? This is the most unacceptable thing for the horse race. After Marks McClown finished speaking, she lazily asked, I have said everything you want me to explain. Can I go now? Bane immediately stood up and said, no, we have to wait for us to investigate this matter. Otherwise we won't give up. Plus cool tiger. Marks McClown's eyes narrowed slightly. This is a dangerous message. Marks McClown's voice became cold and said, I won't stay here again. If you want to keep me, you can just try it. Bane was stunned by Marks McClown's momentum. You must know that Marks McClown was in front of them, and defeated Finley, the first warrior of the horse race. He was not even a vampire with the strength to crush the horse race. Markseye's opponent. Where did Bane have the courage to challenge Marks McClown? He had to take a step back unrelentingly and glared at Marks McClown. Firenze smiled bitterly. Elder, Marks McClown doesn't know anything about this after all. It doesn't matter if you leave him behind. It's better to let him go and make good friends with this horse race, and he will become the best man in the future. The top wizards will not be too hostile to our horse race. From Firenze's words, Fick knew that Firenze had defined Markseye as one of the top wizards, which shows how terrifying the pressure and impression Markseye gave them. Fick pondered for a while, considering the pros and cons of this matter. Firenze and the horses were very nervous behind Fick.Quu. If Fick still disagrees with Marks McClown's departure, it means that there must be another battle between the horse people and Marks McClown, and even the highest power of the horse people, Fainley, is not Marks McClown's opponent. How could the horse people defeat this horror? What about human children? Fick glanced at Firenze, then at Mark's sigh, and couldn't help but sigh slightly. This sigh finally made the horseman's heart relieved. It seemed that the elder had compromised. Sure enough, Fick said indifferently, "It's really a talented person from generation to generation. I have to obey the old age." With that, Fick turned around and returned to his tent. The other horsemen looked at each other, not knowing whether to clear the way for Marks and them to leave, or rather to keep Marks and the others. Firenze immediately walked out and said, "Marks, you guys, go back to school first, or let Hogwarts know that you are here with us and it will be hard to explain." Marks McClown nodded faintly, and led the three of Harry directly through the horse tribe, returning to Hogwarts along the same path. Firenze looked at Marks McClown's leaving back and couldn't help but sigh softly like Fick. The young man now is really incredible. Bane looked upset, but he didn't have the urge to do stupid things either. Marks McClown really couldn't afford it. After Marks and his party left the horse tribe for a certain distance, Hermione immediately looked at Marks McClown admiringly and said, "Marks McClown, you were too prestigious just now. Even the people of the horse tribe dare not stop us." Harry laughed loudly. "Of course, who is Mr. Marks? How could they dare to stop Mr. Marks? Don't you know how to write the dead word?" Marks McClown still had an indifferent look, and did not show any expression, as if he didn't care about what happened just now. Everything was taken for granted. Only Ron's face was moldy, walking behind and staring at Marks McClown's back, wishing to rush up and tear this hateful person to pieces. This time Ron's adventure can only be described in 2 words: tragic. Even if it was injured, it was poisoned. It was so unexplained that the whole body was weak, and the neck felt like a bite. Although Harry, Hermione and the others didn't say it, Ron could guess what was going on. The vampire bit himself. Also sucked his own blood. Harry and Hermione must not be able to do this kind of thing. It must be Marks, the devil, instigating this kind of thing to happen. Ron looked towards Marks McClown's back, full of hatred, as if staring at his father and enemy. Ron himself was affected by the toxin of the vomit flower, and Ron was now extremely emotional and forced to suppress his anger. Angrily attacked his heart. Ron rolled his eyes and fainted again. Harry quickly caught Ron's fallen body and shouted, "Ron, what's the matter with you?" Marks McClown and Hermione also turned their heads and saw Ron's inexplicable and unexpected accident. Their dissatisfaction with Ron became more serious. Ron had caused too much trouble for them along the way, and now something happened. No matter how good the temper is, it can't stand it. Marks McClown asked impatiently, "I'm almost back to school. What is Ron doing again?" Hermione even expressed her dissatisfaction and said, "What else did Ron do on the road? He has been having troubles. Wouldn't he reflect on himself?"